and it just keeps rolling. And we are live. We are live. We've got Mexico in the room. Hello, my dearest, beautiful Mexico. I hope your day is shining and smiling and everything is jiving, sweet, as it needs to be, as it ought to be, as it has to be. And we are rolling here. I'm sitting here with Dr. K. I'll introduce Dr. K so long. Dr. K, for those of you that don't know, well, it will be in the recording. Maybe we should wait a little while before the introductions. I'm thinking, yeah, we can just bang around a little bit of banter. We've got two people in the room, but it's because of my punctuality dilemmas. It's always my little boy he's got this way of like, oh, you're busy now, Daddy. You know what, Daddy? I need you for a moment. I'm like, what? And then he wants to show me the school he's made. I'm like, oh, that's really lovely, but I'm busy. Then he's got one more thing, Daddy. Then he wants to show me this and that. And welcome, Quincy. Welcome. Hope you guys are having an absolutely excellent day. How are you all doing, by the way?
Love, peace, and power, Quincy.
Quintagonal? What is a quintagonal line? I don't know. I just made up the word, but it must be a cool shape. A quintagonal. It's like an interesting shape based on the quintessence. So, and the quintessence, as we know, is the fifth element, is it not? Well, fifth. I think it comes first, but anyway, who knows? So, who we got in the room? We've only got a few people joining. Oh, we got Moonfeather. What a pleasure. Peace, bless, and loving to you, my dear. We got Moonfeather and Mexico in the room. We got someone else sitting, hiding behind the furniture. Hello, you. Hope you're smiling. If you're not smiling, it's time to get that thing out and stick it on your face, because this is going to be a smiling adventure of the third kind. And we're going to be discussing, oh, of course, it's time to start giggling, let alone smiling. The giggle master has joined the room. Ronan Experience is going to be in here later. Hopefully, he's going to make it. Quinn Krishna. And we got, obviously, the Konami. So let's start the introduction process. So who we're sitting with here? At the moment, we've got Konami Codes and Quinty. Konami Codes is a numerologist. He's a decoder. He does grimoires, which are really worth looking into. They basically give a breakdown of your life path, your habits, your fundamental structure of your personality. It's a very powerful experiential guide to understanding your place in the world and how you're going to move forward through it. He's really good at what he does. He takes his time. He's grounded. Doesn't rush anything. That's our brother, Konami Codes, Dr. K. He's also a decoder. Got a little bit of the tinfoil hat stuff going on as well. Quite a lot of the tinfoil hat stuff, actually. Just seems like a little next to all the numerology and the other decoding. And obviously the occults, different parts of the occult, because it all comes back to numbers, and language is all part of the number structure. So, yeah, man. If you'd love to say hello, Dr. K, and introduce yourself, I might have left out a whole lot of stuff.
Well, thank you for another wonderful introduction, Franklin. I am thankful once again to be in the space. Love, peace, and power to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Moonfeather. Shout out to Ronan. Shout out to Quinty, Mexico. It's wonderful to see you all here. Happy 11/11 on this Saturn day. The topic today is one that is near and dear to my heart, because I recognize I wouldn't be who I am without loss. Loss shows us what's important. It shows us what is beyond the physical, how important the spirit is, how important it is to treasure, love, and appreciate what you have in your immediate presence, especially in terms of people. Because though our essence and our spirits and our souls are immortal, our time here in this life is not. So this is a wonderful, wonderful subject.
We've also got Quinty here. I hope you can hear us. I hope your audio is rocking, Quinty. Quinty is also a wonderful brother. He's, how do I describe him? I always like to think of Quinty as a Christian mystic. it's a good starting base of getting an idea of where he's at. So obviously that relates to elements of the Hermetic Kabbalah, Greek mysteries, and obviously vast sort of occult array of cosmological principles, all put into an amalgamated structure, stratum, which relates to where the Essene mysteries were essentially coming from. So obviously he's got his fingers embedded into the Greek mysteries and into the Coptic mysteries, which are essentially, Paleo-Hebrewic story, which comes from Chaldea, which came from the Phoenicia, from their structured language, which came from, we know where. Those two brothers, Enki and Enlil. So, if you'd love to say a few words, introduce yourself, Quinty. Welcome and thank you both for honoring us. Honoring me.
I love your introductions. They're really funny. You can just say that I'm a Christian mythologist. That'd be simple. Hi everybody. Hey everyone in the chat. And hey Shaman Franklin and Dr. K, Kyle, Keon. Yeah, that's pretty much me in a nutshell. Man, I'm trying to find the chat so I can figure out what the topic is. So give me a moment. I'm struggling.
If you read on the top of the screen, it should tell you the topic: the legacy of loss and mechanics of sorrow. Roundtable Live Studios. So, okay, I'll give us a short, quick. Nothing I say is ever quick. I'll try and give us a short and concise introduction. We're going to be discussing the legacy of loss and the mechanics of sorrow. What does this mean? The legacy of loss is when we lose something, someone crosses over, a dear one, a loved one, a family, someone of our own DNA, a friend, or if we lose a girlfriend, a dear one, a loved one, paths move in different directions, people grow in different directions, or if there are other extenuous circumstances that happen to bring people out of our lives, the legacy of loss is something that lives with us. It finds a place within our hearts, finds a place within the fullness of our structure, of our being, and it resonates through us, can produce the most profound currents. Ori, we don't bark at other dogs. You're far too big for that. Okay? It can produce resonant fields. Magic LaCroix. Welcome, brother. Lovely to have you. What an honor. Om Shanti to all of you. So yeah, the legacy of loss that's left with us leaves a feeling in our heart. It reshapes who we are. It reshapes the way in which our consciousness field moves through life, the way in which we grow, the way in which we embrace life or run from life is all based on this. And the mechanics of sorrow is what dictates the legacy of loss. The mechanics of sorrow is how we deal with our sorrow, how we process our sorrows, how we build with what we've been given, how we take those cards that life deals us, which is like a kick in the chops, how we get back up on our feet, change the fighting style, get back in the game. So yeah, the legacy of loss, the mechanics of sorrow is a very profound topic. It's got to do as well, especially now with the fact that there are so many people crossing over. You look left, you look right, you look forward, you look behind you, you listen to the words on the stream of the grapevine, and it's people leaving this world. It's like one big special, a huge group of chartered flights have been arranged, and the flights are fully booked, and they've even thrown out a couple of extra crafts. People are checking out like it's left, right, and center, like it's checkout season. I have had a few people I know check out recently, and everybody I know has had people checking out. So it's got to do with the thinning of the veil. And so we're going to be discussing the thinning of this proverbial veil. And we're not just talking about the veil of Paraket, but the veil of Paraket does reflect this veil, which is between the structured matrix of the world that we live in and the fundamental astral and etheric planes, which are an extension of the spiritual plane, which we can only consider as being the fundamental state of existence, or the causal plane. Obviously, the polarities of this causal plane are expressed in order to structure reality of the etheric and the astral, finding a synergy where the energetic presence of the astral fills the structuring basis of the etheric plane to create that synergy of motion where the structures of solidarity seems like it's in moving proportions of change so that the ideals of time can come into being and create for us the inversion principles of as above, so below, so that the entire structure can be a coherent system of emanations from the true fundamental state of being through the spiritual kingdoms into this fundamental state of being that we find ourselves rooted in or trapped in. Depends on our perception, depends on our choices, depends on the mechanics of sorrow operating through our hearts. So we've all lost people. We've all been on this journey of sorrow. If you haven't been on the journey of sorrow, you're in denial. You probably have issues. Sorrow is what we process as we become more in tune with ourselves. And when we processed our own sorrow, we notice that sorrow is a shared phenomenon. If there are other people suffering and in a state of sorrow, we start to acknowledge this sorrow as a sort of responsibility that we hold. We can feel through empathy the sorrow of others. And so it becomes, in a sense, a mantle that we wear upon our shoulders, not necessarily a burden. I say a mantle, for a mantle is something that you put above your fireplace. It's a pretty engagement. It gives the fullness of space so that the fire can find its expression in a beautiful environment. And so when the light of the fire of warmth, the light of the spirit emanates into the physical realm, it emanates in the most beautiful, beautifying way in order to restructure the consciousness field in such a way that we can experience the natural state of harmony, which is the essence of being. So we've all been through the sorrow road. There's a lot that we're going to be looking at from different aspects. The legacy of loss is something that can affect us in a positive way, depending on the mechanics of sorrow. Some people will rise to the occasion. Other people will fall. I'm going to go and plug in my machine before I go crash steady push push push. But I think I've said enough. I'd love to give you guys a moment to jump in while I plug in, make sure the battery doesn't crank off.
Well, you just said a mouthful, Franklin. When it comes to loss, for a lot of people, it is a sense of shock that we essentially go into first, because depending on how we look at life, how we deal with life, our stations in life, and those around us, we may not fully appreciate people until we begin to lose them. When I think about my personal first experience dealing with death, I had absolutely no idea what I was dealing with. My great grandmother, my grandmother's mother, my first time meeting her, I was 4 years old, and she bought me, mind you, I remember very specifically because I was already afraid of spiders. Um, for as long as I can remember, I was afraid of spiders. And she bought me a Spider-Man comic book and a coloring book. And I remember um, the idea of staying up late, because that was one of the first nights. I don't want to say it was the first night I did it, but it was the first night I remember doing it, just so I could color all the pages and show her first thing in the morning. And when I woke up that the next morning, she was down south. Um, we have things called parlors, right? When someone passes, they'll set them up in the parlor. So I saw her in this fancy bed, and she was propped up kind of weird. And I was pulling on her arm, and I almost pulled her out of the bed because, I was trying to wake her up, and I didn't realize that she had passed in the middle of the night. So it took me a long time to understand that. The idea of video games, dying in a video game and coming right back. It was a large bit of confusion because I couldn't understand how one word or one term or one thing had multiple meanings. So our understanding of loss, what it is to actually have something within your circle or have something within your cipher, is something that is hard to teach until you actually begin to lose something. You don't really know who you are until you begin to lose things, because these aren't exactly the kinds of essences you can gain back. You can always find aspects of someone else in someone else. But when it comes to family, when it comes to friends, when it comes to your own circle, that's a loss you can never really get back. So to appreciate that while we have it, I think is imperative.
I love that you've brought it back to the real point of reality immediately, shooting between the eyes, straight through the eyes into the heart. Beautiful, brother. Yeah, we've all had to deal, but the mechanics of loss, it's some people like you've obviously taken it and turned it into insight. Some people, they fall off the wagon and they don't know what to do with it. We're going to have to look at why it is that you've been able to cope with it so well. I just want to first invite brother Indy Sage. He wasn't with us last week because he had an ordeal to deal with. He had to help someone through a challenging time. The shadow worker was needed to do the work. So we didn't have him with our presence, but what a luck, what an honor. Thank you, brother Indy Sage, for joining us. Indy Sage is a shadow worker. He works with people's shadows, purifying the essence of shadows. And there he is, rocking the no t-shirt. Look, you got to love the way he rides that show. And he helps people to come to terms with the repressed impulses within the consciousness field where we lose our natural ego state, pushing it into the subconscious in order to manifest a persona form of the ego, which is twisted and out of shape. And his job is to find those inner currents, which is the true parts of our true identity, our real ego, bring it out, bring the super ego impulses out from the shadow and merge. So that's his work that he does. He's also obviously an anthropologist, and he's done a lot of research into a lot of different things, some tinfoil hat studies, a lot of different occult therapeutics. And wow, he's been through a path in life. And here's another gentleman who can also share with us about the mechanics of sorrow, how to deal with sorrow. Thank you, brother. Thank you for joining us. What an honor to have you. I'm glad you're with us. And do please introduce yourself and welcome.
So glad to be here, and I love everything I've heard so far. Apologize for being about 15 minutes late or so, but I've been here with you guys listening in. And I just love what Khalil was saying. I'm going to touch on that in a minute, but yeah, touching on shadow work. We've discussed loss of others in our lives, loss of things in our lives that are important to us, that are heavy and weigh us down and can define us when we lose things. When you hit that bump in the road, that's when you start to realize how good of a driver you are. And so for some people, it's they don't have resilience. That could feel like the end of the world. So I know with shadow work, we experience loss of the authentic self. And so we suppress our own authentic emotions that have been demonized and ostracized and ridiculed and discouraged. And so we bottle up these emotions and we suppress them, we stuff them, and those emotions are very important and we need them. And a lot of times men are suppressed from being able to share sadness, which blocks the right brain, intuitive brain. And women are shamed from sharing anger, which blocks the left rational analytical brain. So we experience the loss of our authentic selves. Sometimes an aspect of our emotion can be lost, and it's very difficult for us. But oftentimes, instead of blaming ourselves or accepting our own responsibility for this issue, we will often point fingers and blame others for it. And so that makes it hard for us to recover our lost selves when we don't realize that it's right here within us and we're looking everywhere else for it. So I just wanted to touch on that. But yeah, I mentioned a little bit earlier how Khalil says that through loss, we really experience an understanding of ourselves. And it's easy when everything's fallen into your lap. It seems like, oh, I'm good at life. I do really well. And you haven't really experienced many hardships or adversity or challenges. So you might think it's going to be easy peasy, but sometimes when you hit that bump in the road and you start to realize, oh my goodness, I wasn't prepared to lose this. I know what happened with me. I can testimony from my youth. I can testify that I had my heart broken when I was like 12 or 13 years old, and it was easier for me after that loss to block up my heart and put up walls and tell myself, no, I'm not going to do that again. I'm not going to get hurt like that again. And it took about 25 years for me to open those doors to my heart again. And I'm glad I did. It was worth the journey. But 25 years in the dark night of the soul was a tough time. But I'm just glad to have done it earlier on in life instead of later on like a lot of folks do. So it's been somewhat of a blessing in disguise. So glad to be here. And last week, I apologize for not being around. I was with you guys in spirit. We had a situation, as mentioned earlier, and there was some tragic loss involved with my partner, and we've recovered a lot of the things that were lost. And now we found that the individual that instigated this situation is probably better off out of the house. So we got a place of tranquility and peace now. Everything's clean and spiritual, and we brush it with a cinnamon broom to clear away the bad energies. We need to go sage it, and it'll be complete.
That's awesome. Those cinnamon brooms and wreaths do a lot for a space. Very, very good. I'm happy to hear that. I typically only hear people grabbing those around like the holidays. Very, very good.
Yeah, thank you. My wizard friend suggested it, so I'm going to start doing that regularly now. I felt the power of it.
Yes, brother. And both of you have added so much value to the conversation already. It's definitely about being open. It's about accepting. It's about moving towards reality. And as Dr. K mentioned as well, it's about embracing the positive. And you can hear when he speaks about it, it's about embracing the positive memories and the positive things that those that we've lost to the other side, that have gone on that journey across the ocean. My father left when I was in India. Sorry, in the Himalayas, Nepal. Kathmandu, outside of the valley. He spent 3 days with me when he left. My little brother left when he was young, when he was 18. Uri, come here, my darling. Come. Uri, come here. My son is chasing the guinea fowls outside. He's exciting the dogs. Yeah, sit. Good. So essentially what we've got is this dynamic where we tend to want to feel bad when we lose people, and it's a natural instinct. And I think what's so fundamental, because we will lose people and this is life, we will lose things. The other kinds of things that we can lose is self-esteem. We can lose financial prosperity. We can lose popularity. We can lose our good looks. We can lose time, aging, our youth, our innocence. I mean, the death of a person, the death of a quality, it's all fundamentally the same structuring principles within the human psyche, effectively. The people tend to be harder to face up to because there's so many memories with the people that bind us to the loss. Though I do think that when it comes down to the most fundamental thing to consider when it comes to the sorrow and the loss itself, is we tend to find it hard to accept. And this is probably a good point from us all to start from. Like my little brother passing, his mom found it hard to accept. We have different mothers. He was a brother from my same father. My second brother found it very hard because Brian was just becoming 18 when he left this world. So it was a big hit, to the family. And everybody was like, oh my gosh, feeling guilty. And my brother felt guilty. His mom felt guilty. for different reasons. This is something that we often tend to do. We tend to bury our feelings of empathy and love and replace it with feelings of guilt and blame. Sometimes people want to blame others. I lost my closest friend in the world, Alexander Lee, in 2011. And I remember how my ex-wife blamed me. It was harsh because I had been warning, I'd been saying to her, I'm worried about Alex. She kept saying to me, no, Alex, he was the most rational bloke you'll ever know. He was the founder of the Jedi Jugglers, which is probably one of the top, well, definitely the top juggling crew in Europe, except maybe the Cirque du Soleil team. And but some of his jugglers went to work with Cirque du Soleil, so they were the top juggling crew. And he was a profound activist, and he used to shortlist for most of the side trance labels globally, and other trance labels, because he was a music lover and he was a music expert. So he used to listen to people's music, and if he thought it was worthwhile, he'd send it to the correct, the correct label. And so he used to do a lot of things, but he was an activist. And when he passed, he was my closest friend in the world. I'd give you an idea of how close he was. There was a particular japa mala that I had chanted millions of mantram into, Aum Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tannok Rudra Prachodayat, over and 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 over again. 108, and then you start again. You do 1,080 reels of 1,080. And already that's enough. This is getting annoying now. So he was just outside running around, but he wants to chase the guinea fowls, and I'm not having it. So, yeah, when he left, my ex-wife blamed me because I had been worried about him, and I'd been having these intuitions for some couple of months, number of weeks. And when he left, funny thing was I got drunk. I got totally drunk. And I was with my ex-wife in a house in South London with an Italian couple, Mario and his wife. Lovely, lovely couple from Italy. And we were sharing a place with a close friend of mine, Anthony. Antarma is an amazing musician. Go and check him out on YouTube. He's really profound. We used to gig together, improvised gigs. We would only improvise. We never wrote anything down. We just get together. Didn't know what we were going to play. We're playing drums today. We're playing, I don't know. What have you got? Oh, I've got, that looks like a cool instrument. Let's play this and this, see what's going to come up. So he's really a creative spirit. And I had gotten drunk that one night. I never drink. I never got drunk. And that night I was making some pasta. I'm quite a chef, got to admit. And the couple came in. They could smell the food. They were, oh, this is amazing. Italian people, they love food. I was like, oh, yeah, I've got this and this and this and the sauce. And I'm busy tempering the sauce. It's going to be amazing. And it's a good thing you came in because I made enough for like everybody. So they were like, oh, wow. We got a bottle of wine. I was like, should we open it? Red wine. I was like, wow, I do drink a bit of red wine. I'll have like a glass of red wine with my supper. But while I was cooking, I cranked open a pack of olives. We were just snacking on olives. And anyway, the red wine started. And next thing we were talking, we were chatting. I was finishing the cooking, did the pasta, because you do the sauce first. And before I know it, we had drank that bottle of wine, and somehow he had smoothie between him and his wife. Boom, the next bottle of wine was going. I was, oh, we're on the second bottle already. Interesting. Yeah. And then I thought, wow, gosh, these guys spotted 2 bottles of wine. So I said to my ex-wife, let's take a walk down. There was a store quite close to where we lived. And I got another couple of bottles of wine because they had some really nice chili wine on discount. So I thought, well, we get one to drink now. We'll keep one for whenever. Didn't work that way because we drank all those bottles of wine. And before you know it, him and his wife had somehow pulled more wines out of. I don't know whether they had wine. They pulled out more bottles of wine. So we drank a whole lot of bottles of wine. I got drunk. I never get drunk. And that night we had a temple space which we had consecrated, which we used for doing our sound room. We used to do sound bath meditations. We should just invite our community, the conscious community of London, in, and just some people who come and do meditations with myself and Antarma. And he was also working with Japa, so we would chant together, and we would practice meditation, dhyana, and various different things, and do our rituals, watch the moon and all of that. And I went to sit down in the mandir, in the temple, drunk, which you shouldn't do. But I'm a Kali Yoga. So as a Kali Yoga, I can go beyond, burn out all of the stuff and enter into a focused dhyana state. And I did. And in that focused dhyana state, I heard the doors open. And I scared my ex-wife because I laughed. I just heard one of my best friends in the world leave this world. I heard myself doing that. I was like, oh my God, I'm possessed. Okay, cool. I'm channeling some. And I allowed this to work through me. And then I was like, oh my gosh, Alex dying. Where the hell is he? I'd been phoning his house for the last 5 days, 3 times. He hadn't gotten back to me. Sometimes he didn't get back to me because he would be on the go. This was Alex Lee. And he had an ear infection. So I figured he might have checked himself into a hospital because he said he wasn't feeling that well. So started phoning all around, trying to find hospitals. Couldn't find his mother's contact details. I'd lost it in some years before. I'd fallen into a river on the top, like 5,500 meters high, crossing over the Himalayas from Kashmiri, Ladakh into Himachal Pradesh, where I climbed over the ice caves, and 10-day climb. And I'd fallen into a river or a little stream. It was a stream, but it felt like a river. My gosh, it was cold. Investigating ice caves, because it's funky when you check out the ice caves. They are something else. And so anyway, my bag that I carried on myself had gotten wet, and all my contacts had been lost. And my ex-wife had lost our contacts, the telephone on the plane. She was playing games on the phone, whatever she was doing, went out the window. I think it was Tetris or something. She liked playing Tetris. Anyway, long story short, I'd lost his mom's contact. So I sent out an emergency email to some of my friends saying, listen, I'm really worried. I think Alex is dying, dead, something. Please get back to me. It's not the kind of thing you do, but I was sort of desperate. It's just the next day, after dealing with the mother of all hangovers, vomiting, because I don't drink. Never. That was the one time I got drunk in like 5 years, 8 years, 10 years. I never drink. So it was interesting that I chose to get drunk. And she blamed me the next day or some days later, because I tried. I sent out emails. I got friends saying, oh, maybe you're just worried. Maybe you're just overreacting. I was like, yeah, I don't think so. Finally, his contact got given to me by an old friend I hadn't spoken to in a long time, who actually was also an old friend of Alex's, and he had Alex's mom's contact, and I phoned her, and she said, oh my God, I felt it too. I was, thank God. I said, because I'm going to go over to his flat and kick the door down. I don't want to get arrested. So please, will you vouch for me when the cops? So I jumped on the bus. I was going to his flat, and I was arguing with him telepathically because he was still on the physical plane. And we were talking. I was saying, come on, dude, get into your body. And he was like scratching his head proverbially. And he was like, I can't. And anyway, he couldn't. And I got there, and yep, he was out, tapped out. And next thing, my ex-wife was blaming me. She was saying it was your fault. You could have known. You could have preempted. You could have, you should have known before. You should have, So sometimes we get blamed. And this was my closest friend in the world, And so that hit me hard. The fact that my ex-wife had blamed me. And, when somebody else blames you, it makes it easier for you to want to blame yourself. So be careful. That's what I'm going to say to you advice-wise. If you ever feel like you're getting blamed, be careful to take that on board. You need to keep it real. We need to keep it real in this world. We need to keep it genuine and authentic, because we don't let people piss on our batteries, excuse the French. So being blamed is a big thing. I ended up becoming an activist because of this, spending like 6-8 months of my life working pro bono as an activist. I pushed my work myself so hard that I ended up burning out and getting malnutrition, working 20-hour days, and putting myself in harm's way, left, right, and center, to the point that I was abducted by the police and given to MI5. You can imagine. So yeah, activism is a dangerous game if you sit in pole position. So anyway, if you put your head above the water, put your head above the grass, it's a target. So this is the real issue that we have when we're dealing with loss. My brother was much easier because I could understand. He had walked away from his soul path, and I could see him walking away from his soul path, and I knew there was nothing I could do about it, and I just accepted. And I had a feeling like they're going to come and take him out, and they did. The plans were like, this dude's going too far away from his blueprint, remove him. And he was removed, and it felt like a relief to me that my brother had died, because he couldn't do himself any more spiritual harm than he was potentially going to do himself spiritual harm. And it was still hard, still had to live with it, but my friend Alex Lee didn't just die, he was put down because of his activism. They have these Yalef guns that they can use, and they can sit outside your window and point the antenna at you. It's got and they can pulse these frequencies at you, which will cause, tumors to grow in your heart. They can hit you with high amounts of VLF, which can cause cellular damage and toxification. They can tap your phone. I had my phone tapped when I was an activist. I couldn't put my phone close to my head. It would make me get pain. I was very sensitive to electromagnetics, thank God. And I would notice my battery would drain. Full battery that normally lasts for like days, 2 days, 2.5 days, if you don't use it. Okay, but I would normally use it every day. But I had about 4 phones. 2 phones that I was using for myself. One phone which was the phone for the movement, and another phone that was the police liaison phone that I was juggling. And that one phone that got hacked, that one I had a lot of contacts. It got hacked. I had 1718, almost 2,000 contacts, maybe 18 something. And I was talking to a couple of activists about plans for a particular working group, and right in front of me, I needed my phone for something, and I picked it up, and it turned off in my hand. I said, wow, look at that, turned off, and it turned on. I said, wow, that's weird. Maybe the battery's going all weird. It turned off, turned on, a weird code flashed across the screen. I said, can you guys seeing this? And they looked at it, yeah. And contacts popped up, and I started deleting contacts. And I was like, oh my God, I was the sole keeper of contacts. We don't hand the contacts out, right? When you're in point, a lot of the people that I had in my phone were like celebrities and journalists and hackers. You don't hand out those contacts. So that phone was a special phone which I kept for contacts. I didn't use that phone all the time, if you understand what I mean. And so that's why I had so many contacts in that phone, because it was basically the movement. That was the main contacts for the movement. And I'd given a lot of the contacts to Phoenix, who was probably like, the number one, the most experienced of us all. But it was myself, Chris, and Phoenix that were essentially on point. And but I had a lot of the contacts that I kept in my phone because I didn't want to give them to anyone. I was scared that someone's phone would get hacked, and I didn't want, I gave my word to people that their contacts were safe with me, so they would give them to me. Anyway, contacts were getting deleted. Luckily, thank God, it was one of those old Samsungs. You could open it up and rip out the battery. It was before the Note series. It was the what was it? S2, S3, I can't remember. Anyway, so it was serious. And after that, I noticed that phone would burn me and the battery would drain really fast. So I tried another phone, and that phone was also hacked. And whenever I would leave a certain part of London, the square mile of London, phone would turn off and turn on and reset itself. And the battery would drain so fast whenever I had the phone near me. They were literally using the phone to listen to where I was. And they were turning on the phone to increase its frequency output so much that the battery would drain in 1 hour, 2 hours, full battery without being used. Give you an idea. The battery that would last 2 days would drain in 1 or 2 hours. And you know those old phones, the batteries used to last for like days if you used them. So, and it would hurt you. You'd have to put the phone on the other side of the room to be far away from it because it would hurt me if it was even close to me. So yeah, there are a lot of ways that they can make people tap out. Probably something we'll talk about, how the loss is when it's somebody that's done it, when someone's been hurt or killed. So yeah, I had a hard time dealing with the loss of Alex because he'd been killed because of the activist work that he was doing. He used to pull together all the different groups, the counterculture groups with the official groups, because he was very involved with Greenpeace and the official activist groups. But he was very much a proponent in the counterculture, like me, activist groups, which are like, we don't need permission. We're anarchists, basically. Not that I'm an anarchist, but I bound the anarchists together. Got some weird kind of idea of philosophy myself. But yeah, I don't want to get into that too much. The idea of the loss, how loss can take us, how the loss of appetite can affect us, how the loss of sleep can affect us, what we do with that. How do we take something that has broken you, the blame of a loved one being leaving us, or the blame of a partnership breaking, or the sorrow of the feeling of like, I can't live without this person. What do we do with that? Why do some people fall off the cliff and hit the bottom and hit the ground, smash, and end up becoming addicted to drugs or alcohol or going down a really dark road? Why do some people emerge like the phoenix from the flames and rebuild their lives and become more than they were? I'd love to throw that at the table.
Shaman, Bush Whisperer, Franklin, I love you, brother. I love you. What you shared really touched me and brought me to a lot of things I've been thinking about, talking to people about. Reminds me of the Hebrew phrase, Boshet HaPanim, which means the shame of faces. And when I think about the shame of faces, it reminds me of the phrase, how's it go? The bigger they are, the harder they fall. And so when I think about that, I think about my life. I think about the life of a lot of people. And it brings me to how Solomon would write about people. He called them fools. And when you were talking, everything that you said was powerful. Why was it powerful? It's because you made me laugh. I was giggling the whole time. And the reason why you can make me laugh is because you transmuted that pain into something good. You know how in the Bible, God has a flaming sword guarding Eden? For me, that flaming sword is pain. And if you can't deal with pain, you can't get it back into the garden, which is bliss and joy, laughter. And I think that you are able to go into the garden and step out when you want to, right? But you're able to go back in while talking about painful things, because I was just rolling laughing. I wish I could have sent like laughing emojis or whatever, because you got me going. But I think that, or I feel, maybe I don't know, that some people never fail often. And when they don't fail often, they don't fall. So when they do fall, it takes them a long time to get back up. But people who fall often, who suffer a lot, they have to get back up very often. It makes me remember that voice message you sent today, I think. Or was it yesterday? I don't know. I saw it today, this morning. So I messaged you and I told you I loved you, yada, yada. But you mentioned this guy that fell out of a 6-story building. And you said, that bugger won't die. So he's a stubborn guy. And I was just giggling, but I understood what you meant, and I understood the guy, because people who go through these kind of things, they just don't stop, right? They just keep coming up. They get knocked down some more, and then they come back up, and they get knocked down some more, and they get back up. And it seems easy for them to get back up. It seems almost mechanical. And a lot of people admire that because they don't have the ability to, or they don't think they have the ability to get back up if they fall. You know, I have a lot of blue blood friends. I'm not a blue blood or anything. I'm not related to any, but I have a lot of blue blood friends, and they are afraid of being poor. That's one of their most biggest fears, is to lose all their money. And they don't even want to try experimenting, like going on trips without money. They have a fear of having to do things that are abnormal to them. So for me, it reminds me of giants. Excuse me. And more so the elephant and the rat story. And so when I think about it, I think about myself. So what I lost when I was a child was I lost security really early, at 3 years old, because my mom used to be a stereotypical mom, really cool mom. But then when I was 3, she lost custody of my sister, my little sister. And after that happened, she was torn and she was different. She used to like throw shoes at me and kick me across the room. I never got a hug or a kiss again, right? And so I remember one time she threw a shoe at me because I asked her, I was a cheeky little kid. I said, Mom, why are you wearing that slutty dress? I don't know why I said that at 3 years old, but she was wearing something like this. And so she threw a shoe at me and it hit me in the face. And I didn't cry. I was just like, maybe it was an accident. I don't know. I was kind of a weird child. So I asked her, I said, Mom, why did you throw the shoe at me? It hurt. And she said, if you don't go over there and stop asking me these questions, I'm going to throw another shoe at you. So when that happened, I realized deep down that I lost my best friend. I lost someone that I really thought loved me and cared about me and couldn't and wouldn't hurt me on purpose. And then after a while, I had a car accident because I was really popular in kindergarten, first grade, whatever, because I like to talk to everybody. And so when I had my accident, I lost half my face. I had a bandage, and none of my friends would play with me. They're like, Quinn's got cooties, or whatever the game is. And so I couldn't play with anybody, and it was so strange. It was like someone ripped a part of my life away that was so normal and so fun. And I just felt so empty inside. And I would just look up at the sky and wonder, why did it happen to me? What did I do to deserve it? You know what I mean? And so when I was asking those kind of questions, the universe answered, or you could say God answered, whatever. And he answered through the wind, and the wind would talk to me and take me places. And the wind was my friend. And so I talked to the wind, and I talked to the sky, I talked to the sun, I talked to the trees, I talked to the ground. And I realized after I got a pet also after my accident, because people felt sorry for me, especially my uncle. My uncle felt sorry for me. And so he gave me a little doggy. I named her Lady. She was a little yellow pit bull mix with a German Shepherd. She was beautiful. And so she was my only friend. And boy, she was dumb. No offense. If she's listening, she was an idiot. Like, I didn't have glasses when I had her. So she loved me, and I talked to her every day. But then I got glasses, and she would look behind me like, where's Quinn? When's he going to come? Where is he? And I'm like, it's me. I got glasses on. You idiot, And she was just like, where is he? Where's he going to come? And so I take my glasses off, and she would be excited, like, oh, there you are. And I'm like, I was here the whole time. You see the clothes are the same. I smelled the same, right? And she's like, I'm so excited, But that was funny to me. But losing her hurt me a lot because she was my only friend. And the way she left made me feel responsible because even though I was a child, I knew she was dying and I knew how to save her. All she needed was vitamins, dog vitamins. And I was asking my family to get me some. And I kept saying, Ma, I need to get some vitamins for my dog. She's dying. And I was like, your dog's fine, Chop, And I was like, Uncle, you want to give me some vitamins for my dog? Because she's sick. And he's like, what's wrong with her? Let's go see. And I was like, okay. And then we go check her out. And he'd be like, she's all right. I'm like, no, but well, anyway, can you get me some vitamins anyhow? He's like, sure. But he'd never do it. And that's my grandma. She didn't do it either, No one could provide for me what I needed for my friend. And I couldn't do it for myself because I was a kid. I was like 12 years old. And so watching her die slowly hurt me a lot. Like even now I feel funny about it. And it's because I was her master, her best friend. I've told her tricks. She did tricks. I'm the only one who could control her. She only listened to me. And it just was annoying that I couldn't get her the things that she needed to survive. And when she died, I knew that I lost an understanding of another being that I'll never get again. And maybe it's a high standard. Maybe it's a high standard, which is a dog, which is funny. But I feel like that love that I had with her, I never get again. And knowing that helped me to transform. Because after she died, I turned into a different person. Because when she was around, I was really quiet. I didn't talk. Then the moment she died, I became the class clown. And I became the kid who, they called me the border crosser at my schools because my schools were segregated. So I used to go from the white kids, talk to them, hang out with them, go to the black kids, talk to them, hang out with them, go to the Mexican kids, talk to them, hang out with them. Then I go to the gangster kids, hang out with them, talk to them. And everyone knew me. They were like, oh, there's Quinn, the border crosser, And so I learned how to observe people because I never felt close to any of them. That's why I did it. Because I knew they could only hurt me. And because they can only hurt me, why run from it? And so that gave me the courage to just go up to people all willy-nilly and learn about them, ask them how they are, ask them their history, their past, how they feel in the moment, why they do this, why they did that, all this stuff. I was bold. I remember there's this guy who wanted to beat me up, and it was like a big school thing. They were like, oh, Quinn's gonna do his karate on this guy. And the funny thing is when it was going down, when it was happening, I said, hey, do you really want to get suspended? And he was like, no. I was like, I know, because if you get suspended again, you'll be expelled forever. I know about you. And so I said, hey, how about we fight behind the school when everybody's gone? I'll even come back. I live across the street. I can just walk back to school and we can fight there and we'll be over with. And none of us will get in trouble. And he was like, huh? I said, yeah, I don't want you to get expelled because I know you've been expended a lot. And he was like, wow, you actually care about me in this moment? Everyone is cheering for us to beat each other up. And I was like, yeah. And then he put his arm around me and he said, hey, y'all, Queen's cool. And at that moment on, from that moment on, he used to be the guy who told other people to leave me alone for my whole high school. And that was really fun. But it's also something that you learn that in pain, you become more fearless. You become more brave. You become more resilient to things that affect people easily. It's like, I don't know how to explain it really, but for example, my brother, my little brother, he doesn't go through a lot of pain like me. And so when our grandmother died, he was more hurt by it expressively because he was the spoiled child. He was coddled. And for me, it didn't bother me that much because I've been through it enough. I lost a lot of people, lost a lot of things, and so I learned to laugh at it. It wasn't that it was funny. It's just that there's a joy there that you can find if you look at it a different way. And so what I told him is this. I said, hey, do you remember when grandma used to get on the phone and pass out, and then the person would be still talking to her? The person would still be talking to her snores as if her snores were answers. And he was like, yeah, I remember that. And we started laughing while we were crying. And it was like some liberating thing. And he understood. And when his dad died, he did the same thing for me. I was crying with him. And I was like, he said, hey, my nickname is Tay Tay, but he was like, hey, Tay Tay, you remember the time my dad came home and stole some chicken from the freezer? And I was like, yeah, I remember that. And we started laughing at his funeral. And he did it because he remembered that I did it for him. And I think that's something that we as, what do you call it, healers, empaths, people who've gone through pain can do for other people because we can recognize it and see the solution, what to do to get them out of their negative sphere or their sad sphere. And I think it comes from observing others and observing ourselves. I think that it's actually a spiritual thing because, so I was talking to these people about being molested because it was a topic, and the guys who gave their stories were dismissive of their experience as being painful because they don't want to show that they're hurt, so they just laughed at it. And I knew they weren't healed. They weren't healed. They were just laughing because they didn't know what else to do. Because society tells you, hey, men can endure anything. Nothing can hurt them. So if something hurts you, pretend that it doesn't. And so when they were done talking, I said, hey, thank you, everybody, for sharing your experiences. And I pray that, Jesus Christ heals you, yada, yada. And then I said, hey, Jigsaw and Lee, you two, if you want to talk privately about your experiences, we can. But I don't think that is funny because a lot of people get abused by other kids when they're young and they think it's just a game. Then they grow up and they feel disassociated with their own bodies because they never told anyone what they were going through. And you can talk to me about it and I'll be there. I hope that, you guys aren't shoving down your emotions just to look good for other people. And I just left. But I had to tell the truth because I do the same thing. Being raised by a mom like mine, I think you understand, Shaman, frankly, an abusive mother. You sort of get these coping mechanisms where you shut off your intimacy with other people Like someone may hug you, and you'll just stand there like, thanks for the hug, but see you next time, and you don't really connect. Or someone will ask you, did that hurt your feelings or did that hurt you? And you'll be like, whatever, I don't care, and you'll be just lying to yourself because you don't want to show that soft side. And I believe that for me, my girlfriend really helped me heal my exterior hardness. Also, other people I've met, but mostly her, because when I saw that she was hurting from me being, what do you call it, a macho man, I wanted to figure out why I was acting that way. Like, I think recently I was talking with her and a student of mine named Leanne. She's German. Ooh, excuse me. And Leanne said that my voice is really soothing. She said, you have a soothing voice, makes me really relaxed. And so my girlfriend got offended or jealous, whatever you want to call it. And she said, she messaged me back channel. She said, hey, I don't feel comfortable talking with you guys. And I feel like, she's flirting with you, but you don't want to say anything about it. And I was like, here we go. And I said, she's not flirting with me. She's just telling me how my voice makes her feel. And my girlfriend was like, well, you're not listening to me now. So I don't want to do this. So let's not do it. And I was like, you can go not do it. I'm going to talk to her because I don't feel anything wrong with what she said. And then she, signed off. And then I was just there with Leanne. And Leanne was like, where'd your girlfriend go? And I was like, and she didn't feel like talking. And she was like, oh, why? What happened? And I lied and I said nothing. I said nothing. She just didn't want to talk. I lied. And when I lied to her, she accepted it. And I felt funny. And I remembered what my mushroom trip taught me. Taught me that any lie will end in the cycle of life and destroy whatever it is in. So I had to stop myself. And I said, hey, Leanne, my girlfriend was jealous about what you said. You said that my voice made you relaxed. And that's why she left, because she wanted to, and she didn't want to talk to us. She didn't want to talk as a three-way thing. She wanted to not talk to you anymore. And that's why she left. And Leanne was like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. And she was so empathetic and open and vulnerable, and she felt so bad. And so I told her, I was like, hey, it's okay. It was my mistake. I should have actually brought it up for a discussion and actually handle it better and listen to my girlfriend's feelings instead of trying to be so hard and tough and blah, blah. And she was understanding, and she was like, yeah, that's actually very honorable that you said that. No, not many guys are really, what do you call it? She used the word accountable. They don't hold themselves accountable for how other people react and feel about things. And she said that was really cool. And when I heard that, I was like, it kind of makes me happy because it was hard to do. I didn't want to tell her the truth. I thought it would be just easier if I just lied and kept it going. But something in me was like, you can't do that. So I didn't. And another thing Leanne told me is that there's something about people who suffer a lot that make other people who are suffering in silence able to open up. Because a lot of people in this world are cold. You can tell your best friend that your mom died or something, and your best friend will just be like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's it. That's all you get. And I think people like us actually pry and ask questions and listen. And we help people heal because we've been the person who hasn't gotten those kind of prying or that kind of love from someone else. And we recognized it, and we become what we want to see in the world, the change. That's it. I'll stop talking. I talked for a while. Thank you, Charlotte, for the chance.
Thank you for sharing that with us, brother. And yeah, It's interesting you point out jealousy as a difficult thing to face, difficult thing to deal with, um, because obviously, it's like an accusation, isn't it? Accusations are never really easy to stomach when they aren't valid or true, if that makes sense. I've dealt with the jealousy story, and I didn't deal with it that well, but at the same time, I mean, how do you deal with it well? Different scales of jealousy. I was off the scale of jealousy. Go to the supermarket and be accused of having sex with the cashier in the storeroom. Seriously? Go to a supermarket, a different supermarket, and you had sex with a different cashier in a different store. I'm like, really? But so I've experienced the full tilt of the jealousy. But what you say is really powerful when you mention your grandmother and your animal that left. It's funny that you say that. By the way, I was looking at old photographs in an external hard drive that I wanted to delete some things of. Ori, leave the glass door alone. Come here, Ori. Here, come. Here, come. Sit on your couch. On your bed. On your bed. Got to get him to go and sit on his couch. He's going to scratch the windows because the guinea fowls are out just outside the window. Cheeky buggers. My boy. He's he's engineering the guinea fowl situation outside. Sorry about the intrusion. But yeah, it's powerful when our pets are leaving the world as well. And it's a sad story when, like you say, you knew it was wrong and other people couldn't see. And this is another point which is similar, but not similar. I mean, as being someone who's trained in occult therapeutics and aware on different levels and shamanically inspired and shamanically engaging, I will get an impression from people, loved ones, like, you're doing this in your life, it's wrong. It's going to cause this and this and this and this consequence, and that's going to be bottom line. That's where it's going to take you, and that's a box it's going to put you in that much time. You get the sense when you're doing this every day. It's just common sense. You just know what's wrong, and sometimes it's really hard when there's a loved one that has got a bad habit. I'll give you an example. My son's mum. We've lost a lot of love between us, but still, I don't want to see her get hurt. And she's a chain smoker, and watching her just smoke like 20 cigarettes a day, it hurts me because obviously my son's watching this, and it's affecting him. Ori, come here, come here. This is enough now. He's going to break that window. He's a big dog. So, let me go and deal with my child quickly. Please, somebody take over. I'm going to have to go and talk to my child because he's inciting the dogs.
Well, I definitely want to thank you for what you shared, Quincy. That's one thing I think we're all kind of here to do at one point or another. How we choose to deal with loss, how we choose to address our emotions is very telling. And when and how we experience, I learned the hard way. I can't stress how important it is to know thyself. When we talk about occult knowledge, the sooner you get a hold of it, the better the chance you have a beneficial way of growing and learning from that sooner rather than later. My first real loss was my grandfather, who was like my father. My father was killed when I was 8 months old. But because I had my grandfather, I didn't know what it was I actually lost. My grandfather had 3 daughters. He never had a son. So when my mom had me, he poured everything he had into me. and he was a Scorpio. Scorpios are some of my favorite teachers. The interesting thing about my grandfather was he didn't have very much of an education. He was the oldest of nine, born in 1919, and he had to drop out of school to help take care. Hey, Josh, how you doing, buddy? You're getting big, man.
See you. I can only see a picture of you.
Hey, Joshua.
Daddy, you know why was I doing that? Because I wanted to have a quick jug with Bluebell for my school exercise so I can have enough stuff so I can do my homework.
Bluebell is the guinea fowl he was chasing. Freaky.
No, I wasn't chasing, I was doing exercise.
Okay.
I was having a quick jug with Bluebell.
Okay. So I've got to carry on. I love you. Go to mommy.
Can I
Okay, say goodbye to everyone.
Goodbye.
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 Have
I
fun.
think I want to give that man a
He wants to give that man a feedback. Please continue. Dr. K, sorry, he came in here. He beat me to the guns, to the draw. I let the dogs out to chase the guinea fowls. That was the solution. It was let the dogs out, let them chase the guinea fowls. They'll fly off. Bye-bye. Dr. K, yeah. So please do continue, brother. I didn't mean for him to disturb you.
No disturbance whatsoever. He's getting big, man. My grandfather was a Scorpio, and he was the oldest of nine, and he had to drop out of school very, very early to help take care of the family. So he didn't, his focus was never academia. But despite all of that, he went on to, or should I say, in spite of that, he went on to have one of the most prestigious jobs at Detroit Diesel, General Motors, up until I was 3 years old when he finally retired. And he recognized he was one of the first to recognize my awareness level. I don't want to say my intelligence, to recognize my awareness levels because he poured all he had into it. So, it's not so much what you have, but how you use what you have, or rather, how you play the cards that you're actually dealt. When he recognized that, he bought me an Encyclopedia Britannica set. And, I'm talking about 1985, like these things were still hundreds of dollars. So when he passed from cancer, it was like watching Superman die. Like it wasn't supposed to be possible. But my uncle, his baby brother, told me that I was now the man of the house, and you got to be strong, and this, that, and the third. And I would cry in private. I would, show my emotion in other ways and let it out. Um, and then I learned how to expand that because I didn't have a choice because the loss kept coming. I lost twins at 18. I lost my mother at 19. I lost my grandmother at 20. So my immediate circle was gone before I was 21. Mind you, I grew up in West Side Detroit where it was a literal war zone. We had gangs called BMF and NFL and best friends who turned my neighborhood into a war zone. And it has never recovered to this day. It's like a dimension that just ceased to exist. And I didn't realize what that did to my mentality until I left Detroit and had to readjust because the things I had to worry about in Philadelphia were not the same things I had to worry about in Detroit. And then I was able to notice things and then address things. So, long story short, because I can be here all day talking about the people I've lost, I chose to carry the weight because when I talk about how occult knowledge can benefit us in these areas, um, people that we love, primarily our ancestors and our family, and of course our friends, when they transition, when they leave here, they live inside of us. Now, the science of noetics shows us that when the body transitions or when the soul transitions, the body loses weight, right? Like the spirit, the soul actually leaves the body. Where do you think it goes? You know, we can argue that, of course, it goes to the hereafter or the quantum realm or however you want to say. But if you are source and everything's a reflection of you, then where do they go? They have to go inside of you. You can feel that weight. And you know what we consider to be density, what we consider to be this material, fake, hard, light, holographic realm is not weight. That is the real weight, and that's why it's so heavy. But it gets light dependent upon how you choose to look at it. So, you know, it's very easy to remember the bad times or think about what could have been, as opposed to seeing the absolute best, seeing the apex of what we were blessed to experience with these aspects of ourselves that chose to incarnate with us.
Thank you for that, brother. And so on point as always. Yeah, losing Superman. I can relate to that. Like losing my father was a bit like that for me. Because he was a hero of a man, you know, doing the right thing, being honest and all of that. But you do bring up a particularly interesting point. And this is about the legacy of loss. That when somebody leaves this world, there is a change of mass. It's normally what? It's about between 25 and 55 grams, I believe, which is effectively, depending on the substance, we're looking at 25 to 50 cubic centimeters of substance. Something to think about, isn't it? It's a fair amount. I mean, if you were talking cannabis, it's just because it might be that a lot of people here have seen what mass cannabis looks like. So like you can't equate all things to mass, but cannabis, my gosh, you can look at it and go, that's about an ounce. So, you know, if you look at what 25 to 50 grams of cannabis looks like, it's a fairly substantial bundle in your hands. Like if you take it out and hold it in your hand, it's like a ball. So it's quite a lot of substance that you lose. It's not a tiny amount if you want to get right down to it. Not with the density of bone and stuff. My impression has got to do with the electromagnetic field of the ethers, the pressure of the consciousness field into the body. It's like a pressure. And the electromagnetic field is an expansion of this pressure of the consciousness field through the body. And when the field of consciousness is cut, the pressure of the consciousness field pushing into through the body pulls, stops pushing. And that pushing is between 25 and 55 grams of pressure, which is, you know, this is newtons of force. So there can be mathematical equations can be put out there for how many newtons we're talking about of force, which is a very interesting concept because these newtons of force can do things, can change things. And my boy's running circles around the quad. He's training. Well, good for him. So this is a something to consider. You know, these astral etheric bodies literally get dropped off. So the idea of the departed losing that mass means that the legacy of sorrow is carried in that mass. Something to think about. When we die, we will lose the legacy of sorrow. For I think possibly the sorrow and the mass are connected. And also in that mass is contained the joy and all the other parts of the emotional spectrum that we experience through life. But let's be honest, sorrow binds us through life. Those of us that haven't experienced sorrow haven't really lived, in my opinion, my esteem, because it's the sorrow that gives us character, that forms us, that gives us the strength to get up and fight the good fight of life, as the metaphor goes. Because life is a bit of a struggle in this plane of existence. And I think it was meant to be a struggle. I also get this impression that, it's a powerful journey into the shadow. And I wonder what Indy's going to say about this, because the shadow, as we process our shadow emotions and our shadow complexes and our shadow issues, if I can call them that, there is a lightness that we experience. And the lightness that we experience, I wonder if this equates to the mass, which is an interesting concept relating to the pressure of the consciousness field flowing in through the body. What if there's resistance? Here's a preposition that I propose. What if all of the nadis being closed, which reflects as neural pathways being inhibited, DNA being shut down, and consciousness expression being limited, intelligence being limited, emotional sensitivity being limited, effectual personal power and the expression of the self being limited, lopsided? What if all of these inhibitions to the force, and I'm speaking in terms of Jedi, the force, we have all these personal inhibitions that stop the flow of energy. Now, what happens when you have a river flowing and you put something to stop the flow? The stopping of the flow creates resistance, and the resistance produces pressure. And the pressure is going to push whatever it is forwards that's resisting the flow. So these channels that we close create the resistance. So possibly the less of the change of mass when we pass could mean that there's less sorrow carried in the system. And excuse me if I'm not articulating this as well as I could, but I'm actually just processing this right now. Something that you were saying, Dr. K, is triggering me. And I've always considered this, but now I'm putting it into perspective. That resistance is what we're experiencing on the physical plane. And the resistance would be an increase of mass of the vibratory electromagnetic spectrum of consciousness being inhibited from flowing freely. Possibly when consciousness is flowing very freely, that extra 30 grams, 40, 50 grams becomes 20 grams, 10 grams, until there is no extra flow, extra resistance to the flow of consciousness. At that point, we are whole brain consciousness. Our Ajna chakra is open. At that point, we are existing multidimensionally present in all dimensions right now with total awareness of all aspects of being. And somebody just joined the chat. Let's see who that is. Whoa, we got the brother in. Welcome, Slick Dissident. And those of you that don't know Slick, you ought to know him. Oh, I started watching a little bit of his show the other day. I want to get back to it actually. Slick did a 3.5 hours, a 3.5 hours solo. Woohoo! Rolling on fire, man. So the Slick Dissident he works with the Enneagram primarily, but he's also a decoder, words, various different occult therapeutic systems and philosophies and cosmologies. But his root is the Enneagram, his base come back to. And obviously martial arts is part of the program. In fact, he's been distilling martial arts from the Enneagram, which is a beautiful concept. Looking at the ancient Greek connection. Wow, what a fundamental new realization. And capoeira, I'm sure you'll mention that at some point. But yeah, the Slick Dissident is a wonderful character and a very creative thinker, downloader, uploader, information. Welcome, brother. Thank you for joining us. And do please jump on the stage. It's warm for you.
Nice. Thank you, brothers and sisters. It's a joy to be here. Much love and respect. Yeah, you called it. I guess I was talking about it a week ago about finding, my first initiatory capoeira kick was in the Thoth Fool card all along, and I'm getting self-conscious about telling my own story. But essentially, I've been focusing on this tarot deck in particular. It's been like speaking to me on many levels for a couple years now. And when I started the process, my aunt, who is a accomplished Wiccan priestess, she warned me. She told me I wasn't doing it right. She said, you know, those cards, they're a personal relationship for you. And I was like, yeah, 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 whatever. And I went running off with these tarot cards because I was overly enthusiastic because the cards were speaking to the collective as well. And I could see the cards like with a heavy attachment to collective consciousness. And like what I was seeing is still is Alan Dulles picking up what Freud and Jung uh, had established, and it was systematically embedded into our culture and our zeitgeist and our consciousness through these tarot cards. So I was projecting collectivism in the large scale grand homunculus onto the cards, and I got a lot of reward doing that. I'm not wrong. But just recently I started to find what my aunt was talking about oh so long ago. And I'm slapping my face with my own hubris constantly anymore that it took me 2 years to find out that there's an entire capoeira symposium, complete and intact, even with the obscure samba instruments. There's even a triangle. The triangle is specifically samba, so it's all Brazilian. Everything I'm finding is Brazilian samba, and it has 3 bows. It's got an atabaque, the big drum. It's got 2 tambourines. There's a cowbell as the moon card. There's even the egg shaker. I love the egg shaker. There's an egg shaker in the major arcana of the Thoth deck. So I am beginning to believe that Lady Frida Harris, her love affair with India, was also attaching to the roots of capoeira. And uh, what was the Franklin? What's uh, that martial arts that you mentioned last week that sounds so much like capoeira? What is the name of that martial arts?
I think you're talking about Kalari Payatu.
Is that musical? Do they play instruments?
That's quite interesting. They're not specifically playing instruments, they use animal forms, but what they do have is they have a form of Marmar technology, which is the use of the voice as a weapon in order to touch the Marmar points
Wow.
in the energetic system and disable an enemy or
Wow.
an opponent.
Okay, I'm going to put Lysander on the map real quick. Lysander was in the Peloponnesian War, and there's a rumor that he had a speech that had the power of compulsion in his speech, and so that speech is a sacred scroll that became a legend or a holy grail in its own right, and it's been repackaged many times over. But the speech of compulsion might fit in. Could you in the private chat? Can you spell that martial arts for me? Because I really want to dig into it. And the fact that you're telling me that they have voice command kung fu, that fits, man. That fits. So the Greeks removed the sing song. The Greeks hid the sing song of their language. And if you're really good at Greek, you know those, you still have the sing song. And you know the diphthongs and the music is still there for the Greeks. But since the Greeks, the sing song has been removed. And we're still making mouth noises, but the sing song of it is, I think, this artifact, a treasure. I think there's a treasure hiding out. Uh, and I'm on the search for it. I think this, yeah, I may never find it, but it's a worthy goal. I'll say it that way.
Welcome. We've got a new brother joining us, a wonderful brother and a storytelling brother as well, Jeremy. And
Hello, everyone.
gotten to know Jeremy in the last weeks, and he's thoroughly inspired me with his ideas and his stories. And totally wanted to give Jeremy an opportunity to come and share some of his inspiring notions with us. He's a father. He spends a lot of time in nature. He grew up in nature, so nature talks to him. So he's shamanically inspired, shall we say, with a broad perspective. I think perspective is the key in life. Welcome, Jeremy, brother, and thank you for joining us. And thank you
for having
both, Slick and Jeremy, for taking the time to share with the beautiful crowd. All of you, you guys are really honored. We've got a really amazing crew coming in here. We've got still more people to come. We're going to have a big crew up. Please do introduce yourself, Jeremy. I might have not said much.
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. I am Jeremy. Just opening my screen here. I found Bush Whisperer and the Telegram channel through a dear friend of mine and brother of mine, Aaron. He might be in the chat, but he's around, and so I have him to thank for finding all of this. Yeah, I've been working through Bush Whisperer's videos on YouTube for a while now, almost every day, watching a few of them, and really connecting with what he's been talking about. I don't always quite, might not always quite understand what exactly he's talking about, but certain things are sticking and making sense. And I've been a morning person pretty much my entire life, and I have in the past spent time watching the sunrise, but I've always been aware of it. But since watching the videos, I've been making it since the beginning of the year. I've been making it a point to watch the sun come up every day, pretty much every day now. And it's been overall very positive for balancing out my my internal theater throughout the day, and I'm much more present for myself and my family than I have been in the past. If you're in Twitter or other places, or you hear people talking, they might say that 2024 is supposed to be some sort of, crazy or terrible time, and I simply don't ascribe to that. We all have choices we can make. We all have this thing called free will, and it's up to you solely to choose how you are going to view yourself, view other people, view your day, and how everything is working together. And so I'm choosing to take the positive in the high road, and to see everything as a challenge to learn from, and to grow bigger. And part of that mindset I want to thank Bush Whisperer for. So yeah, I was happy to be here and hear what the conversation's all about right now.
And Slick, you were bringing us to an interesting point. I did put the name in there with the Kalari Payatu. Fascinating form of martial arts. I got a good friend, Adam. I'll connect you with him if you're interested. He teaches Kalari Payatu, and he's sort of one of the main. He's carrying the torch for his Guruji, who's based in Kerala, who does both northern and southern styles. And his Guruji has knowledge of this Kalari Payatu because he's obviously been doing it his whole life, traditional, like doesn't speak English, it's proper like old school. This is his life. He's a proper old school little Guruji, tiny little guy, but big spirit. So I'll put you in touch with Adam, and I'll give you his contact, and so you can reach out to Adam
That's
and talk to him
awesome.
about it. He'll be able to give you quite a lot more information than I. But do please continue, Slick. You were telling us about, or if you got to
I
the
love
end, fair
this.
play. But
Yes. Well, this what is fascinating is I do know that the artist who made the tarot deck, she does love Indian culture, Hindu mythology. Um, I think that the story she is telling with the cards has a great deal to do with the uh, uh, Eastern culture traveling west. And I think that part of what Crowley was doing with his Ordo Templi Orientis was feeding the snake's tail to the snake. He was connecting the East and West across the Pacific. Uh, and then he had to hightail out of America when they put the Espionage Act under his ass. And the Espionage Act is a fascinating artifact. That's a fascinating torch to have under your ass in particular, considering the ship he rode in on was the Lusitania that sparked wars. Some people, there's a whole theory that he actually sabotaged the Lusitania on his way here. And then when it blew up later, it was from something he had done. But that is also on his trail. So he had the Espionage Act chased him out of the Americas. All of this is wild because I don't really see Lady Frida Harris, the artist who made the deck. I don't see her connecting to Brazil personally. I haven't found that yet, but I am finding her in India a great deal. That's where she's buried in northwest India is where her resting place was. And so to find that there is a capoeira thread from India, potentially a martial or a physical practitioner's craft that is might have a root in capoeira in India. That is a really fascinating thread to me because everybody knows about capoeira's relationship between Brazil and Africa. That's where a lot of what I have drawn upon enriches my story, and I'm very eager to find a branch that might thread to India. That's going to be a gem. I'll let you know what I find.
I love the way you put that so succinctly. The serpent eating its own tail. History coming. I mean, we do know that most of the languages come from, Indo-European. Most of the languages on earth that we're speaking. I mean, English, Portuguese, Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Paleo-Hebrew, Arabic, and the list goes on. Chaldean, basically, the Chaldean school of languages. Fascinating. The phonetics, Phoenician, as we're constantly being reminded by where is he? Where is he when we're giggling in consideration of the bird dog? He's always talking about those definitions, the definitions of life, and how the Phoenicians got a bit deaf. But there's definitely a powerful something to follow with what Slick's saying here about the way in which the serpent tail is being eaten, because there's definitely something in this. And I think Blavatsky did the same in the way that theosophy was affected and the theosophical thought was affected. And yeah, you're still around, brother. Good on you, the Ronin experience. And let's not even leave Steiner out of the picture, because Steiner also found a lot of his roots in the Sanskrit, but was well grounded in the Western occult therapeutics of the systems and the philosophies and cosmologies as well. So we'll find that like the anthroposophy and the theosophy both seem to have the roots here. And let's not even pretend that a lot of these roots, I think, were kept secret in the fraternities of the Golden Dawn and the various different Western schools of magic, almost like they kept that for secret. And I found that really interesting because myself, when I was training, I mean, I started training, years and years ago. And I got to a point where I thought I had absorbed all I could from the Western school of thought. And I was like, right, that's it. I'm done. I'm done with the Kabbalah. I'm done with Hermetics. I'm done with all of this. I need to go back to the root, because I had found that the root seemed to be in India. And so that forced me to go on a journey in India, which took like, more than half my life. But, round and round. In India will do that to you. It'll get hold of you and it won't let go. You end up being drawn back there. Just no escaping. The smells, the tastes, the feeling, the people, the colors. Wow, what a land. But I think South America carries the same kind of frequency. There's actually a really, 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 really amazingly wonderful piece of art that I've got. Now, I don't know what copyrights are like. It's called Notre Dame. No, it's called Notre Dame. I could be wrong. It's basically it's a music documentary. And okay, I tell you what, come check out my group. It's gonna be in my group. Okay, Telegram. I can't put it on YouTube because done. Telegram, you can get away with this stuff. I can put it up for a limited period of time on Telegram and then delete it. Put it up for a limited period of time and delete it so that it will be up and down. So then you guys, it'll be up to you to download it and start putting it up in your groups. Limited time, delete it. So that more people upload it and just keep putting it on. That becomes a thing. It's one of the most incredible, and this is going to touch your heart. It's going to speak to you volumes, brother. What you're talking about with the martial arts and the connection of Kalaripayato with your capoeira, because it starts in Rajasthan with a marriage renewal of the vows, which is the Rajasthani people. I actually know the family. I know the family quite well. They're based outside in the deserts of Pushkar, who are actually renewing the vows. And this guy is an interesting guy. I know him, his sons, his daughters. Obviously, they're much older. But it starts there and it moves country by country, gypsy by gypsy, gypsy by gypsy. So it's basically a journey of gypsy music and dance that starts in Rajasthan, India, moves through Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, Turkey, France, continues on its way through to Spain, Portugal. And it draws this line of all the different kinds. And because of the succinct 1 to 1 to 1, you can actually hear where Spanish music and Portuguese music, traditional music, comes from. It comes from the deserts of bloody India. Ding! It's such an eye-opener. So remind me on my group. I found it. There's no excuse for me to not upload it. I hope it won't be. But, I'll put up a protective shield and delete it. But so word to all of you, go to the group and download it as fast as you can, because I'm only going to keep it up for days. Then I'll delete it. Then one of you upload it, Anyway, I thought I'd mention that. I think Mexico and I are going to watch it tomorrow. So Mexico will tell you all about it. But yeah, what are all your thoughts about this? This is a fundamental story that we're talking about, because it's very interesting how loss is treated in different cultures. And so we have this general rule of thumb in India of the burning of those that have deceased. And since we're talking about, the legacy of loss and the mechanics of sorrow, what we do with the bodies of the loved ones, I think, is quite central to this whole discussion. There are so many different ways in which ancient cultures, deal with those bodies once those 20 to 50 grams, 25 grams to 55 grams have left. And why it is that we put our bodies 6 feet down, considering a 6 feet by 6 feet cube as being sort of fundamental. The cube being the etheric, 6 feet being like we're all within 6 feet tall. 6 feet by 6 feet, go 6 feet down. The body lays across, almost like you're laying on the bottom of a cube that's underground. Interesting concept. And some cultures, and I was speaking to Mexico about this earlier today. In India, you go in the north, and in some places they will still take the bodies of the deceased, the dearly departed, and they'll hang them from spires up in the mountains, like on spikes on the top of a building, for the crows to eat. Another way of dealing with the bodies that have gone. And there seems to be a tradition with most of the Celtics that involves putting the body onto a raft and sending it out into the water and setting it on fire, so it goes off into the sea on fire. The Celts did this, the Irish, the Welsh, Scots, or traditionally they did. And obviously many of the Celtics, the Germanic peoples, the Norse people, this is a tradition that's not, so there's this connection. In India, what they do is they burn the body next to the ghat of the Ganga, and then they put the ashes into the Ganga. It's the same idea, you see. And so this is a very interesting discussion. I'd love to throw this out there at the round table for you guys to jump on it. Anybody that's got anything to throw into the flames for now, please jump on. I think the discussion would be well founded to go to what do we do with the bodies and how do we deal with it? Why is it that, and before we go into that topic, I have to welcome Moonfeather. After I've welcomed Moonfeather, the table's open. And here we go. We've got Moonfeather with us. What an honor. Thank you, Moonfeather. Dearest Moonfeather, Om Shanti. Moonfeather's very busy, so it's quite an honor as well to have her. She's got a lot that she's doing. She's a mummy. She's got kids. She's got to be a mummy to her kids, and she's got to look after her mum, who's becoming a little bit older. And she's a single mom, and she's a breadwinner. And she's like, my gosh, how do you do it, Moonfeather? She does back bends and flick flacks and somersaults to get through life. And she does it with a smile. Welcome to the wonderful Moonfeather. That's a psychic, card slinging tarot reader that looks at the stars, gets inspired by the planetary movements, and her natural talent of the inner clairvoyancy and intuition implies is all towards a single goal and helps to guide her clients towards life paths and realizations and recognitions and giving them information that they need to have. Welcome, Moonfeather, and thank you for joining us. An honor.
Peace and blessings to everyone. Do you guys hear me okay? Perfect. Peace and blessings. Franklin, oh my gosh, I'm always so humbled by your introductions. Thank you so much. Sending you so much love. And it was good to see Josh today as well. Peace and blessings to everyone. Kiki, so good to see you here. Quinty, Slick, Indy, of course. Welcome, Jeremy. I see you're here for the first time. Much love, peace, and blessings to everyone in the chat. Everyone is always so very, very active in the chat. I absolutely love it. Peace and blessings to Ronan. Oh my gosh. I had to take a moment before coming on the show because I knew I was going. Once I heard the title, Franklin told me about today's show. I instantly thought, of course. He mentioned loss. I instantly thought of my brother, right? And of course, I had to collect myself. After crying it out a little bit. I cry, but then I stop. I really don't. I feel like I haven't mourned him as I should, but I think it's only because I have so many other things going on in my life that I have to be like, okay, I'm going to go through this emotion right now and that's it. I need to tough it up because, I got to take care of the kids. I got to do this. I got to do that. Like I can't truly fall apart. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if it's bad, but for the most part, spirit has been confirming with me how I have been healing due to my brother's loss. It's not the first person I lost in my life, but it's the biggest and most significant person that I lost in my life. He's my only brother. He's 5 years older than me, and he is my spiritual rock. He still continues to be my spiritual rock because he still visits me in my dreams, which is absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And you know, and like I said, I knew that once Franklin told me about the show, my brother popped into my head. And Franklin, thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing of your loss for your best friend, Alexander Lee. And once I heard that name, that's when I instantly broke down once the show started. Why? Because my brother's name is Alexander and my middle name is Lee. So that's why I really had to compose myself. Like I said, he was my first loss, biggest loss. And Indy said, and I'm paraphrasing Indy. Indy said earlier in the show that that sometimes we tend to lose our authentic self after a loss. And one thing that I did realize after my brother, after I lost my brother, that I found my authentic self, because I was not the woman who, with these same beliefs that I have today, that I was then. I thought I was spiritual then, but I was still under I was still under that the belief, you know, this belief system of like a real fake belief system as far as spirituality and things like that, you know. And once he passed, it's like I've always heard that when your relatives pass, their DNA, like you, like automatically get downloads from their DNA, and you know, you take on their gifts and you take on other things. And I think that's exactly what happened with me, when my brother did with me, you know. Um, After he had passed, or prior, my brother passed away from cancer. And I think I might have said this account before. Um, he was a truck driver for about almost 3 years, and he was coast to coast. It's not like, you know, hey, he had a dedicated line. No, he had one of the toughest trucking jobs, especially during COVID, you know. And I would stay on the phone with him, try to help him to keep up. We'd have very deep conversations. There were times where I was getting like kind of very strange downloads, and I didn't understand it. And he would tell me a lot, but then he would leave a lot for me to figure out as well, to look, you know, to just discover myself, you know. But he ended up visiting me. He's like, listen, I'm gonna drop a trailer in Massachusetts, because I live in Rhode Island, and I'll come and visit you. I was like, yes, because I haven't seen him in an extremely long time. But by then he had told me, you know, I was not feeling like, listen, sis, I'm not feeling good. You know, it's like I feel like, you know, I'm getting these pains, and I feel very lethargic. And we just think it's the job, because it does really beat you down, driving 18-20 hours, and it's just wild. It's a very wild job. Pay is good, but I don't think it's worth it. But anyway, so when he came, I kind of saw him very skinny, you know, and dark circles under his eyes. But I guess I was just so happy to see him. And I just made it such a warm welcome for him. You know, he hasn't seen the kids, and we all got together, had dinner, laughed and stuff. And we just got into a deep conversation, and somehow we got into just, you know, the conversation of death and where we go. And at the end of the conversation, we just kind of laughed things off, because we really don't have too many answers still, even though here, right? Because we could read all we want and stuff. But and yes, people have experienced death, but I don't think that everyone experiences it the same way, because I have heard different accounts, which I think that's very special within itself as well. But as for me, I don't have that experience. Neither does my brother. maybe I've come very close to almost dying, like, like having alcohol poisoning or something, and just, partying a little too much, and like, but no, nothing like really, truly, leaving my body. But anyway, he said, listen, if I get on the other side before you, if no, he said, if you get on the other side before I do, send me a sign. He told me. And I was laughing. I was like, yeah, you too, and ha ha ha, whatever. We just got along with our day. And maybe a couple of months after that, he ended up just going to Puerto Rico, staying there, trying to recover, see if he could get better. He didn't. He just kept on declining. And then they found out that he had a tumor growing on his kidney, but it was already the size of his lung. And my brother's 6 feet tall. So he's huge. And tumors are very, very tricky because they trick the immune system to think that it's a vital organ. So your immune system doesn't kill it. So this is why I was able to get so big. And I guess because men are very like, hey, I don't want to go to the doctors. You know how men can be. But from the time that he found out which was in January, beginning of February, just 2 months later, he passed, and he actually passed 2 days before his birthday in 2021, April 13th. No, actually 3 days before his birthday, April 13th of 2021. And after that, of course, like, I didn't, I couldn't cry. I didn't do anything because I was like, oh my gosh, I need to handle his funeral. I need to do this. I need to do that. And when we decided to cremate him, which I think was an amazing choice. My cousin, I wasn't able to bring him back to Puerto Rico because he always loved like the beach and tropical weather. And we released his ashes. My cousin released his ashes on the beach in the water, which was beautiful because he was always such a lover of the ocean and always talked about getting a boat and stuff. And so I just thought that was wonderful. But I would say after that, I got extremely sick. Once we cremated him, like I think my body just, completely just broke down. I got sick. We were still in COVID. I think I ended up getting the really worst strain of it. Never got vaccinated, never will. But I did get it because it was just, I got sick in such a way that I've never became sick before. I was hallucinating and it felt very, very bioengineered. It was like a very bioengineered type of sickness, but I toughed it out. I thought I was going to literally die because it felt like there was an elephant sitting on my chest every night. And every night for like 2 weeks straight, I was sick a month, for like 2 weeks straight, hallucinating every night. So I was brought to the brink, almost to the brink of insanity, because if you don't sleep, I'm sure y'all already know, right? Your mind just, that's it. Like, it cannot survive without rest, right? So, okay. So I got well in a month, and then he came to me in a dream, in a very lucid dream, my brother did. And I was in the house in Puerto Rico, and I saw him from my balcony. He's walking up the road, and it's him. Sometimes some people look a little different in your dreams, but no, it was him. It was his walk and everything. And he's like, come down. And I was like, all right, I'm going to be down. Hold on a second. So then I go to him, and he's looking towards the sun. I don't know if it was a sunset. I don't know if it was a sunrise, but he's looking towards the sun. And I said, Alex, do you remember? Do you know where we are? Do you know what happened to you? What is it that you have to tell me? And then he turned to me. I was standing on his left side, and he turned to me, and he just looked at me, and he said, you have a very strong mind. And I was like, what? And I wanted to touch his arm, and say, do you know that you're in my dream right now and that you passed away? That was my intention. And then before I said anything, he repeated it again. He says, you have a very strong mind. And I went to touch his arm, and then that was it. The dream was gone. So that was his message for me, when he, after transitioning, which from that point on is when I really started becoming one with my higher self, learning a lot of things that I already knew as far as my spirituality, as far as my intuition. It's when I got into reading cards. I had a lot of guidance, especially from Kal-El. My vibe tribe came to me, and which is the reason through Kal-El I met Ronan. Shout out to Ronan, and now we're co-hosting on his show. And those are sinks on top of sinks on top of sinks. It's so powerful. And then I met the lovely, wonderful Franklin and everyone else, Rama and George and Petit, and it's just been one. And you guys here, and it's been a trip. It's been a trip ever since. And I'm extremely grateful. I'm extremely grateful to the Most High, to my higher self, that I am where I am right now, because my goodness, my life has changed in such a way that now I'm able to really spiritually connect with my children, with myself, understand my power, bring anything that I want now into my life. Yes, I have challenges, but now I embrace them in much different ways and more positive ways. And Jeremy, I'm sorry, Jeremy, right? I'm sorry that someone had told you that 2024 is going to be like this, you know, doom and gloom thing, but trust me, us over here on our side, on my show, on the Mooniverse and on the Ronin Experience, and here, always say that 2024 is going to be a transformative year, a powerful year for wealth, for prosperity, for success, for instant manifestation, and for a powerful shift in our timelines. And that's just the beginning. That is just the beginning. So you're absolutely right on how you decided that it's going to be different for you, because that's exactly what anyone who wants to alchemize whatever it is that's going on, but you use alchemy to bring whatever it is that you want into your life, even though there's chaos and destruction going on in the rest of the world, you know? And I've never been able to really grasp, you know, my own inner power until after my brother passed. And I think that is what he passed on to me. And that is what I taking from his loss. Do I miss him? Yes. It's difficult to still understand how somebody could be here 1 minute and not be here the next ever again. It's so wild to me. It's so wild to me. But I know he's watching over me. He visits me, and he sends me signs. He talks to my ancestors, and my ancestors talk to me. And it's been wonderful, wonderful ever since. My heart still mourns for him, but I'm in such a much better place now, guys.
Thank you for that beautiful, heartful
That your
sharing,
brother
dear.
became more powerful than you ever imagined?
I'm sorry, can you say that again, Slick?
Would you say maybe that your brother became more powerful than you ever imagined?
Oh, and where he is right now, yes. Where he is right now, yes. And because now now he could send amazing downloads from the other side to me, where I probably didn't even have access to it before, or I wasn't open. I wasn't open because my true connection, like I said, was with my brother. He's my spiritual rock. So I'm thinking he had to go first in order for me to truly come into my own power. So yeah, absolutely.
And thank you for sharing with us, dear, of your heart. And you mentioned the lucid dream where you saw your brother, and that's very, very interesting. And what you're saying, Gabe, is also fascinating. There's a whole story to this, because I noticed that when my father left, I spent 3 days with him. Well, he spent 3 days with me. We spent 3 days together. And that was the first time I'd seen someone off. And even though I was in the Himalayas and he was in Cape Town, distance didn't matter. So that's how I knew he had passed, because I saw him passing and then he was with me. I was like, what the hell are you doing here? I was like, oh, that vision of the hospital bed. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. And he came to help me. He came to make sure that his boy's okay with the fact that he's gone. Ah, bless him. And but I saw him transform, and he gave me a baton. Like, it was like, this is mine now. I thought, oh, this thing's heavy. Oh, everything to carry. And I had to carry this baton, energetic baton. So I don't know. That's what it felt like. Baton. Thing I had to carry. When Alex left, and this is like really what you were saying, Slick. He was sort of stuck on the physical plane because his mom didn't know he had passed, and he was like wanting to go, but he couldn't go because he wasn't ready yet, and he had so much work undone. Many projects, but these projects were like selfless projects because he was a humanitarian and he worked selflessly. Okay, this guy Alex Lee was probably involved in about 15 different things, all selfless activism, everything from cultivating the awareness of organic farming and home farming, to activist, to protecting nature, to counterculture, being involved in various different groups to bring awareness of this issue and this issue. He was never working on just 1 or 2 or 3 issues. He always worked on like 10 things. He was like really across the board. And he had inherited a bit of money from his father. So he had said to me, well, I'm a trustafarian, but I'm not going to be like those other trustafarians. I'm actually going to spend my time working on what I want to do. So he didn't really need to work to earn money. He didn't have a lot of money, but he was wise. And he had gotten into Bitcoin early. He had said to me, like, when Bitcoin was being created, he said, listen, I know some people making up this Bitcoin. Get in with me. You're going to make money. And I was like, nah, I don't want to make money like that. I'm happy just doing what I do. I could have been worth millions now. That's hilarious. But because that was like when it was being formed, and it cost nothing to get into Bitcoin when it was being created, by the way, when it was like in a formation. But anyway, so he was involved in so many things. When he left, he was sitting there, and I had to actually come to terms with, like, to help him to go. I said, like, listen, mate, you can go. He was like, yeah, my mom. I was like, I'm going to be there for your mom. Don't worry. I knew his mom. And he was worried about his projects. I was, look, mate, I've got your projects. Okay. I've got this one, that one, and that one. Okay. I've got you. So you can get out of here now. And when he finally shed it, he transformed. And I was like, holy shit, what have you become, an angel? He literally became like 10 times bigger than what he was. And then he was my guru. And I was like, holy shit. Excuse my French. And he was like, okay, are you ready? And the reprimands started to come one after another. I was like, bloody hell. I've got a Guruji like kicking my butt, for everything that I'm not doing right, And he was like, he was handing it out to me. And it was powerful. So there's something about this enlightenment that happens when we pass. We're in this world and we're a limited version of ourselves. When we finally shed our things and we become our original self, we're our original self without the nonsense. And that's like a powerful being, like you say. Interesting perspective, Gabriel. I love that. And I actually didn't even, it's like I almost forgot that. I experienced that with him, and I've experienced that with other people, because I do, my work involves helping people transition from time to time. So I don't get a lot of work like that, but some I do get work like that. And I did train in I worked in care, and I worked in palliative care to train in that. I took like a year and a half of my life to work with people passing this world in order to get experience to be able to apply it to my craft, if you will. So I embedded myself in like the real world experience of people dying, and to sit by them and care for them, and then care for them in this way, the heart spiritual way. But there's definitely something to be said with this. And Moonfeather, what you share about your brother and your lucid dream is very interesting, that he would come to want to tell you about your power. And that was where your ESP really started to rock. Am I right or wrong, dear? Is that where your ESP started to find its wings?
Yes, absolutely, 1000%. 1000%.
It's like he came here to be your teacher for a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. He really did. My brother's always had a very, very special place in my heart. And so much so that when I ended up going into, because I was always like this very, um, I was always like this very odd little girl. Like, I'd have friends, but then I didn't have friends and stuff. But I was very eccentric, and I kept to myself a lot. But then I had like my own sense of style. And, I was I would say I was a very creative child. And when I went into high school, I was like, I'm going to change my name. I'm going to change my name, and that's it. And I ended up changing my name in high school to Alex, but it was spelled Alix. But I did it because of my brother. And then, so if anybody ever calls me Alex, that's when I was in Brooklyn. That was my high school Brooklyn days and stuff. But yeah, and another thing about after experiencing my brother's loss, oh my gosh, I did get angry. At one point I did get angry, and um especially at my parents, because we didn't really have parents who were present. My father was very physically abusive to my brother, would beat the living shit out of him from like an inch of his life. And I would be always witness to that, witness to that corporal punishment. I would get it, but not as bad as my brother, and well, my father tried to, like, he had divorced my mom, got remarried, and he's still married to the same woman to this day, and he changed his life and stuff like that, but never really still made a connection with my brother, like to make amends for it. My brother really wanted him to be here because my brother was with me when he passed. I was extremely grateful. Saw him take his last breath. I told him I'll be with him until the very end, and that I was, but for some reason, my brother still wanted to see my father, but my father just he really didn't make the effort. And I became very upset. I became bitter towards my dad, and I remember at the funeral, we're standing in front of his coffin, and my father still decides to like criticize on how skinny he was. And I was like, Pop, do you know what it is to have cancer? Like, do you not understand what he went through? It's like, yeah, but this, I'm like, no, so it's like I had to completely try to brush over that, to still push through. And it's little things like these challenges that always come through to try to test your heart, test your mind, but I did become very, very upset with I don't think I spoke with him for like 2 months, and he kept like, reaching out to me and stuff. But these are things that we go through, we're talking, we're good now, but yeah, and I know Indy had mentioned that as well. We become angry and we become bitter. And I love the question that you asked before, Franklin, that how is it that we could experience a loss so tragic that some people can actually, alchemize that loss and become a much stronger and become more elevated in their path, and then others, it completely destroys them and they never ever recover from that. So yeah, that was a great comment, which I'm still thinking about that. But like I said, I'm grateful that it I was more towards this side, to the side of elevating myself, empowering myself. But yeah, a lot of people do not recover from it, and it's not only a death, it's also like a loss in relationship, of a relationship. You don't want, just like Indy said, you never didn't want to let anybody in for like 20 something years, right, Indy? That's a lot of time. And he's right. He's lucky that it was a lot early in his life, because imagine him going through that now, and then the next like 20 something years, he's going to be bitter and be closed off. He's going to lose like the best part of his life right now, So yeah, it's a very, very, it's something very interesting to think about.
Indeed. Yeah, I want to pass on my condolences to you, Moonfeather, and to you, Franklin, for the loss of your brothers. I too lost my brother, and it's a very difficult thing. And so I'm sorry that you guys lost yours as well. And it was very difficult for my parents, as you guys could all imagine. And I feel like the most tragic loss is of a child. Because a child is so promising. You have a child, and it's like it's going to be there for you to pass things down onto and inherit your great wealth and abundance and wisdom. And it's a beautiful thing to look forward to have that and have someone look after you when you get older. And to lose that child is just, I feel like it's just something that's much more difficult than other ones for some reason, I feel. And my heart goes out to all parents who have lost a child. But having lost my brother, he died at age 23, which is a very young age, from alcoholism. And it was a very tragic situation. Yeah. It took me about 5 years to overcome denial. I was, thinking like, he's really still here. I couldn't really believe he was gone. And then once I realized he was really gone, it hit me so hard. I screamed till I lost my voice. And, I had a lot of good friends to be there for me, but I pushed a lot of them away. It was hard. But I'm glad to have gone through that period of grief. In a way, it kind of destroyed me. But now I feel whole again. And I feel like that shows when I feel like sadness shows that we really care. And some people that doesn't affect them the same way. And when I lost my grandmother, I felt she had lived a long, good life, and she was here with me as my guardian angel. And I never felt sad when I lost her. I felt at peace. I felt that it was a good time for her to go. She had an honorable death, and she led a good life. It was great to her family, and it's a beautiful thing. And so it's different sometimes. But my brother was tragic. I envisioned him to be able to have more of a life ahead of him. And so it was very saddening to me. But what had happened was he became facially disfigured from an attempted suicide, supposedly. Although he claimed to have remembered that he had been attacked, and when the amnesia medicine wore off, that he said that his roommates or neighbors had put dynamite in his mouth and tried to kill him, but it didn't work, and it ended up blowing off his jaw. He said they did that to him and held him down. So I don't really know what to think, but I know that after that situation becoming facially disfigured, it was a tragic loss for everyone, and it might have been worse for us to have to bear that, and for him to live that life. And I believe in reincarnation, and I feel like it was time for him to get a reset. It was time for him to get a start over, and he had learned a lesson, and would probably think twice in another life, trying to do something like that again. So, he's always here with me, and I feel like you guys had mentioned that they've come back and you visited them again, and I feel like he visits me in mysterious ways, like when there's glitches in the electronics or lights or things aren't working right. Instead of being like, "Damn, this electronics," I'm like, "Oh, that's you again. You're here with me, just keeping me on my toes." Because he was kind of like that, he would always kind of tease a little bit, and was fun. And he was my little protege. We got along really well. My other siblings and I, we didn't never really connect as much, but the time we had together was very cherished. His name is Kevin.
Thank you for sharing that, Indy. Thank you. My heart goes out to you.
Yeah, that's a wonderful share.
Thank you.
I have a thought I'd like to circulate. I knew a wise woman who had lost both of her sons at the same time in the same accident, and she went to India and found her new center, had a start over, and became a guru of mine early in my life. A powerful example, a wonderful elder. And when people would ask her about her grief over her loss of her sons, she had kind of a I can't say it was prepackaged because she's not that kind of person. You can't say anything coming out of this woman is prepackaged. But her response is something that I have carried forward. She would say that I remain current with my grief. And that word choice is perfect. I am current with my grief. And I think something that comes out of that statement is a ledger. It's a balance sheet. Are you up to date? Are you appropriate with the timing of your relationship to your loss? And some people fall behind in the timing of their relationship to the loss. And some people go running way ahead when they go in denial that the person is gone. And they want to be 5 years from now where they're not thinking about this death. So they just go through a mind switch where, okay, this funeral is gone and now it's tomorrow, it's the next day and I need to get back to work. And so they actually go into debt by pretending that the funeral or dismissing it or not processing it. You actually can go into debt because you didn't go through the steps. You didn't go through the process. You didn't do the reflection that is mandated upon us, each in our own way and different with a different impact depending on your relationships. But after a couple funerals like that, where you just go through the funeral, go through the steps, and now you have debt with 4 or 5 different people, you've got a little train running behind you of grief debt. And this is a very real thing. But it's only obvious when it is a debt. And I just want to state that there's the opposite is possible. The opposite of going into grief debt is possible. And one of those things is like Indy when he said, he feels that his grandmother lived a really full life and was a great example, and he doesn't feel any remorse over her crossing over to the other side. My grandma, she's still here, but what I'm finding out is she is getting a running head start off the longest pier that I've ever seen in my life, and she's gonna hit the water flying in a swan dive. And her death, whatever form it takes, is already an amazing, beautiful thing. And I'm like, I'm invigorated at how she's approaching her life, the end of her life. She's hitting it, she's taking it at full speed at a run, you know? So she's living her life as this, not a tragedy, as like an example of like, this is how you do it. And she's gonna go off the end of the pier and do the most beautiful swan dive already. She hasn't hit the water yet, you know. So her example of coming to the end of her life, it actually it puts me in a place where I know I won't be in debt when she dies, and it will actually be an exemplar celebration, and we're all going to marvel at her funeral. We're just going to look at each other like, how do we even come close to this demonstration of life? How can we even honor her? So we're in like almost a different kind of debt, where it's not like I haven't been sad enough. It's a different kind of debt. It's I'm not happy enough. How can, you know, how can I rise to the occasion of the example that my grandmother set for all of us? And the other thing about that is she's not 94, so that means that we all know that we have long-lived genetics. We have long telomeres in our future around this family. So there's another kind of thing that kind of um, the debt makes it obvious, but and it kind of has that sadness flavor. But there's a bittersweet side to that as well. And so, Indy, when you said that your grandmother left and it made you feel that, you know, no loss, and in fact, a celebration of life, I think that's kind of the other side of that debt. And one other thought that came to my mind is like maybe your brother had a project. Some of our brothers who have passed, they might have had a project that they set aside or didn't get finished, and we didn't think, or maybe you pick up uh you find an old project in their garage, or some latent wish or a will or a desire of theirs for their life, and you just pick this thing up and you're like, am I supposed to fulfill this? Am I supposed to see through something that they started? And that becomes an honorific. It becomes an honorific, and it's something that uh it's a torch. It's a torch. And I'll just kind of leave that hanging because I think it's supposed to be left hanging.
That's beautiful, Gabe. Thank you so much for that. And as well as Indy mentioning about your grandmother, I felt the same way about my grandmother. She was like my mom, you know. It was like, yeah, my mom is my mom, but my grandmother, oh boy, you know. And she would spoil me to death and stuff. And she just had like some gastro problems, and she lived, I think, until she was 79. And I know that's still young, but she just had, some health issues. But she got to see, experience her grandchildren and great grandchildren, because, all of her grandchildren had, children of them, for themselves. So she lived to be a great grandma, which is always so wonderful. And I remember going to a medium, and she says, there's a woman that looks out for you, that she's protecting you and stuff. And I was like, I think that's my grandmother. And then I remembered a picture I took with her for one of my baby showers. We took a picture together, and this was back in the day when you had to take the film to the roll of film to the pharmacy to get it developed. Without saying my age too much, but but yeah. So when I got that picture, there is this there is this uh, a circular rainbow flash that is encircling us, both of us. It kind of looked like a reflection. It was a reflection off of a glass that was behind us, but it was so perfect, and it was encircling us. And ever since that psychic medium told me about that, I was like, yeah, that's definitely my grandmother for sure.
Well, we are definitely breaking bread with the dead, with those that have deceased, bringing back the spirit of joy, of life. And this is what I'm picking up from everybody. This is the answer to that question, Windfeather, that you were mentioning earlier, is to break bread with those that have left. The bread that we break is the bread of joy. Remember the joys. Focus on the positives. And like Gab mentioned, honorary rights. Honorary rights. That was how I got through with my friend Alex. Funnily enough, with my brother, I saw it coming. So I was prepared for it. With my father, I also knew it would find its day. It does. My dad had emphysema because when he was young, he'd been trained as a welder, and in his days they used asbestos gloves. Can you believe it? Bloody hell, asbestos gloves, and they worked with asbestos like it was normal. So he had picked up asbestos poisoning, and he had been diagnosed with emphysema in his late 40s already. And there was not much they could do about it because it was, asbestos poisoning is what it is. And he had been a smoker as well. He had quit smoking sometime many years before he passed to prolong his time for his kids. But with my little brother, when he passed, it was interesting because at the time of his passing, I was almost relieved because he was a very rebellious. Look, I was very rebellious when I was young. I was one of the biggest rebels in my city, definitely the biggest rebel in my school. I used to organize a lot of open parties, which involved like up to 500 underage kids getting so blind drunk. It's like, that was just something I did. Made a bit of extra cash out of that. Myself and some of my friends, we used to organize these parties because I knew a lot of people and they had like big, ridiculous houses. And I wasn't very rich, but I was in a network of really stupidly rich people. So there was always a mansion up for grabs. And I was like, yeah, give me your mansion. Your parents gone away to Europe. Give me your mansion. So, and these people were so rich, they had like a team of cleaners to come in the next day. They'd have like cleaners coming in anyway. So I was like, yep, we can trash the house. The cleaners will sort it out. So anyway, we used to throw these ridiculous parties and get everybody from Cape Town in there and put up a little bit of a charge and sell booze and all of that nonsense, even though we were like 15. So I was a rebel, and it's just wild. But my little brother was a rebel, and he got into the wrong kind of rebelliousness, and he was involved with a gang, and they wanted him to carry a gun, and I was really worried that he might shoot someone, and so when he left the world, I was relieved that he hadn't hurt anybody. Because spiritually, there's worse things than dying, obviously. And my father kept coming to me before he passed, maybe a couple of years before he passed. My father kept trying to come to me, and I used to say to my dad, "Dad, this is not your business. This is none of your affair. You got to go back. You go back to where you've come from. You don't belong here." Because my dad kept wanting to, and he was like, there was nothing that could be done. Because my little brother was, he was such a rebel that, he was going to do what he wanted to do. I was like that too. I was going to do what I wanted to do. No one could change my mind. And I had this premonition that my brother was going to pass at some point, young. and that it was sort of bound in the laws of fate. Like there was nothing to say or do about it. When you see these things, there's nothing you can do about it because you can't change fate in a sense. Somebody else's line of fate is based on their development, their growth, their choices. And as much as we like to think that we can change other people's paths, we can't. This is something that I'd realized when I was younger. Because I've been seeing this stuff ever since I was little. And people dying and stuff. But yeah, so when my little brother went, it was much easier for me. It was later on that I suffered more, seeing how my other brother had suffered at the loss. And his mum had suffered. And how somebody else who was very close to him had suffered. That was when the suffering hit me more, seeing the living suffer. It's very interesting. I'm quite uniquely lucky in a sense that I wasn't so afraid of dying my whole life. It's funny, ever since I've had a child, I suddenly became scared of dying. Isn't that hilarious, huh? I was like not so scared of dying. I remember when my ex-wife fell into the sea on a continental shelf where there's no beaches. So it's like deep sea, and it's like, he's not coming back. And it was a storm, and it was dark moon, it was night. And I called out to her, and I swear within like 4 or 5 seconds, her voice was like 50 yards, 100 yards away. I was, oh my God, what's the sea doing? The deep sea currents have taken her. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, damn, what am I going to tell her mother? I know. I'm going to go and find her, and we can do it together, you know? So I stripped off my clothes, and I went off to find her, and I found her. I just swam with the current as fast as I could. And I found her. And somehow we made it out of the. We couldn't see where the coast was. We didn't know which way it was. It's a continental shelf. There's no beach. There's no sand. It's just jagged piece of rock sticking out with holes under the rock with deep sea currents. And if you touch a deep sea current, you're carried so fast and far, you're out to sea. It's deep sea. It's scary. You can't swim there. Nobody ever swims there. You can't go in the water. I never went in that water ever. The fishermen used to die on their boats. Boat touches the wrong place, it's taken out to sea. They're gone. Never coming back. It's between Negombo and Colombo of Sri Lanka. Devastatingly dangerous. Negombo, you've got beaches. It starts to become like nice. You can actually swim. But when you go like 5-6 kilometers away, it's just continental shelf junk. So anyway, East Coast. I'd gone out thinking like that was it. You know, okay. I'm going to find her. Then I found her. I was like, now what? I was like, well, I may as well try and find a way back. I don't know which way the land is, but my gut says let's try and go that way. Let's do it. Never know. We managed. We got out battered and bleeding. Battered and bleeding. Oh my gosh. Almost 2 kilometers away from where we fell in the sea. Can you believe it? It took us like about half an hour to walk back to where we had left our crystals on the rocks. It was like just insane. Like bloody hell, we were only in the water for like 5 minutes. It was long. We were moving fast, and we were lucky to get out of that. Sea. It was just. But when my brother passed, it didn't really hit me so hard because I was like, oh yeah, I know that like this is temporary. I've been there, I've done it. I won the t-shirt. I went in the bottom of that swimming pool. I know what it is. And I was content because my brother had died instantly. It was a car. He was hit by a car, a van, high speed on a instant death. So it was like he didn't suffer. You know, he was alive, then he wasn't. Boom, out. And my father, I had a premonition. I knew he passed in his sleep. What a way to go, eh? Style. Just tap out. Get into bed, go and sleep. Just not wake up. So some people get the luck, you know. He was a good person though. He had a bank account for Jesus. He taught me about this. He had 2 bank accounts when I was young. One was for Jesus. So we used to walk around We used to look for people that needed help, and I used to have to be the identifier. And I said, that one, Dad, look at that one. So we'd go and talk to this person, what's going on in your life? My dad would, oh, it's your lucky day. I've got a bank account just for Jesus, going to help you, you know? And so I wasn't worried about my dad because I knew where he was going, you know? And I knew where my brother was, he was going to be good. Because he hadn't made the mistakes that he wouldn't be good. That was why I was relieved. I was more worried that he would make mistakes and then have a shit show. But when my friend Alex went, it was like, because he'd been murdered, it hit me. And especially since who he'd been killed by. So, yeah, I mean, I've experienced both sides of the coin, and it's very interesting. But what it comes down to, what brought me out of that was exactly what I'm trying to say, for those of you out there, when you get caught in the clink, and it's a heavy weight, the mantle is heavy, that's the time when you start opening your eyes and looking for those unfinished projects. That's the time when you think, you put yourself in their place, what would they have wanted? And you become selfless. I think that's the key to the whole story. Shellfish or not shellfish? Because when you're shellfish, you put up a shell, and the shell protects you from the truth. And when you get protected from truth, you get protected from beauty. And when you get protected from beauty, you get protected from empathy. When you get protected from empathy, you get the shield of sociopathy and the sword of narcissism awarded for your shellfishness. And when you drop the shellfish, you say, well, I don't eat crayfish too much. It doesn't agree with me. Then you do some act of selflessness. So, and even if you can't find the deed that needs to be done or is undone by those that have passed, there's an alternative. And this is what my take on it. What I would suggest is put yourself in the boots of the person that has passed and think, if that person had a chance to do something in life that was of meaning and of value, what would that person have wanted to do if they had been given the opportunity? And you can meditate on this deeply. You find out what it is, a selfless act, and you fulfill that act, whatever it is. And in the process of finding that selfless act that that person would have wanted and fulfilling that act, one drops the shellfish and one embraces the ocean of life naked and is able to, like Gabriel said, what was the words you used? They were really beautiful. I can't remember. But do something that is profoundly embracing of the sacred with that human being. Anyway, I won't go on for too long. I'd love to hear all of your impressions. And another thing I'd like us to go into is the ancient cultures. Why burial rites? What this is about. We do it for ourselves, not for those that have passed, obviously. We think we're doing it for those that have passed. It is as well. Necromancy is a real thing. And in the past, people who are aware of necromancy is like, get those bones away. They want them becoming children's toys for the wrong group of individuals because, necromancy is a real thing. But because they could then use the bones of your loved ones to reanimate the etheric astral vestiges and use that to contact you see, the loved ones of the DNA frequency that are bound in that being, and through the living do harm for nefarious purposes. So this is one of the reasons why obviously burial rites are what they are, the burning. And it's interesting how the burning rites are in the cultures where magic was very prevalent, prevailed a lot. The burning of the body is like, let's get rid of those bones quickly before some like dodgy bugger gets hold of them. There's something in that as well. And then, of course, there's also the lightening the burden, you know. And then there's an element of denial. Like, I don't want to think about these bones, don't want to see them. I think there's a lot of different elements all blended in together from different perspectives. But it's worth looking at the different attitudes. Like, I've always thought of when someone passes, we should celebrate. And I always used to say, look, when I die, I want people to have a party. Like, basically, the drugs have got to be free. Everybody's going to be able to have a party, like get the cannabis put on the table. You know, if people want to drink spirits, whatever they want to do, it's a wild time. There's no bars. This is your time to let loose and be wild and dance like you know, like your butt's on fire. Forget the world and just party in my name. That was how I would want to go out of this world. I wouldn't want to see people sitting around long faces crying, go, he was such a good guy. Ah. I'd rather people were like laughing their ass off at the time that I made a fool out of myself. Anyway, I'll leave it at that for you guys.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, I may have to go in just a little bit because I hear the little one. But just want to say thank you for all these really beautiful stories. I've just been getting quite a few thoughts, and I'd like to share some of those with you right now before I have to leave. Excuse me. Was it? I'm sorry. Was it? It was Moon something. What was it?
Moon Feather.
Moon Feather. Thank you for your story. When you were saying that you and your brother were asking each other to bring some sort of sign if one of you passed before the other, the thought that I had was that when you have such a strong connection with somebody, the connection is with your whole self, your other bodies, and when you guys said that to each other, these other bodies were making an agreement, and as we are right now, if we make an agreement with each other, there's physical actions that would take place to complete whatever was to be agreed upon or something like that, words spoken. But these other bodies were speaking to each other too, and in order for a message to come through, in this case, it was your brother in that dream, like you had to get sick, and you had to experience that sleeplessness, because the sickness and the sleeplessness will bring us to like this threshold, like the spiritual gate, and the messages can come through, because they that might not necessarily, for the particular type of person you are, come through any other way. And what gets you through the suffering, it is your mind. Your mind will carry you through, can carry you through anything, can carry your physical body through tremendous suffering and struggle. And some people just aren't there, and they will lose themselves in their suffering, and never recover in this lifetime. And my grandmother had a bit of that with her. Her father was an electrician, and got zapped when she was like 10. and she basically to her dying day was still was still in a lot of grief and in mourning of her father passing, and it it closed her off to a lot of love and compassion and empathy that she could have had for her family. Um, and I think this is why um, traditionally there were used to be mourning rituals, because maybe humans like to have like a schedule um, that they can fit their mind into, and so when someone would pass, there would be a certain amount of days that this is when you mourned. You, and each culture did its own thing, uh, own actions and contemplations and that sort of thing. But when that was done, it was over. I mean, it's not like you didn't. It's not like you would never feel a sense of loss that this person was gone or something like that. But if you had an understanding that they could still communicate to you just in different ways, I don't think the pain would be would be as strong, and they wouldn't lose themselves in the mourning and suffering, and have it persist throughout their lives. Um, and another thought I had was that the father attempts to beat himself out of the son. I think in a lot of ways, fathers can see, they see themselves in their son, and they project all of their feelings and all of their pain onto the son, and then they just they want to destroy all they want to destroy that projection so they can take it out on the son. um, instead of going inward and doing the work to confront themselves. And there was something about the past couple generations of men that they just really didn't have the resources to understand how to look into themselves uh, and do that really hard work of you know uh, accessing that trauma and healing it. Um, there's a responsibility of the dying to reassure the living, and I think this kind of plays into the celebration of life at after someone has died. You have a party, and all that positive energy and those good stories and those feelings of everybody there combined. That's a send off to that person that just left, and it can give them strength uh, in that the next place that they go, give them strength to communicate with us. Um, and then the last thing that I was thinking about was the way that the Indians in India, I'm sure in other places, they burn the body next to the river, and then they give the ashes and the what's left over to the river, and it's like, I mean, it's a really good way of um, taking care of the hard reality of having a body to to get rid of. Um, what that burning like gives to the air, it gives it up, and then the think about a river, and like what it does is it flows along. There's the tributaries and the little creeks and stuff like that, and it's spreading itself over the land, and the land is taking up the nutrients from it. And so you put the ashes and the bones of a body in there, and that's literally giving the body back to the land. And so you have this like expansion like this with that body. So I can totally see how why they would do that. And it's so unfortunate that here I'm in America. There's just everything's been monetized, and there's just this whole industry of you gotta get a box, and you gotta dig a hole, and there's got to be this area that is designated, and it's usually not necessarily in nature. It's it's in a city. I always I've been for a long time I've thought about what I want to happen to my body, and always thought how wonderful it would be to just be buried naked in the ground, and have some sort of tree planted on top of me. I think that's the best way that I can think for myself to go out. But I really appreciate everything you guys have shared, and for these things that I thought of right now. But I got to go, and I hope to see you all next time. So thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you, Jeremy. That
Nice
was so
meeting
very beautiful.
you, man.
Insight. Love it. Thank you. Peace and blessings to you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, brother. Thank you for your lovely standing off. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you how to mute and unmute. There's a little button at the bottom. Come back later if you've got time. We're going to be here for a while, I'm guessing.
Okay.
You're welcome to pop back in the same link. And good luck with your little one. Om
Thank
Shanti.
you.
And thank you for that lovely revelation. And I completely agree with you. Less is more. And like you say, the party. Keep the party alive.
Yes.
So much love to you. Om Shanti.
Take care, guys.
Blessed be.
So anybody got anything in their hearts? Dr. K's been silent a bit. Who's got something they want to say, a burning desire?
My neighbor's father
I'm sorry.
and we all danced through the night and had like the best time. Just wanted to say how much fun I had with my neighborhood that night. We all really bonded together. It's a neighborhood of minorities here. I'm like the only white person in the neighborhood here. So, but I grew up in an environment like that, so I'm really comfortable in an environment like that, and I had so much fun just connecting. Everybody else was drinking. I took a couple sips of moonshine. I really don't drink, but I had a really fun time dancing. We was playing horseshoes earlier in the evening. And I wasn't able to make it to the funerary rites and stuff because I was at work or something at that point. But I was glad to have made it to the ceremony afterwards. Yeah. I feel like there's some cultures in which after having funerary rites and wake and ceremony and everything, they go through their mourning. Some people limit mourning in certain cultures. They say that you can only mourn for a certain amount of time, and then at that point you have to let it go. I find that an interesting process. I feel like it doesn't really work like that, but I feel like maybe people can help themselves through the transitions. of the phases that mourning and grieving entails. With a little push sometimes it might be helpful for someone. It can be good. But I know that a different philosophy on what death entails can really change how it feels when you lose someone. And I know in the Egyptian culture, they didn't really believe in death per se. They believe in what they called westing, like sunset and sunrise. As the sun sets in the west and then rises again in the east, they believed the soul would do the same. And so that's a beautiful thing. They really didn't feel like in the earlier times, during the matriarchal times, they believed that reincarnation was granted to all who were not able to ascend. But those who were able to not transgress any of the 42 transgressions of Ma'at would be able to ascend and become a star, to shine their brilliance and wisdom and purity on the universe around them, so that their wisdom could be sent across the universe in waves for others to take in. And so there was a time after the secret cult of Amun where that was changed, and you had to pay a priest at that point to be allowed to be reincarnated. There was no chance of ascension. And those who did not make it to be able to be reincarnated, which at that point they would consider that if you didn't, if you made any of the 42 transgressions or you didn't pay a priest, then your entire existence and all of your past lives would be stricken from existence. So there was a big push to pay a priest, because the 42 transgressions are like very detailed. Like, don't think about doing something wrong is probably like a few of them. They talk about like don't steal, don't think hateful thoughts, don't commit violence, various things of the sort. I feel like these predate the 10 Commandments, and which are kind of somewhat of a reduction down from this and adding in a couple of different things. Like the idea, like, don't worship other deities. I feel like to have to say that is a bit strange to me. I don't know. But that's off topic, I suppose. But yeah, it's an interesting process. I know that now, like that traditionally in the reincarnation process of Egypt, the soul would be going down to have their heart weighed against a feather of Ma'at by Anubis, with Jehuti, or also known as Thoth or Thought, would be there to be the scribe of the goings on of whether they had transgressed and whether they would ascend. And if they were decided to not be ascendant, then they would have their soul be eaten by, I believe, the crocodile god Sobek would devour their soul. And I think that that phase may have come from the patriarchal times. But that may have also been just part of the reincarnation aspect, and then changed to a striking of existence later. But it's a fascinating process. And there was places you would go. You would go to the land of the reeds, which the name is escaping me right now, but those who ascend will go to the land of the reeds, which is like an ascendant place. But that was featured. If any of you have seen the recent, I believe it was a Marvel series with Moon Knight. The Moon Knight series, they showed the land of the reeds, and they were kind of on a boat, like floating across the sands, like sands of time or something. That was interesting, very symbolic. but it also kind of resembles the story of Osiris traveling on the boat to the west, to the underworld, and having to battle the snake. I want to say Apis. I believe it was the snake that he battled.
Well, that is really beautiful.
Mm.
I hope I haven't got too much food in my mouth. Sweet potato and mint sauce and all of the bits and pieces. And homemade cottage cheese. And you it's like you literally invigorated Dr. K. Are you with us, Dr. K?
Yes, I was going to add to something that Indy was speaking on that was very close, hits very close to home for me. Now, when we speak about the Egyptians, the Kemites, the Tamarians, what you're speaking about with their priesthood was a corruption of a much older precept, right? And this is how the funerary rites, which are literally an inversion of how to live, got mistranslated from the Gnostic texts to the Metal Netter to hieroglyphics to the Bible to many, many, many other ancient texts. Like you said, they are the foundational template to the Ten Commandments. They're what they're meant for is to remind us that we're never truly here. So I have not coveted this, I have not stolen a cow, I have well, when we look at that literally, it's like well, what does that mean for me today? Like, I might have stole a car when I was a teenager, but I don't there's no cows around. You know what I mean? So like what does that really mean? It's the foundational understanding of you were never really here. So that's how your heart can actually be lighter than a feather. So you can actually go back to source or have more control over yourself in the astral. But even if you stay in the astral, then you're going to come back here. Right. And I don't want to say that like it's a bad thing because people, there's this whole idea of a soul trap and it's a prison. And that's how we choose to look at it. The body is a prison. You know what I mean? So that's the end. But I learned all of that from my mother. And my mother was the biggest Christian you can think of. She was a daddy's girl, and when my grandfather died, who was like my father, she never recovered from that. She never recovered from that. So when I had twins very early in high school, which she actually encouraged. She told me when I was 16, like, you should have some babies. You know what I'm saying? And I looked at her like she was crazy. Like, Mom, I'm 16. I just got my license. You know what I mean? And but I was very grown. I had been, bigger than any man other than my grandfather since I was 15. And the voice you hear was the voice I had then. So no one would even believe I was 16. So it'll be okay. Just go ahead. Just be, choose a good girl and this, that, and the third. Okay. So when I had twins and then they were stillborn, that 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 was the straw that broke the camel's back, and she was out of here less than 8 months later from cancer that had returned. Um, before the end, she began to study. And, I was somewhat aware of the information at the time, but I could care less. I only remember because it was my mother telling me because at that time I had a death wish. Once I lost my girls, you couldn't tell me nothing. And I was already living a double life, going to high school being a star football player and being a bouncer and security guard at night. You know what I mean? And only my brothers um, knew. You know, my mother had no idea. She knew I worked. As long as I picked her up and I took her to work, and you know my grades were okay, she didn't care what I did. So when she began to realize, which I hadn't even allowed myself to truly entertain, when she began to realize she was going to die, she began to study. And she came across the 42 laws of Ma'at, and she understood almost instantaneously. Mind you, she was a Virgo. That you know, the deeper meaning was you had never been here. You know, so you know, her one of her biggest concerns was me. Um, and she had done enough to know that I was able to care for myself and at least provide for myself in the world. She had such aspirations of me doing a million other things other than what I was doing. All of that to say, how I eventually recovered and began to choose to do better was I had to listen, because when that many spirits leave at one time or in such close proximity, it can drive you crazy, especially if you're spiritually attuned. Even if you're not, that's typically how you become. Much like sleep paralysis, right? Sleep paralysis is not some evil deity or some low spirit creeping around and they just randomly chose you. Sleep paralysis is when your own spiritual power is trying to activate. So it forces you in your most sacred place of comfort to activate, right? Is very similar to this. These spirits don't have anywhere else to go. Where would they go but inside of you? So now you have to learn to carry that. You have to learn. You have to understand that even your instincts are now more honed and more focused because they were always there, but that aspect of you has now come home. Religion makes you think that these energies and these people, these loved ones, have gone somewhere other than you when you can feel them now more than ever. So that's enough to drive someone crazy with religious dogma when your spirit knows better. All of that to say, you have to listen to your spirit. You have to listen to your own intuition. You have to understand that form denotes function. And it will only be ever how you choose to see it. See the good.
That's really beautiful, brother. Thank you for sharing so much. And it must have been really hard. We haven't broached that. When you're losing your little ones. Wow. It's a scary thought for me having my boy who's 7, you know. Like, God forbid anything could ever happen to him, you know. That must have been a big challenge for you. Difficult to turn that one around, but you seem to have been able to, which is, you know, commendable, and respect for that. It's a big baton to carry, and obviously, the loss of our parents is the next on the list, I would say. You know, luckily, most people don't necessarily lose their young ones. Although lately, this has become a very big thing. It's happening far more. The thinning of the veil. This is happening a lot more. I noticed with my clients. I mentioned this in the last roundtable last week, that I have noticed a lot of, you know, people losing young people, 20s, 18, 17, children and newborns. And it seems like there's this situation on the go where we are basically being forced into a position of being able to, you know, have to face these very powerful and challenging travesties, which are, you know, becoming the norm these days. And I think we all know why. Human beings were guinea pigged. That's what happened. And so we'll be paying the price for a number of generations for what has happened. And so it is what it is, you know. But respect to you, brother, and thank you for sharing that with us. It's powerful.
Halal, I want to, I love what you shared, man. You brought tears to my eyes. I want to say something. It's going to be hard to say. I love the part in the story when you obeyed your mother's wishes when you were 16. I just want to point out that you were obedient and you tried. And sometimes when we don't succeed, people forget that you tried at all. And I just want to point that out, man. Good job doing what Mama asked for. Good job. Even though it ended up being way more than you ever imagined, I just want to honor you for trying.
Thank you for that, Slick. Thank you. That means more than my words. My words can really truly convey. As always, you have tapped in because your words ring true. At the very least, doubly for me because a part of realizing you're not crazy is also listening to your spirit, which can sound like the craziest thing in this world. And from the time I was young, I always saw myself as a father. I always saw myself as a teacher, but it was teaching children. You know, I went to school to be a teacher, and then one of the things I got into was hustling. You know, I've spoken before about going to prison, you know, for selling drugs. You know, when I was 28, I got a 3 to 6 and that gave me a felony. I had wonderful, good behavior. No one could understand why someone like me was in prison. And I'm like, you have no idea. And I came home and I completely changed my life around. And no matter what I did, I would be surrounded by children. No matter where I went, no matter whose friend or whose family, people would give me babies and I would talk and they would just stop crying. And the crazy babies and animals to this day. You know, some of you know Red Wing. You know what I mean? Like I literally have a pet cardinal that wakes me up every morning against my window. You know what I mean? Like, so what does that mean? What is it? Am I insane? Am I supposed to have no? I'm supposed to just be who I am. Because if I lived in that pain, I couldn't be open to children. I couldn't be open to people. I couldn't teach. I wouldn't and I didn't want to for the longest time, but I had to listen because everything that my mother told me, everything that she spoke to me ever was always true. And it rings truer now that she's a living voice in my head. It hurts the most when I listen to music because we sing together. And something that she taught me about astrology is where the gifts of the parents are. So I actually got to know my father, who I never knew, by understanding astrology and understanding the gifts that he gave. You know, but this only happens when we choose not to dwell in the pain. And it's very hard because we live in the greatest illusion ever conjured. Emotion theoretically should be a wave, like the wave shaman has and shows me several times a week. I'm thankful for you. The beautiful waves you see come in and go out. You can't hold on to a wave. You can try, you know what I'm saying? Your arms might stay a little wetter, but you can't hold on to it. But we hold on to that emotion because it's so real. It's the realest thing we know. It's our roots. It's what grew with us. And if a piece of that dies, then we die with it. But we come back alive, stronger and greater with and because of it. So thank you for your words, Slick. I greatly appreciate you, brother.
Love, friend.
Thank you both for sharing, and thank you, Slick, for
Uh,
being so.
I'm thinking about the word. Mm.
Please continue.
Sorry, I'm on a little delay. Right on, right on. I'm thinking about the. Well, before I forget, Khalil, you mentioned that you came to know your father through understanding the science of the stars, and that's so profound that we can actually at least get a rough outline of the silhouette of a stranger, and inform that silhouette a little more through these sciences. You know, we know that there's this person, and some of learning what they might have been about or what the why of their path was can actually be filled in somehow through these sciences. That's really profound. I'm going to chew on that for a while. That these unknown characters, we can fill in some of the information. That's really beautiful to think about. And I'm thinking about the term suffering. Somebody mentioned it earlier. I don't remember where it came up, but the suffering is like it's a boundary for of self-absorption, for a healthy reason, in a healthy form of self-absorption. And it's like you don't let anybody too close, because that the sadness of that space belongs to you. And if people come too close into your sadness, it gets confusing. It's not theirs to bear. So there's a ring around us in this process that is special and sacred and ours. And maybe that's the space that we're sharing with this person who is on the other side. You know, maybe that suffering is the space that we expect to see them off for a little while. And then over time, as the debt of being current with grief reduces, the ring becomes smaller. And so the suffering uh, minimizes. And the thing about this suffering that I'm thinking about, for some reason, uh, Terpsichore, the muse of dance, is on my mind, uh, because this is the strangest thing. Uh, I don't think she's just the muse of any dance. I think she's an ice skater, and I can't really explain all of that. It's really, but she's in the winter time. It's the coldest time of year, and the best dancers are good on the ice. And so, of all the muses who can handle themselves in the winter, in the most raw, fragile time of life, the best muse is one who is agile and can slide on ice and get by. Um, and what's fascinating, earlier, I was playing with the phrase "one's burial right," is ONE apostrophe S, burial right, RITE. I got a fascinating anagram: ballerina star. uh, yeah, ballerina star is kind of hiding out in one's burial rites. And that makes me think of the ring. This ice skater has a sacred cold space to perform and articulate something from beyond. So yeah, this ballerina is kind of hanging out in one's burial rites in an interesting way. And that but then that made me think of how some people, when they're at a funeral, when they're at the wake, I think it's the Hebrew faith, they will cover mirrors with a blanket, or some people will even turn mirrors, reverse the mirror to face it to the wall for that day, for the wake. And I forget what the name of that procedure is called. I think that's just a beautiful tradition. And I've thought about it, because it was in the Moon Knight Marvel series. That character goes to his mother's funeral, and that's the first time I saw what that expression of a wake looked like. And I really meditated long and hard on why would the mirrors be covered up or turned around. And there are so many good reasons. There are so many really good reasons, to the extent that I'm actually admiring this practice and thinking maybe that's something I would want incorporated in, on my special day. That there are so many good reasons, and I can't pick which one of them is the best reason, because they're all equally wonderful. The first layer is, of course, this day is not about you. You shouldn't be worrying about you. The other thing, of course, everybody's going to be crying. We expect people to be crying, um, as a sign of affection, which is the funny thing. But then if they're crying, their makeup's going to be running. And so people are going to want to check their mask, make sure they look good. But that's not what this is about. You're not here to look good. So get over your mascara issues. There's all this, uh like a chain reaction of meaning around hiding the mirrors for one day. And then I even thought of this, and this is a little far out on a branch, but it is the kind of thing where these thought experiments tend to lead you. I'm even thinking about hiding the mirrors during the wake prevents anybody from saying that they had a vision, and that it's important during the wake that no one person in the family gets a special visit. And if you do get a special visit, be careful. Don't go telling the whole family that you got the special visit, because envy, jealousy, all of these potential hazards will come into the room, into the space. And so even covering the mirrors, I think, is to circumvent or even make you second guess if you do have a vision, if you do have a visitation or a personal experience, or what if the person comes to you in the middle of the wake and whispers in your ear that grandma was poisoning them all along. And now you're burdened with this knowing that nobody else in the room has. And that becomes a dangerous situation. Now you have this. So these kind of things come to mind in schizophrenic ways, but specifically around why would they cover the mirrors during the wake? And what wisdom does just that practice give to us to speculate on, to navigate these waters as we may be invited into uh, other people's observances of the transition?
Yes, it's
I love
it.
that, brother.
I'm sorry.
Please do continue. I was just saying I loved it, but continue, please.
I just wanted to add that it's dual layered, especially if you look into like New Orleans or like voodoo or Haitian magic. Um, Everyone doesn't know those rights. So when things, let's just say, when things went from more of an indigenous outdoorish um, culture, or even a better term would be nomadic, right? And then kind of switch to this societal city and megalopolis kind of society. When things went indoors, that was a way of that power still being able to be known. But like you said, it immediately led to jealousy. It immediately led to like some people, if you do something to somebody, they might not ever know anyone who could possibly tell them about what you did to them, so they'll get it in a dream. It's like that, but it's the waking. So it's like there's a very birthdays and death days are very, very powerful portals. You know, Moonfeather mentioned that her brother passed right before his birthday. Like your birthday has critical points. Those are the time periods you really want to kind of just be a little extra careful. You'll notice a lot of people, especially in their youth, they want to get extra wild, and they tend to have near death experiences, in their youth because of this. I was one of these, and I don't want to make it seem like um, I just made a choice. It was a very, very hard choice to make. But at the same time, um, I had to die, 6 times to really have it driven home. I wish that is not be the case for anyone.
Yes, brother. It's like we have to, when we lose someone, it's like we dying. That's a very interesting way of I mean, you actually went under. But it's interesting that when we lose someone close to our hearts, it's like a part of ourselves dies with them, almost feeling. The person who we used to be when we were in the presence of that person cannot longer exist because that person evoked a particular quality from us that cannot now be evoked by anybody else other than that person. And we will be a different person with every person that we meet. I think it's written. Something that Slick was saying about funeral rites. And actually, 3 people spoke about it. Dr. K had quite a chunk to mention it, as did Indy as well. And when you're talking about funeral rites and the Kim transition into Egypt, whether it was called Egypt or not, but anyway, the Jedi's. When the Jedi priesthood became dark, when Darth Vader took over, as they say in the story, there was this, like, you better pay for it, mate. You can't afford it. No. It's like, you could pay a Catholic priest to absolve you of your sins if you had enough money. Similar idea we have in the West. And just keep your kids away, And no offense to any Catholics out there. It's just how it was, sadly. But it's interesting when these funeral rites, because I see someone sitting writing sigils. So writing was always traditionally sigils, traditionally magic. And it's the one thing universal. I think that's why we learned to write, so that we could put our ideas onto paper. So pay per. Pay per what? Pay per view? This is our great cinema, and you've got to pay per view. And you need to write on the pay per view in order to get the view that you're paying for. And you pay per view with the right information that you write onto the pay per view. So there's something interesting going on here with our words. We look at like what paper is and what writing is, and how it started with funeral rites. We call it rites. Somebody had to come and write your sigils for you to open the gates to the netherworld, so that your person was able to. So this is like obviously the school of magic and abilities that involved helping people transcend was very much a part of the culture. And at some point it became, well, if you want us to write the paper, you must pay per write, right? If you want us to write your paper, you must pay per write. Don't you love the way the words just do that? So this old form of magic of sigil, creating sigils, is obviously fundamental to this principle. And so it's quite interesting, Is this why we evolved sigil magic to begin with? In order to, and paper, was that the purpose? I'll put that out there for people to chunk on as well. I think it's interesting. And there was something else I wanted to say, which was based on what I started on. And the funeral rites as well. The wood, people mentioned the wood, right? The box. I lived in the jungles. And when I lived in the jungles, I noticed this. Silence mentally. It's like the wood thought is an electrically transferable item. And the wood negates this electricity from moving through it, which is why lightning has to start a fire and break it to pieces in order for the electrical potential to move through it. So I think that's where the rite and paper rite comes from, with wooden box. Wooden box. So,
Yeah, man.
okay, it's an ox, right? The ox had to be bled. A bleeding ox. A bleed be ox. Huh? Box. So the idea of the word box must relate to an ox. And maybe bleeding ox. Bled ox. Box. Interesting.
Mm.
So there would have obviously been an ox that was sacrificed in order for the rite, the sigil, to be able to contain and absorb the essence of the blood and the plasma from the ox, to empower the sigils that would probably have been written in ox blood on the box. This must be an ancient part of the culture where the casket, interesting. Something about
Like a
that's ringing
cat.
a bell in the
It's like a
background.
cat house. It's like house cat. House cat. Casa cat.
Yes, exactly. So
That's
we're talking about
interesting.
Leo. Are we talking about Leo? The head of the
No,
serpent?
yeah.
And Cancer? The tail of the serpent? So the tail has to be eaten by the head? The cat? So I think
That's
as we
wild.
look at this, we'll see like a lot of our culture revolves around death. We're not allowed to talk about it. We're not allowed to dwell on it. It's not okay to bring it up, like having dinner with people and say, hey, you know what? I was thinking about that dead bloke. Ooh, the energy just changed. Like, what do you mean you think? No, it's just, you can't even say someone died. You have to say someone passed away. Ooh, you can't say died. Okay, what's the concept of the die? So a die is a cube. A die is a cube. I suppose we had to start decoding it. We could go into this like with these words. So a die is a cube, and you can roll the cubes, and the cube of chance. Time, Saturn's cube of chance. Roll the dice. 2 of the die becomes dice. When you have 2, it awakens a slippery serpent power. From House Slytherin.
Mm.
So we've got the die, we've got the cube. So you're not allowed to die or speak about people dying because it involves a cube, and hence the cube is 6 by 6 under the ground. And in that cube, you've got to have the ox blood sigils written on the box, and it's got to be made out of wood. And traditionally, the type of wood it was made out of mattered. Interesting, because certain woods contained resins, and I'm guessing it would have been the wood of Diospiter, the wood of Zeus, the wood of Jupiter, which, as we know, is, oh gosh, is this name going to escape my brain? It's a kind of a conifer, is it? We've got a lot of them here in South Africa, man, at a certain place in the mountains. Not series, Cedarburg. So it would have traditionally, I believe, have been a cedar tree. A cedar's got a lot of resin in it. The resin crystallizes. So in the ground, the cedar resin and the wood would crystallize, giving the wood a long life to protect the contents. So that a traveling clairvoyant couldn't just walk over and scan the ground beneath them and pick up the residual astral and etheric entities. Otherwise, they could still be able to manifest. So possibly the whole idea of putting the being in a box of wood with spells that's written as in oxblood is a way to protect the living from the memories of the deceased so that they're not having the visitations. Because keeping the body in the box is creating a barrier of wood that is bound by resin, because as we know, cedar trees produce a lot of resin, and cedar trees have resin terpenes similar to frankincense. So it shares a frankincense genes, many of them, which is why cedar's got a very interesting smell. It's got a number of the terpenes and neurochemicals that frankincense is packing. So obviously, there's a reason why Zeus's tree is cedar. And the word cedar, siddhasana is the perfect pose that leads to liberation and enlightenment. It's the perennial touched by the point on the hill. Just beneath Achilles heel, there's a point on your heel, but on the back of your heel, if you're doing an axe kick, the axe kick touches that point. Well, no, it touches the point just below that point, but just above that ridge on the foot, which is the axe kick weapon. There's a little depression in the foot, and that touches your perennial, and then the other foot folds over and goes above the genitalia, making a slight indentation pressure on the pubic bone, with the genitalia neatly tucked between the 2 feet. And obviously the feet are reversed, so the soles are pointing upwards, which changes the polarity of the physical body, Ida and the Pingala, the polarities of the currents flowing through the body, reversed, creating an upward surge of blood plasma so that it can go to the brain, activate all the neurochemicals and all the different parts of the brain, between the brain and the heart, the brain and the heart, the brain and the heart, and take the blood out of the extremities. Also making the temperature better to keep so that the blood can be focused on other things. So there's something about the Siddhasana, which means Siddha means to be on top of a mountain. So Shiva lives in the Siddha regions, which is right up on the mountains, the perfected areas, the proverbial heavens. What did the Greeks call it? They called it the Olympus.
Eleusinian, the plain of Ulysses, or the Eleusinian fields.
Exactly, and they were up there, weren't they, on the top of the mountains, like supposedly, high up. So Siddha.
Yes. Sometimes,
yeah.
Sometimes I think that elusive thoughts come from the Eleusinian fields. And those little glimpses that we get where we're like, what was that? Where did that come from? Well, it was ripe. It ripened from the field, and you were very lucky to be there in that moment.
And hallucinations. Mushrooms take you straight to the elusive fields, and all the other entheogenic additives that people use for the initiation process. Not
And
that those are healthy. Sorry, yes?
And delusions.
Yes. Yes. I love this.
So we got a few words melting into the pot. It's becoming pot-like. It's going on pot-luck. Pot-luck. Throw it in the pot and see what comes out. We're cooking with gas, alchemically adding these words. So that the whole idea of this box in the ground, it gives us a new concept, doesn't it? Right? So if you didn't get the right by your priest, the box might interfere with the passage, could it? Because it
You
was
know,
law.
I
It was law to do it.
yeah, I like this idea. I like this idea. I sense that as well, that the wood has an insulation to it. And being in the thick of the woods it's a sacred insulation that, like your own sound bounces back to you and sound moves in kind of mysterious ways in a nice thick woods. And one thing I love about being in the thick of the woods, even in daytime, is it emulates the stars of the night, because even though you're in the middle of the day, wherever you look, there are little diamonds glimmering in various shapes and little connecting of linear connections and half morphic uh, uh, images can be extracted from your surroundings, but it's daytime. So, in a really neat way, being in the thick of the woods rhymes spiritually with also being out in the open, in like the top of a mountain at night. And it's just beautiful how those two have a simpatico of a sort. And I would love for my afterlife uh, cargo vessel to have the spirit of high on a mountain to see all the stars at once, and deep in the woods where the echoes come back in playful ways. That's really beautiful. I love the insulating of the wood idea.
And I suppose we could take it beyond as well, like a fun, a roll, air all, roll, air all, fun, air all, funeral. So somebody should be playing the fun bell, airing it all. When did we lose this? When did it become this like no, you have to wear black? This was the Catholic idea. Take the colors out, wear black. You're not allowed to smile. If you smile, you're evil. You get burnt at the stake. Better not look too happy at a funeral because those priests are watching you. You better cry, and and it was a sign of great piety to be sad at a funeral. You know, show that you loved, show that you cared. If that makes sense. In
Yes.
a sense.
And then I want to throw this on, like kind of an anode to that, that the black is for the personal, like when you know the person and all the family, we're all connected by this person who passed, we wear black for that person's day. But then there's another a release or an opposite to this, an anode, and that is All Saints Day or Deos los Muertos or Halloween is the opposite, because it's everybody's funeral day. So it's a public facing where we all come in, no matter, and we break those differences of this family or that house or this person's death. So that on that occasion, all the colors come out. And alchemically, that's kind of a fascinating thing, that on the private we go to the black in the muting and the silence. But when we go out in the public, kind of like you were saying, we don't talk about death. We have this stigma about it. But when it's allowed for one day of the year, we all go colorful and put on alternate personas. And then and that's beautiful. I love Halloween. Halloween is uh for most of my life, it was my favorite holiday of all of them. Um, but I have a thread in my project that I think ties into Halloween, and I don't want to make it nefarious. I don't want it to be like the fact that we haven't thought of it this way yet doesn't mean that it's nefarious. I want to say that before I make this thread. I'm not accusing any thought forms of any malintent. I just think there's a byproduct we haven't considered, and that is if science is a seance, are the children required to worship the dead? And does the science of the seance get its potency from the fact that as children, Halloween is the best holiday? It's the best holiday. It beats all the other holidays. And so are they counting on that? Uh, and that builds out, that question builds out to a lot of things that we are fueling the science by uh, by harnessing our natural response to death. It can be harnessed and turned into a positive veneration of uh, believing that summoning Albert Einstein to tell you you'll get across town in 10 minutes because E equals MC squared. That's actually a seance that I just did. I brought Albert Einstein's work out from the dead and reanimated it so we could benefit. And then when I get done, I should also say, thanks, Albert. You know, maybe do a little washing of my hands, sort of say. But I just think it's fascinating that Halloween, Dia de los Muertos, and All Saints Day keeps us venerating this technique of calling on dead people so we can predict the future.
That's a beautiful, beautiful notion. And you're just saying that, and I'm thinking about the name Einstein. Ein, one. Stein. Doesn't Stein mean white? Is it one white? And Al is God. Al, that manifesting presence of the power that moves the spirit of life. And Bert is birth. So God's birth, one white. I don't know. I've always wondered about this Albert Einstein, just exactly who he was.
You know, they wanted to make him into a saint before he was gone. They had plans to make yeah, they wanted to really ride on what, and it didn't happen in his lifetime like some people were lining it up to happen, but it has happened inevitably in many other ways after he was gone. They have really put him in most fascinating light that is worthy of uh, inspection, close, critical inspection. And I have a little chip on my shoulder against Albert, aside from what other people already might or might not have. You know, the obvious one is he helped make the nuke. So I don't I don't think we should be patting him on the back too hard for that, but we know why, and we know there's a lot of gymnastics that people still pat him on the back for that. That's fine. I have a beef against Albert because I think he was sent in to stifle Immanuel Velikovsky. He and Immanuel Velikovsky became very close friends, but and I mean incredibly close. They went on walks together regularly. They always were debating about gravity versus the electric universe theory, the proto-electric universe theory. When I say this, you got to take what you know in the modern day of what electric universe is about, and you got to whittle it down about 40 years to the what it was for Immanuel. But Immanuel and Einstein went on walks regularly. They went to each other's holidays and exchanged gifts, and they knew each other's wives and family. They were very close. But I think Einstein was hitting the brakes and slowing down what Velikovsky could have achieved if he didn't have to answer to Einstein's reputation. And time has proven my theory to be quite correct, that that Velikovsky, he won that that lifelong conversation, and Einstein he's got to eat his hat. Um, so I just wanted to put that on the table, that Einstein has so many things going against him that you almost start to love him. Almost started to redeem him as in the light of, he just keeps losing. Einstein just keeps losing, and it's like, it's almost endearing how I don't know how much illusion and false pride just keeps falling off of the Einstein monolith. It's wild.
I like that, the Einstein monolith. That's got a good ring to it. And I'd like to welcome to the ranks who's joined us now, beautiful and lovely Soraya Nadia. And Soraya Nadia is a poetess, inspired. She does her paintings with words. She shares a lot of her really lovely work, mostly on Telegram, as far as I know. Um, actually, that's a good question. I'd like to know where else she's sharing her work. Probably she does it on Facebook as well. She will let us know the specifics. But a wonderfully inspired mother and wife. She keeps her family together. So she's very busy, which is why she gets here late, because she's looking after her kids and her husband and making sure everybody else is looked after, being selfless as a mother is. And she's a wonderful cosmologist. She's spent a lot of time considering things and contemplating things, and just a beautiful person, authentic and true and genuine and solid. Welcome, Soraya. It's lovely to have you here. It's such an honor. Thank you for taking the time and finding the time to join us. If you'd love to say a few words of hello. Oh, and do tell us where all your work can be found, because obviously it's on Telegram.
Telegram, yes. Telegram, Instagram, a little bit, but I haven't shared much there because I'm mainly on Telegram. So the sporadic posts that I'll place on Instagram is kind of, to keep it a little bit going, but the most is here on Telegram.
Well, welcome to you, my dear. I don't know if you've been able to follow the show. We've basically gotten to the point of looking at the way in which the decodes are starting to come together. Einstein was the last thing mentioned, because we're looking at the nature of time and space. The Einstein comes up, which is to do with the passage beyond this world and the nature of this reality. And that's, I think, another point of call, why we have such a taboo with the passing and death. Because we've been sold a crock of about the nature of reality, like you say. Yeah, Einstein's part of the story. And so they wanted us to believe this nonsense, this vomit. And the moment you start getting close to the death story, that illusion can melt. Because, well, your loved ones can come back and say, excuse me, that bullshit. Don't buy it. It's not working. Maybe the box is there to protect us from the truth, the living.
Well, I have to say that you that has a lot of truth to it, Franklin, because with my own experience, um, with my brother's passing, I broke out of all of my indoctrination, you know, and that's where things really started moving as far as, spirit and the confirmations and all of these wonderful happenings in my life, and seeing it in my children, manifest in my children as well, because if I was indoctrinated, so were my children. So as I'm breaking out of it, they're breaking out of it as well, and we've made some really wonderful strides, um, eye-opening strides this past 2 weeks or so. Like once the energy shifted into this new year, and with Pluto transiting into the age of Aquarius to the age of Aquarius, oh yeah, I definitely do see spirit moving and moving very, very quickly, moving very quickly. But I have to admit that today's space has been, oh my goodness, it has been so beautiful, guys. I've never cried so much on a live, but I thank you because I think this is exactly what we all need. Exactly what we all need is just to take it down, bring it to the heart, show those emotions, shed those tears, laugh a little, cry a little. And that's what we've done here today. And I knew it. I knew it. I love it. I love your lives, Franklin. Thank you so much for bringing all of the wonderful topics to the round table. And I share a space here with so many wonderful entities. I love you guys so, so very much. But I am going to wish everyone a wonderful, wonderful Saturn day. Thank you for this space. Thank you for all of the shares. Um, Definitely, um, you guys have, as everything that you guys have shared today, definitely have grown. You guys are definitely, okay, I'm going to get emotional again, but definitely have touched me in such a special way, guys. I will never forget all of your beautiful shares today and all of the synchronicities as well. Bless you all so, so very much. And thank you for the space again. Sending much love and blessings to everyone here and to everyone in the chat. Yeah, we'll talk soon, guys. Love you.
Much love.
Moonfeather,
Thank you, my brother.
Love you,
thank
Moonfeather.
you. Thank you, Moonfeather dear, for joining us. There's one more thing I want to share with you. I think it's
Sure.
relevant. So, Alexander Lee, right? And my mom's birthday, 13th of April.
What?
Yeah. Just
No.
thought, put it out there. Yeah.
What?
So there you go. Like the synchronicity is just.
They don't stop. You see, I
So
can't
much
help,
love to you, Ada.
yeah, I can't help but to think, that even our own ancestors being on the other side, they talk to one another to help to link us up as well. And that's so powerful. How powerful is that? Especially when we've spoken about our relatives and our own personal experiences with our parents. I remember I helped Gabe make that connection with his dad and the song that he played, and it's sang by an artist named Gabriel as well. And it was wild. It's wild. I'm so grateful for all those beautiful, beautiful synchronicities, and they will always be in my heart for sure. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much for joining us. So much for taking the time to share with us. I know you're busy. You've got a lot going on. Blessings and peace be with you. I hope you sleep like a baby. I know you've been double timing it. You've had so much on your cards, work, family, your mom, your kids. I hope
Yeah.
all's going to find you the time to rest. So much love to you.
It will, because you guys are sending me such wonderful energy. I know it will. Thank you.
What an honor having dearest Moonfeather with us to share her heart, her big heart. She came in and everybody became like deeply emotional, and Gabriel was like having a God consciousness moment. and Dr. K was sharing his bleeding heart with us. Although Dr. K's heart bleeds quite stylishly, I must admit, Dr. K, Carlisle, your heart bleeds calmly. You have a calm bleeding heart. I suppose that's what we're meant to learn, to bleed our hearts calmly, because bleeding the heart is just what we do. We don't really have a choice. Because the blood's in the heart. It's got to come out sometime, right? It's like this just this brings another point to me. Okay, so Are you with us still, by the way? Dear Mexico, can you hear me? This is the Earth beaming out to Mexico. Mexico, Mexico, Mexico. Let's see if Mexico comes back. Mexico was talking about Sobek earlier. Okay, maybe Mexico's gone for a smudge. Probably gone for a smudge. What's the time? Or sleep. Maybe I missed her saying goodnight. I'll be sad if I did. She might have gone to bed. But anyway, what Mexico was mentioning earlier was Sobek. And came up today, this morning, for her. Listening to John Butler Trio, of all things. That's, I don't know those of you that know John Butler Trio. Really beautiful music. He did that Ocean piece of guitar work. Anyway, I was sending her my son's curated music choice list, Joshua, and Joshua loves John Butler. And yeah, so she was obviously watching the video, and in the background, there looked like something that looked like a Sobek on the wall, and it brought back memories for her, something that keeps coming up for her. And so Sobek is an interesting part of, we've mentioned the Coptic mysteries to how Tehuti maintains the proceedings by maintaining the law and the order through the pen that is more mighty than the sword, and writing the spells of life and death, and how Anubis is fulfilling the bus ride and actually implementing the law on the other side, that Mart is measuring, meting out, math, measuring the numerations of causal effects that we've had in the world, and finding that balance between good and evil, if I can use those words loosely. And welcome. And we got Sherry. Welcome, Sherry. And so we've got these two principles operating on the other side, and it seems we've got the avatar of Anubis. Wow, I can't see that, but let's see, maybe we can. No, not that one. Is that the one we're looking for?
I think it's backwards.
No.
Anubis was the god of the dead who watched over the embalming ritual, was often shown with the head of a jackal.
Yes.
As they were thought to haunt the cemeteries. The jackals haunt cemeteries. Interesting.
Exactly. So the jackal is the enactment of the law, which was measured by Mart on the scales of justice with the feather of Mart. And then on this side of existence, you see, death has got two sides. There's the veil, which is now thinning, which we want to get to. And then there's this side of death, and there's that side of death. And on that side of death, you get to the point where you're going to cross over the final frontier. And there you will meet Anubis and Mart. And Mart does the weighing with Anubis. But Anubis enacts the journey. But the sealing of the fate on this side before entering into that side, that is the Sobek. And the Sobek is the crocodile-headed god form with an ankh in his left hand and the same stave of Anubis in his right hand, which represents law and order, and the ankh represents the forces of life and renewal. Exactly. And so we've got the word sob in English, to sob, which has got to do with morning. Morning obviously is the sunset traditionally. So the morning of the day is when the sun sets going into the dark. That's traditionally the morning, which is why Shabbat starts at sunset on Friday. And it's Shabbat ended for me where I am sometime before. For many of you in America, Shabbat's about to end soon. So, or maybe it has ended because it's like winter. But anyway, so this Shobek would then be the proverbial god of war, of military strategy, of killing, of protecting the pharaoh from the evils of making decisions with regards to life and death, like you get to live, you get to die, preventing those spirits from the crossover from coming back, scaring them back with the crocodile head. Obviously, the crocodile represents part of what drives the fight or flight impulse, at least the fight part of the fight or flight impulse, which is the desire to live, the desire to experience, the desire to win this life. Crocodile. Crocodiles have big tears, right? And the tears that a crocodile has is bigger than the event. That's the story of crocodiles. So the crocodiles also have big mouths representing knowledge. You see, the stomach represents learning and knowledge because it breaks down information to make it manageable so that we can utilize the information that we've taken on board and assimilate the information into our structure so that we can grow. So on the mental level, the stomach and the neurology that relates to the stomach, those neural pathways, and the DNA that relates to these two spheres with the nerves and the vital triple burner, Manipura chakra, Saturn's home, is relating very much to knowledge. And there's another element to this Shabek which relates to Saturn. Hence, and now we're going to take this to the next level. Shabek relates to this world. So the funeral rites have a lot to do with Shabek, interestingly enough. So you'll find Shabek being mentioned in the Egyptian Book of the Dead because the funeral rites are for the living on this side of the thing. The same way that Shabek's rites would have been to protect the pharaoh, to help the pharaoh make good strategic decisions for war, because strategy in war falls under the domain of Shabek. And the sobbing of the mothers when they lose their young men in war. They have a group of mothers standing together, all sobbing, you know. When the lists of the dead come back, they'd go and get the lists and be a town cry or whatever, be telling like these people died. There'd be all the mothers there sobbing and sobbing and sobbing. That is part of the domain of Sebek, to protect those mothers from the grief so that it doesn't weaken their bodies and make them ill and die. But it gets interesting as well because sob is to cry uncontrollably. Bek in Germanic languages relates to the mouth of a beast. You can say to someone, "Mark your beck too." Shut your mouth. But it's a degenerative way of speaking to someone because beck means a beast's mouth, not a human mouth. So a crocodile mouth is very big so that it can take in a lot of information. A crocodile's digestive capacity is very large, so it can assimilate a lot of information. So a crocodile can be considered a metaphor for being able to learn fast. Big mouth takes in more information, bigger chunks of information, digestive power, disseminates information, and you can build up quicker. So Sebek also relates to teaching and learning of funeral rites in this respect and knowledge of the afterlife. So probably
I
there would have
love
been
that.
priests. Sorry?
I think
Love
Gabriel,
that aspect of taking in a lot of information. That is like that's great.
Yeah. And Set, Set is, I would say that Sobek to me seems like the avatar of Set, the same way that Krishna is the avatar of Vishnu, right? So Vishnu is the path of equilibrium, of life, and the maintainer of form, consciousness, heart. And when this maintainer takes form, we got Krishna as a avatar, or Kalki is the next embodiment of Vishnu that we can expect to see in the end of Kali Yuga on the white horse. Is it a white horse? I forget. Anyway, Kalki comes riding on a horse. So the pig was one of the previous incarnations, which is quite interesting. Don't eat pork. There's something to think about with that. But yeah, getting back to the crocodile. There's something very interesting with the crocodile creature and knowledge, as it was relating to Set, and Set relates to Saturn, and Saturn relates to the lords of time. And the lords of time is the calculating features of knowing each and everything, that how it's got to fit together, when, and how it's got to move. You got to have that incredible knowledge of Saturn to be able to keep it together, like a lot of concentration of information into a tight wheel so the wheel can turn. So we're talking about what like turns the hub of the wheel, essentially. And I noticed this polarity if we look at the zodiac, and I think it relates to this because this Set is the beginning of the day. So we consider death to be the end of life, but in the old times, the beginning of the day was sunset, and sunrise was like the peak, the middle of the day, right? So after sunrise, the day's going down. By the time it gets to before sunset, the day is over, and sunset, the new day begins. But they considered the beginning of the day as being pegged to sunset. And this is like a classical thing with many cultures, which is quite interesting. So we speak about the setting of the sun and how Horus represents the sunrise. So we look at Leo. Leo on the astrological chart is just past midday, if that makes sense. And it's on its way down. And Cancer is reaching up towards the zenith and getting towards zenith. And it's touching Leo, and Leo's on the way down from the zenith. So we've gone past midday, coming down. And when we look at what the beginning of the day then is Aquarius. It's quite interesting where we are now. And Aquarius is the masculine pole of Saturn, which is this knowledge that is maintained by the crocodile. So we could say that the crocodile is one of Saturn's animals from a shamanic perspective because of the way it indulges knowledge. And that knowledge is the sphere of Saturn, science and keeping all of the information into the head, being able to process it all and keep it coherently moving, which is quite an interesting concept because this sort of brings us back to the forces of life. And in the same way that Saturn, it was an agricultural deity to begin with, the green man became a development of the Saturn with the scythe reaping the corn and the plants. Sobek also in its older times relates to the same concept, an agricultural deity that has to do with reaping. So there's these powerful similarities with the crocodile's head and Saturn. So the goat and the crocodile have a relation, which is an interesting concept. I don't know. I thought I'd throw all of that out there for you guys to just chunk on and digest and regurgitate.
Yeah, man, I'm chunking away on this. This is great. So timing, Saturn is, time. In poetry, the timing of poetic meter is called the feet. And so different types of poetry have a different length of stride that is the format of the poetry. And so the meter of poetry, for different reasons, you would have like a iambic pentameter or iambic hexameter. So these meters are of poetry and of presenting language are measured by the feet, and that's pretty fascinating. And then, and a person, a trained ear can actually pick up on the meter very quickly when they hear these presentations. And so the meter informs them on a level that the uninitiated sometimes do not hear. So there's a lot of information to grok all at once. And so that when you mentioned that the gator has a large mouth and is taking in larger portions of information, the trained ear is able to eat more on the first line of a poem. They're getting else is kind of piecing things together. Back is coming on strong for me. For me, Sobek is this little alligator under the foot of the Fool card. And I've been seeing him artistically depicted around shoes perpetually, very consistently. And I'm realizing this is the Sobek shoes. This is the Sobek conscious. This is the subconscious. And I'm just beginning to grok the full magnitude of the integration of these great deities and symbols in our life still today. And I'm here to tell you guys, Crocs. These are Crocs. We've been wearing Crocs. This is Sobek on your shoes. This is Sobek conscious. And so there's a lot to grok around what I'm saying. The Bush family dynasty is actually invested in this brand name that is a household thing nowadays. But that also indicates that they're very eager to have their affiliation to our subconscious in whatever way or aspect they can. You know, even like the burning bush, you know, every cigarette that was ever smoked was a burning bush. Every ganja spliff that was ever smoked was a burning bush. And so these family names, they really want to integrate themselves into our vices. And that's fine. I just think it's important that we pull it out of the subconscious and call it out for what it is, put it in our conscious level where we can actually see these tethers to our enjoyment, to the things we enjoy, and the path that we blaze on our own, independent of these labels and names and spells they want to put on them. Because I love those shoes, but I ain't down with the Bush family, you know. So parsing this out takes large chunks of information, chews them into little fine detail, and then poops it all out in a schizophrenic rainbow of meaning. And on that note, I think I got to slide along. I'm getting into some of my project work tonight, and yeah, I just got to kind of drop the smoke bomb and walk away like I sometimes do. I love you guys all so much.
We love you too, brother. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for honoring us. And you've really put something into my head about the feet, because the feet is something you achieve as well. And the length of your stride is based on your knees, the movement of your knees. And the feats that you can achieve are based on the length of your stride and the movement of your knees. So there's a lot in this whole decode that's still got to like crawl out. And the poetry is the tree, but you're climbing down. Yeah. Poetry. The power tree that gives you the access to doing feats. It just goes on. But so much love to you, brother. You have an absolutely gorgeous day. Thank you so much for joining us and bringing your insights. Only inspiring as always. And have a totally great weekend. And Bom Shiva.
Absolutely.
Peace, Slay.
Om Shiva, my friend. Give thanks and praise. Big love, Kalel. Much love, everybody.
Much love.
Love you, Soraya.
Soraya sometimes doing things and listening, and one hand here.
Much love,
Juggling.
Gabriel.
What a decode. Gives us an insight into Sabek. I hope I should have paid attention to where the timer was. I can't see it's 4:25. Okay. I'll have to mention it to yeah, she's not here, is she? Oh, Mexico. Yeah. Well, there we go. So we did get into the Shabek, and it's quite an interesting aspect as it relates to this preparation for the underworld on the physical plane, not the other side, but those on this side. And I'm pretty sure we're going to get to a lot more, because I'm pretty sure that the Sobek name can be undecoded even more, like Sob Ek. Ek means one. Ek means me, means I. I means one, solo. So Sob Ek means crying by myself, for myself, a cry in the dark, cry in the night. Is sort of like the crows reaching out into the netherworld. And the cry obviously is a crow. And when the crow reaches out into the underworld, it's a solo sob cry, just me, just one, because we come from the cradle to the grave alone. So there's a lot in all of this information. I think that we're going to be able to look at and go well, Ramadia. I hope you're well. I hope everything's good for you. And thank you for coming in and holding the space in the chat. So much love to you. I hope you feel good and rejuvenated and energized. So there's a lot going on here with this Sebek. I was wanting to ask you, Dr. K, what were your thoughts on Sebek? Because I must have missed out a whole lot of. I mean, it probably just goes on, rabbit hole of rabbit holes.
A very easy way to understand Sebek is to look at Peter Pan. If you look at Peter Pan and you understand that Saturn and Sobek are essentially two parts of the same thing, the same mechanism. Saturn being time and the crocodile or the alligator being the destroyer. But we can argue, what is that actually destroying? Is it destroying parts of the ego? Is it destroying this false sense of self? It is the nature of the matrix. Something has to die here in order for something else to live, whether it's an animal or whether it's a plant or vegetable, right? It's just it's the fundamental flaw that's represented in that symbolism. You can also see that in the movie. I actually mentioned this in the chat earlier. The movie Gods of Egypt. This is the beast essentially that Ra keeps at bay, right?
At bay. Interesting. The bay, the harbor. Harboring is what we hold. The bay is what is before the harbor, which is quite an interesting concept, And the bay, what animal bays? Is it a horse that bay? Does a horse bay? Have I got that right?
Or is that a sheep?
Duh. Of course, we're talking about the goats. The sheep, the goat. Of course, they're the ones that are going to bay. So that's naturally going to be what this is going to be about, the sheep and the goats. And I suppose the lamb is a baby goat in a sense, or a sheep. The sheep and the goat being the same family essentially. So there's something interesting that seems to be coming up between the crocodile, the goat, and now the lamb. Obviously, that's Aries on one side of the spectrum, which is Mars, and on the other side of the spectrum, we've got Capricorn, which is the mature version of it. So there's an interesting concept. Do sheep do lambs bay, or do they make a different noise? I don't know. I seem a bit ignorant about the names of noises of animals. It definitely is an interesting concept, though, to think about the sounds that animals make and the way it's relevant. And then we've got the serpent, and how the serpent is what's winding between the sheep and the goat. This tree. So it's fascinating when we consider the symbology and the way it works towards understanding why our death rituals, to use such a crude word, I think we need to reclaim that death word, because I think it's important. The depth. In order to understand the depth, we need to know what it is. What is the depth of life? And the depth of life is essentially death. You take the P out. And what does a P symbolize? So now we see the P is taken out of the word depth to give us death. But the P is also highly important, isn't it? In terms of magical ritual and symbolism. The P represents the mouth. We're back to the crocodile's big mouth and knowledge that can be eaten readily and digested, and the power tree that goes down into the underworld, because the tree goes up, the divine tree, and the power tree goes down. So poetry is about going into the underworld. I never really made that connection before, and this is quite interesting because obviously this is going to take us into Marvel territory. What about that bottom tree? Dr. K, you're the Marvel expert here, aren't you? You seem to always know what's going on with all of these cartoon comic revelations, as there have been.
Well, the tree, you see this in Loki. Shout out to Gabe because he's been doing a crazy series on that. You see the tree now represents one of the modern iterations is the current set of timelines. So, as above, so below. You can grow as deep as your roots go. Your roots go to the actual root of the earth. So in the book of Enoch, it speaks about the trees reaching the top of the canopy. The roots work the exact same way, much like a pyramid. What you see above ground essentially is existing below ground, and this is a reference back to the idea of the Merkaba. So time is just going in tune somewhere in your mind. That's the essential. We've been taught it's more of a outside, exoteric kind of thing, but it's all internal.
Can't escape my dog drinking water. But that's really interesting. Looking at the esoteric and the exoteric and the upward tree and the inward tree and the poetry and the lava tree, which feeds the power tree, which is why the tree grows upwards. This is truly the other part of the story as well. The idea of nutrition. So what kind of a spiritual nutrition does death bring us? People that haven't had a closeness with death, in my impression, this could just be me, don't seem to have this soberness about life, like recognizing what is, fundamental. It's only when we brush up against death like we lose someone dear to us. Like Dr. K, like you were saying earlier, you don't appreciate it till you lose it. And that's when you start to really pay attention, to the importance of the people that we meet along the way, the people that we know, and the fundamental structure. Hey, we've got Louis. Welcome, brother Louis. How are you doing? I hope you're well.
Hello,
Honored to
Frank.
have you here.
How is the
What an
audio
honor.
coming through? Are the levels
It's coming
okay?
through. It's coming through fine. Great. When I turn my mic muted, it'll be even better. Welcome. We've got Louis here. Louis is a wonderful brother. He specializes in plant medicines, but not just any plant medicines, in shroomaging around in the forests and finding the those special plants that grow where the electromagnetic frequency is on the lower bandwidth. You get certain creatures that thrive on the presence of positive hydrogen ions, which are destructive towards us, but they break down everything in the environment, detoxify the environment, and produce the most amazing medicines. And so he's very shamanically inspired. And from the Canadian forests, we have Brother Louis. Do please introduce yourself. And what an honor to have you. I'm lovely to see you here.
Oh, thank you for the lovely introduction, as always, Franklin. Your words, your way of words is something to revel in, and always inspires me as well to figure out my own ways to see the good in everyone and all the different angles to approach. So this discussion today has been extremely powerful. I came in about an hour ago, and I've been trying to set up this audio, and everybody's stories have just been powerful. I'm a little bit of a lack of words here when you start speaking about some of these heavier subjects. And everyone has had a story so far that kind of sets one in place. And I think that's, as you were just speaking there, Franklin, about not dealing with grief and not having maybe the deeper shadow work that I've heard everyone so far discuss in this chat. I've come to learn that I used to be very judgmental maybe about that when I was younger. You would look at others and think that person, what, they haven't gone through something. And then you start to get older and you realize we've all gone through something. Yes, there's different levels of it, but we can all unite under this suffering. And that was such a profound weave when you were weaving on that word with the suffering, even with the self for with putting that iron ring around yourself. And some of us, we can suffer with others and some bury it down. But I know from my own personal, I do that suffering. I put that ring around myself. And I've been going through that recently, actually. So one of my best friends passed away on December 13th, 2023. And it was a very eye-opening, but also, I guess, it helped reinforce other things as well. And this, I just would like to pay tribute to him first. And his name was Dan. I've known him since I was 9 years old. He's one of my best friends. He's one of the few friends that I've carried with me my entire life, as I've kind of been a bit of a vagabond traveling, but he was always a consistent in my life. And he was the first person that I ever witnessed having that natural ability to just do anything. I met him in baseball. We were both playing rep baseball, and he had come in from the west coast of Canada, where we have a very good baseball program, and he'd already been trained. So we were all just a bunch of fools. When he came in, he looked like he was professional, and he is and still forever will be my favorite baseball player I've ever seen, no matter what level. And I learned more from him than I learned from anyone that I ever, any coach, any professional, anyone. And watching him have that natural ability my whole life was an inspiration for someone who looked at themselves as someone who had to always work harder, who didn't have that ability. Now, Dan was a good man. He's a father of two. He's a husband. It was a tragedy. It was an accident, a car accident. So it was completely unexpected and really ripped a hole in a large group of people. So this conversation and what you've all been weaving around has been really resonating with myself. And I have never had someone, a friend, someone my own age that way pass with that long of history with me. And that the timing of it was, of course, like all things, a lesson. And he passed 12/13. His birthday was December 12th, so 12/12. So he had just turned 38, and 12/12 is also my father's birthday. So they shared the same birthday. And I've also lost my father in my life, and it was a completely different type of dealing with grief and dealing with suffering, as it was expected. I knew, I was prepared. We had had all the time together. We had said our hellos and goodbyes, and he was living on borrowed time. So um, when he had passed, one of my hardest things was having to deal with the fact that now my grandfather, the patriarch of the family, had lost all of his children. So now his three children, my father and my uncle and aunt, had passed. So now we were missing this gap in the center. So that was more of what my worry was at that time, because with my dad, I knew he had gone to a greater place. It wasn't even a shadow of a doubt. I felt the moment he left, and I knew that it was his time, and I was thankful, and it was a grateful event for me. Um, but with Dan, it was that opposite event. So on that 12/12 day, I was paying tribute to my father. My father passed 25 days after his birthday on that. So he passed on the day of the Epiphany, which is January 6th. So my number in baseball, my number in all sports is 25. So when my father passed, there were so many portents around it that it really reinforced, okay, I know what's going on here. Thank you. Thank you, creation. Thank you, God. When Dan passed, there was also many things surrounding that. And that was on my dad's birthday. When I finished my workday, I went down to the end of a dead end road where there's a river, and I was going to go do a little tribute for my father. And I like to walk as deep as I can in the woods, somewhere new, find a beautiful old tree, do a little ceremony. My dad and I used to smoke cannabis together. So I would leave him a joint, light a joint up, leave some tobacco, leave some hair for the plant as well, and just have a conversation with the nature around me and with him. And as I was on my way down to go do this, at the very end of the dead end road, birds started flapping and flying about. So I came to a complete stop, and in front of me, there was a whole murder of crows, is what we call it, I guess, flying, taking off together. And my father was the leader of a gang slash party group called the Crows. That he had a tattoo on his body that said Crows. So when I came down and I saw these crows, I thought, oh wow, Dad, there you are. But there was about 6, 7 large crows, and there was one large bald eagle, an American bald eagle, which took off after the crows in front of me. And the way that the little roundabout at the end was, the eagle actually had to turn in front of my truck and take off in front of me to the southerly direction. It was an incredible event. I got out of the truck. I thanked God. I walked over to see what they were around, and it was a dead wolf that they were all hanging out around. So it was powerful. I walked into the bush. I did that a ceremony. I told Gabe about this as well, and we kind of had a little bit of a weave. And PK was also in this chat, another great mind. PK noticed at that time what was in the sky, and he took a picture of stellarium, and he said, "This is interesting. There's something going on with the sky at that point." Well, my friend passed the next day, but I hadn't seen the chat until my friend had passed after that. And about within 20 minutes of when PK had posted that picture of the night sky was when my friend had passed. And not, pardon me, it wasn't the night sky. It was in the middle of the day. My friend passed at 2:20 in the afternoon that day. And in that sky at that time to the south was Ophiuchus. So he is an Ophiuchus, born 12/12. Right in the sun at that moment was Ophiuchus. Beside the sun was the moon, was Mars. They were all together in a perfect triangle, sitting at the south of Ophiuchus and just to the north of Scorpius. So the sun was right in the middle of these two. And Scorpius, we know, is the death bringer, but it's also the eagle. So I start seeing, oh my, Ophiuchus, the eagle. Well, right below Scorpius is Lupus, the wolf. So we have the wolf in this picture also. Then right beside Lupus is Corvus, the crow. Then above Corvus is Venus at that moment as well, because Mercury and Venus were actually flanking. And beside Venus is Virgo, where the wheat stalk, and PK pointed out, he said, wait a second, the wheat stalk, could you consider that it's part of your friend's last name? And what really blew me away about the wheat stalk being wheat, being grain, being a fungi, that you can make the fungi out of the grain. Well, that day, that 12/12, when I had saw this event and I posted in this thing saying, guys, oh my gosh, I just saw this. We were talking about lichen. We were having this very deep kind of discussion about lichen and about death, the underworld, how what lichen can do, the Lich King, that word, lich, lek, like. My friend Dan, his last name is Lemkul. His nickname was Lech. That's what we called him, was Lech. So Gabe was talking about, hey, the Lech King, the Lich King. This happened on that 12/12 that day. And the next day, my friend passed, Lemkul, whose nickname we all called him was Lech. So this was just extremely powerful. And on the day of the funeral, a few of us were all sitting, kind of talking and together, and started sharing some stories. And the people who were closest with him, including his mother and three of us friends, each one of us was visited by a message that day, and it completely shifted our mourning together. We all just knew he's somewhere better. We know, even though there's so much pain around this because of a father and a husband and one of the best men I've known in my life, hands down. But there was a message that this is for a reason. There's something greater here. It's now our responsibility to make sure we hold up with his family and the people here on this side, but he's taking care of it on the other side. So these type of messages that come through the ether that send us, it's the gratitude I have for being open, awake, having people like everyone in these streams and in these chats being able to experience, share their own experiences, which only reinforce the power of being aware of this type of energy, which does come through. And it helps you through your own suffering. It helps you through these gates that we must go through, that when we come through, we don't come through weaker, we come through stronger, and knowing that we've learned another lesson to continue to share with anyone we can around us, all and any that we can around us. So the past month and a half has been one heck of a journey for me, the people around us, but also I broke my phone. So it's not that I've been avoiding these streams on purpose. Broke my phone and has not been coming through. So the tech gods are not on my side either. But that doesn't make a difference. So I'm just happy to be here. And one last thing as well. So the 25-day thing, which happened. So the father birthday on the 12/12 and the January 6th being the day of the 50, that 25 days difference. Well, our sun just went into its 25th solar cycle, December 2019. So we are now in that 25th solar cycle as well. So there was something that hit me on that day of that epiphany that I knew, wow, the whole world, everything's changing. Not only is my world going to change, but something's happening. And that was when all the madness started kicking off. So all the not madness, the wildness, that while everyone was going mad, I was going deeper into the woods and deeper onto my mission. So these things, I just want to give gratitude to creation, and I want to give gratitude to everyone in here for all the stories and the lessons that we're putting out there into this ether.
Wow, thank you for that, brother. And how's the synchronicities just off the hook, off the wall? There's just so many of these synchronicities now. This we can look at. Why are the synchronicities around these passings so significant? And Moon Feather, I don't know if you were here when she was cranking it out. The synchronicities, once again, the same story. And excuse me, connecting with me as well. The synchronicities connecting on this level. And I recently had someone pass as well, someone that I knew quite well. She just, it happens. It's just like within the last couple of weeks. A lot of people have been leaving this world. It's been phenomenally powerful time. It's like there's a doorway that's opened, and a lot of people are using it. And fate has, dictated the timing let this be now. But it takes a lot of courage to, to speak about your feelings so openly, especially the deep ones. So much respect and much love to you, brother. It's beautiful to see. And I'm sure your friend is going off into the land of perpetual baseball, playing his proverbial game of baseball. And the other, we just call it the other, somewhere else, the elsewhere. And yes, it's definitely interesting how these synchronicities are crowding around these events of transition at the moment. And you'll find that everybody you talk to, these stories of synchronicities are crowding because the veil is so thin. And when the veil between, the worlds are as thin as it is now, it's a time of transition. It's a time of changing vibrational fields. It's a time of chiming out of the group and starting to find our own proverbial voice amidst the madness of life. And so we appraise and hold high value on actual voice. Yeah, if you think about it, because we've basically entered into this text world of text that disconnects us from our hearts and reality and each other. And so it's all the more important for us to reconnect. And so the veil being thin gives us an opportunity to step back from the technology to a certain extent and actually re-engage on an emotional level. And emotion is conveyed best by the voice because 70% of all communication is non-verbal, as we know. And yes, I'm hearing you, Sherry. This is what's happening. We're getting the synchronicities are revealing themselves before the time, even. And the premonitions are coming with them. And sunny Florida's windy. Tell me about it. We've had no wind here in Cape Town, which is like almost out of character. We normally have wind. It's been very strange weather, shall we say, all the ways around. Though I do think that the synchronicities are telling us a story about how close we are to the other side. It's like the universe is reverberating so fast that the barrier between life and death is being lifted. So it's obviously a time that we can get visitations. So pay attention to your dreams as well, because these are the times that the dreams that you have count more than usual. Because the thinner the veil, the more likely information is to slip through the veil and be manifested through the consciousness when we're asleep. So this is obviously something to consider. The nature of this existence, which is basically crowding around us, begging us to observe the nature of life and death, because we've been sold a lie and we've been trapped in this delusion of lies for so long, believing that it's not okay to discuss the passing because we're going to offend someone. What is this fear of offending people that we've become so accustomed to? And why does it hold us back from actually experiencing a real and true, genuine connection with the beyond? I'd like to put that out to the group.
I will attempt to answer that before I have to make my exit. I would say it's largely due to programming. There's always been this level of upper echelon information that feeds off of ignorance. I want to thank Polly for what he shared because, and I want to recommend a book that speaks so highly on this. Balls of Fire by Judy K. King, which is literally showing you how the game of baseball is connected to Egyptian rites of, the afterlife. This has been known, so much of what we call culture is predicated upon making, I don't even want to say making a mockery, but making something else out of, what is typically used to be so natural, especially in ancient culture. Programming is important, to recognize where your thoughts come from and whether or not they're yours or whether or not they've been implanted. You can't truly know until you entertain it. And this is why the power of mind is so, so important. because things only have the power that we give them. I want to say thank you, Franklin, for this magnificent space. It has been so much more than I actually expected. I knew it was going to be a emotional day, and for that I am thankful. I cannot thank you for providing the space to express that emotion and also to receive it from everyone who shared here today. I wish you all my love to you and yours, and thank you, thank you, thank you. Love, peace, and power.
Blessings, love, peace, and power, Dr. K. Thank you for the recommendation on the book as well, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, brother,
Many
for
blessings.
joining us and honoring us. And God bless you. And for sharing so much, making yourself so vulnerable. Thank you.
All my love.
And peace and power to you, brother. What a brother, sharing so much. We've all been throwing so much of our hearts in to the domain. And I think it brings us to an interesting point. Your speciality, Louis, since we got you here, and you're the guy who really works with spores and mushrooms. And there's always this notion of mushrooms with the fairy kingdom, the elemental kingdom of extra dimensional life, shall we say, or interdimensional life. Probably a good way of putting it. And the way in which mushrooms play this huge role, and not just mushrooms, but, all these spores, they tend to break things down faster than anything else, don't they? They tend to make things that would take a long time to decay just evaporate. So they represent the transition between death and life, probably in the most natural way, and the transition between the nutrients that was necessary when you're alive to move quickly for then when you're dead, which represents the movement of information through the energy field. So what would you say about mushrooms and why it is? What it is about mushrooms that makes them break down things so fast? And that's Louis, if you could or would.
Well, you nailed it, Franklin, that they are in the forest, they are both the death doula. So they are responsible for making sure things break down, but they are also the midwife to make sure things come back to life. So they are that transistor, that conductor between both worlds. They travel back and forth, and I would say there's many reasons we can go through, but one of them I would say it's because these are possibly the first blueprint for creation. They are the ones who've gone through the most in this realm. If we go and we look at the fossil records, and I know all of that is completely, it's a whole other story, but if we were just looking at what are the oldest things that we can see on this planet, it's lichen, it's these mycelium, it's these the other than the single cell bacteria, the multicellular life begins as this mycelium that starts crawling over, or this algae. So if they have been here if we're going to go with what conventional science, over 1 billion years, so 1.6 is the oldest fossil, and conventional mushrooms, they place anywhere between 500 million to 200 million. If we're going to go with that, they've been on this realm fighting everything, taking on all comers. So they're taking on the virus, they're taking on everything. They're taking on heat, cold, all of the environmental stresses. They're taking on other life trying to attack them, take over their areas. But at the same time, they're working with all these energies as well. They're learning and teaching and interacting with all this other life and becoming one with it. So if this realm needs the number one wizard who's had the most experience with all these things, it would be mushrooms, because they have had the most experience with it. So the realm leaves it up to them to in this transitory force. And in the woods, that is where I would say that this energy, like when I really go, when I'm in the cities, when I kind of, I'm lucky that I'm close enough to the city of Toronto that I'm able to, and I have friends there that I'm able to touch into these big cities, feel the energy, connect with the vibe that's happening there, and then kind of go into a middle ground that's outside the cities, but isn't quite out in the middle of nowhere, and then travel way out in the middle of nowhere and get the, and kind of test the energies in each areas. And when you spoke about fear earlier, Franklin, the fear which is in big cities and in the more the newer technological people that are in that are into this new technology, you can feel the fear in them. The farther away I get from that vibration, those type of technological focused people who are always on screens and always just, or their jobs have to do with it, or they're just in close proximity to a city. Once you get outside of there, the fear is gone. Like it slowly starts to evaporate. Then you get to a certain threshold that it's no longer there. And then the farther you get into the woods, I feel the energy reverses. The courage comes out. Your heart grows. Your chakras, you start getting nourished just with your breath, with the air, with the vibrations off the other life around you from the trees. And with every step, it always feels like a power up to me because you can feel that crunch. And I know in my mind, I try to tread lightly because I'm not trying to crush all that beautiful mycelium just under the soil there. I want to make sure, even though when you do crush it, it comes back stronger. That's part of its superpower. But I like to tread softly in there and find a nice spot where you can feel the energy now is very receptive to you. And when you get in these little groves, I wish it could be something that everyone could experience. I really wish just like love, love with whatever you're looking for. I really wish these type of things, being deep in nature and forgetting about everything to do with this modern world, forgetting about yourself, forgetting about all, and just connecting with what is. And then when that connection happens, the spirits, the fae, just the voice of creation, it always comes through. It always comes through. And all the ridiculousness of this BS system and that has been kind of built up around us, it just becomes comical. You just really have to laugh at it and really have to smile at how we know how it's going to end up. And yeah, we're going through some hard times, but we know how the energies work and how they pendulum back and forth. So myself learning more and more about the fungal world and connecting with it and then consuming it and realizing that they are part of this pendulum going back and forth, and then slowly realizing, wow, now I have got into this rhythm where before I was in that city rhythm in a certain way, the mycelium set me back and put me back on the rhythm, on the rhythm of creation, the rhythm of the mother that's out here. And then without really realizing it, I started then playing that song everywhere I went and carrying these mushrooms to people and trying to open people up to it, and then becoming like a conduit of information and knowledge. And without even really realizing what I was doing, it just dawns on me one day that, oh my gosh, I am now become a vessel for these. I am a spore. That's what I've now become. Right? I didn't plan on it. No one said, hey, you got to go do this. I just was doing. And I realized, wait a second, I've become one of these spores now. So there's, I could talk about mushrooms all day long. These things are the greatest gift to, and they put me in a good mood. So thank you very much. I needed to put a smile on my face after that little bit of a suffering I went through. So, and right now, a great lesson is, even though we see the mushrooms like springtime and fall tend to be associated with the mushrooms, of that when we, when everything melts, or when the energy changes and shifts in the spring, you get all these shoots and all these different mushrooms that start to come up along with all the little green and all the beautiful plant life that gets there. But the best time to forage is in the fall, after the summer's had all that time with the sun and the water and all the cycles have gone through. Then the earth, the bounty, springs forth. But here in Canada, in the cold climates, there is one particular fungi which is the opposite, and it's chaga, the chaga fungi, and it only grows on birch trees, and which leaves it kind of to the cold climates. So the top areas are Russia, China, Japan, Poland, Canada, and also in the northern parts of America. And the chaga mushroom, it is at its top peak in medicinal value at the coldest part of the season. So at the hardest, most vicious time when the snow is the highest and it's the worst time to go out there and forage, that fungi is saying, come get me. For those who've got the courage, if you can come find me, I will give you the greatest gift you can ever have on this planet. And chaga is another. I could do an 8-hour podcast on just chaga because of what's in there. But so with that chaga energy, and it's the highest source of melanin we can consume, non-meat source of melanin. So if you think the farther away you get from the equator, the farther away you get from the sun in these cold months, the Mother Nature is giving you the gift. So you go into these cold forests, you may not be getting sunshine. So you might not be getting vitamin D and melanin from your sunshine because it's been overcast here for a lot of this winter. So we may not be getting those high amounts, but if you keep your eyes open, and it screams at you because it's a bright white birch tree and chaga's black. It's the black of night, that melanin on the outside. It looks like a black scar. It looks like a scar on the tree almost, or a black horn coming off of it. So it's once you get an eye for it in the winter, it's also the best time to forage for it because there's no leaves on the trees, so you can see extremely far into the forest. And with that white birch tree and that black particular fungi, even though it's difficult, even though it's -20 and there's a 2 feet of snow on the ground and you're out and you're trudging along, you're getting that lifeline. Mother Nature's reaching its hand out for you, saying, I'm still making it easy for you. You got to put a smile on your face because I could make it harder for you. I could put leaves on these trees, but hey, you came out this far. I'll make it nice and easy. Come get me. So there is these amazing balances that are shown to us and sent to us that are part of the overall, the good system, the non-fear-based system, the abundance system that is everywhere. That's in us, in all life, springing forth, always begging for us to just look at it and pay attention to it. The exact opposite of this BS fear, again, laughable system that they constantly try to push on us. And all we have to do is just keep smiling at it and saying, okay, fine. Do what you're going to do. We will keep going into the forest. We will keep carrying this flame with us and passing it to anyone who's got the eyes open. So thank you, Franklin, for letting me ramble about some fungi for a little bit. And I have chaga right now, which I have foraged 2 days ago. It's in my fridge, and I'm going to be chopping it up this weekend and dehydrating it to turn into medicine. So,
I'm actually very curious about this changa you're talking about because it's making me think of changa. It doesn't by any chance contain a lot of DMT in it, does it?
No. So it gets confused with changa and with Chagas disease. Chagas. Chagas disease and changa are completely different than chaga. Chaga. It's Chaga's Latin name is Inonotus obliquus. The chaga comes from ga, which they say is the Siberian word for mushroom or fungi. They say it comes from meaning fungi in Siberian. But if you look at the tsa, the sar, the czar in there, the king, ga, it's the king of the earth, the tsaga. So in these Siberian cultures, which are most revered, which have the most amount of research behind it and the longest continuous tradition, because of unfortunately what in North America has happened to the Aboriginals here, over in the Siberia over there, they have this continuous tradition, and in their language, it's I can't say I forget the word because it's written in Cyrillic, so I always I forget how it's pronounced, but it translates to God's gift. So when I see something and you're thinking, wait a second, in this language, these people using it the longest, they call it God's gift. And then when we look at it in the other way, it's the king of the earth. These are great little word hints that are through there. But this particular chaga mushroom, it contains, what it does is essentially the birch tree. It only infects birch trees which have been injured. So say what happens a lot here in Canada is we have to have along our roads, we have these big, it's terrible. It just rips your heart apart when you see it, but it also does serve a purpose. And it's like a large disc blade, and they go along the highways and they just shred all the trees along our highways to keep the growth back, but also in the winter because of the snow, you need to have a bit of a clearing so you can, when you pull out, you can see down the road. So they shred all these different trees, and when they do that, what they do is they'll scar birch trees. Or if you're deep in the forest and a branch falls off, you now have an open scar. And what will happen is these chaga spores will be floating along, like flying along, cruising around in the beautiful wind, being sent for a next mission, and they land in the scar. Now, if the chaga infected is such a terrible word, but hadn't joined the tree, then that tree would, that where that scar is, would eventually break off faster, and the tree would degrade and break down faster than if the chaga infected it. So the chaga, even though it now infects this tree, and modern science will say has a what's the, not a symbiotic, the opposite of symbiotic, a parasitic relationship with it. It doesn't. They're tricking you. It has a symbiotic because it's keeping it alive longer. So once it infects the tree, it now starts to essentially aggregate the nutrients of not just that birch tree that's there, but everything around, where those root systems go, where that mycelium goes, all the trees that tree is in communication with. So now the chaga is saying, okay, I need these. I need some vitamin D, or not vitamin D, but whatever language they speak to send in the troops. It starts aggregating these different compounds in there, and it gets, like I said, this extremely as black as night on the outside. But if you break it off on the inside, it's beautiful gold, beautiful, bright gold. And one of its other names is black gold, because it has this beautiful gold inside and black outside. So the birch tree is aggregating these nutrients over this time, and then eventually in the summers, it goes dormant. It goes dormant. So then you're not getting the nutrients in that chaga. There is still some in there, but in specifically where the chaga is, it's now being more distributed through the tree, because you're in the summer and it kind of doesn't need as much power. When these brutal cold winters come, now that birch tree, all the other trees go into a dormant stage, as does the birch in a way, but the chaga kicks in now, and it helps that birch tree now through the winter. And now that chaga is at the highest maximum medicinal rate, like I was mentioning before. So this chaga also, it was used in Finland as a coffee substitute during the war. So it's known in these cold countries, but no one knows about it. No one. It's since the scam hit in 2020, much more have woken up about it, because it's out in social media. And Cliff High, who's a truther kind of out there, speaks on certain things. He speaks about it because he had the C word. I don't know how, whatever, cancer, and he ended up using it to beat it. So it's an extremely effective, extremely powerful for everything, but specifically for chemo and whatever that C word is, and what comes up with there. It is one of the most powerful things on the planet. And Alexander Solzhenitsyn wrote the book Cancer Ward because of chaga. Because when he got cancer, he went to the hospitals and realized these guys are trying to kill me with whatever radiation poison. Let me get out of here. And he traveled up to the Siberian villages and realized, wait a second, everybody here is 90, 80, healthy. No one here is sick. What's going on? And they pointed him to this particular fungi, and he utilized it, and it helped him through his sickness back in the 50s or whatever. And he wrote a book, and it's specifically kind of referenced throughout that book if you look for it. So it does have a history under, just like all good things, just under the ground, right? Just there for anyone to see. But it's amazing how there's these other words which are so similar, like changa, chagas, and there's also an Indian word which I'm forgetting as well. But there's an Indian word which is very close to it as well. So I don't know if these things are purposely done to confuse it, but it is a shame, because this particular medicine, if I had to pin one thing, if you had to say, okay, gun to your head, if you have one thing that you had to say, this is it, this is for the whole world, it would be chaga for me. Reishi would be very close. The reishi mushroom would be very close, if not on the same par. But the only reason why I put chaga above it is because of the melanin. And the melanin is the food for our pineal gland. So it's that right there alone, to me, is extremely important. And also it converts melanin, converts radiation into a very safely for our body, into energy for our body. So if you're not melanated properly, then you essentially are burning inside. You have a radiation, like an improper burning. But if you are melanated, your body will use that radiation and convert it to an actual like electric energy that you can then use our ears use your melanin to convert sound waves. Our eyes use melanin in our pupils to convert our visual stuff. So since I've been drinking this stuff, my vision is unbelievable. My hearing has gotten better. I had hearing loss from music. It's known as the most powerful gut medicine on the planet because it has the most powerful gut antioxidant, superoxide dismutase in it. So it is very, for that gut brain connection, like we're talking about. If I'm throwing that out there, it's the most powerful gut medicine. That's how it's used in Russia and China and those areas. It has a great gut tonic with that prebiotic mentioning that we talked about a little while ago, setting the bacteria in the gut up properly so that the probiotics can come in and they can chew on that stuff. And it's that gut brain connection with those prebiotics that it's the most powerful medicine I've ever found. So drink it, find it somewhere. It's usually available at health food stores in chunks. You can order it online. It's a good source. Or Birch Boys, they're good. But the best way I found is you can get it in chunks and just make a tea. You just drink it as a tea. That's just every morning I drink it as a tea, and it contains the tannin vanillin. So it has a very light vanilla kind of earth flavor to it. You'd never think you were drinking a mushroom. If you hand it to somebody, it's better than any herbal tea you've ever drank in your life, and has hundreds of compounds in it, hundreds. At one point, I counted 8 of the top 10 natural remedies that were circling around during the whole scam happening. 8 of the top 10 natural remedies were in chaga naturally. That's the key. Naturally, not some banana head in a lab somewhere putting together chemicals and saying, oh, here's your zinc and here's your vitamin C. This is that tree is putting it together for you. And when I look at those trees, I trust that white coat more than I trust these other white coats, for crying out loud. Like, so chaga. There's the chaga lesson for the day.
Well, thank you for that. I was actually just looking where I can buy it. Found 100 grams of the powder. The dried powder should work just fine, shouldn't it? And how much do you put in a tea? What, 5 grams of dried powder?
This is also a little bit of a difficult thing because these mushrooms are so incredible. This fungi is so incredible that you don't really have to worry too much of a set dosage. They're so flexible in either way that you can't even overdose. Chaga, they do say it contains oxalates, but it's the most powerful antioxidant on the planet. So it's one of those kind of catch-22s that some people freak out about. But if you really just do the math in your head and you realize what is really inside of it, the trade-off of whatever people freak out about the oxalates, it doesn't make any sense because of all the other compounds in there. So there are 5 grams per X amount of liters that you can follow. But some of the fun about this, it's not even medicine. They're gifts. Some of these fun about these mushroom gifts is you can be super flexible about it. You can put a little bit in and it'll work. You can put a ton in and it'll work. I know a 9-year-old woman who was struggling with long COVID, and she made a very, very, very potent batch. I do mine in large corn roasting pots. She did it in a very small soup bowl. But what I told her to do in a large pot, she did in a very, very small soup bowl, and had just continued to brew the tea all day long, all day, and drink it. And she goes, oh man, I was on the toilet. I'll tell you, I was running back and forth between the toilet, but I woke up the next day and I felt like I knocked off 20 years of my life, let alone the long COVID. So that's coming from a 9-year-old woman who was struggling with some issue, whatever, something that's going on there. She pretty much tried her best to almost overdose on it and came out better on the other side. So the dosages, I don't worry about too much. Part of the fun is learning yourself, putting a few chunks in one time, saying, oh, that's all right. Let me try a bit more next time. Let me try a little less. My only rule that I kind of put out there is I say, if you hold up the liquid to the light, you shouldn't be able to see through it, because you want to have that dark. It needs to be dark. I think that means it's got the melanin in there. So that's my only rule that I throw out there. But other than that, it's extremely flexible to be used in dosages. And the amazing thing about it is there's so much medicine inside of it is that you can rebrew it multiple times. So you can get up to 5, 6, 7, 8 brews out of, a couple, say 4 or 5 chunks, or out of, if you use, 20 grams or something, you can use that over and over and over and over and get still potent medicine out of it, which is just phenomenal. Like, it's one of those things that it doesn't make sense. It is snake oil. Like, it really is. When you break it down, it is. But it's the true snake oil, that it can has such a wide breadth of healing, and it's an adaptogen. So it doesn't, you can't screw it up. You really can't. You can give it to children in small doses. It's acceptable for that. You can give it to elderly people. For the sicker you are, the more you're supposed to use it. So I have friends and people I know that I've been giving this medicine to. Like, I make them the teas, and they have turned their back on the chemo business, and they're using this, and they are getting incredible results. And it's being verified by the guys in the white coats who are testing this stuff and coming back and saying, what the heck, this stuff's incredible. But all you got to, if they've been testing this stuff on the other side of the world, it's used in Russia. It's called bifungin, BYFUNGEN, bifungin. And it's an extract. It's the only extract that they've managed to take out of chaga and turn into an actual pharmaceutical that they use. But if you could buy that online, or if you get the C word, or you're going through chemo or whatever, they offer that as a conjunction therapy over there. So it's not like it's just something, it's coming out of nowhere. There's tons of science and reviews that are behind it. It's just one of those things that it terrifies modern science. Like, it would destroy the entire pharmaceutical industry completely. Just one thing alone, having that adaptogenic ability, having the birch. Like, Canada, we've got so much birch. It gets mad. It's crazy. It makes me, sometimes I actually do get some sadness when I'm in the forest, thinking there's enough medicine I can, just in my eyesight, to heal this entire, to heal 20 million people. This is crazy. And then you think about, in Russia has a birch forest almost the size of America. So it's endless, the amount of medicine that's just there, sitting on these birch trees, waiting to be, not waiting, that's not ours to go and take, but for the issues that we're in, it could be a very easy transition, and would just crush all the, again, this is why it's so laughable. I offer to people who take 7 different, pills from their doctors. They're on a blood thinner. It's a blood thinner. They're on an antidepressant. It's good for depression. They have something for their stomach. It's great for the stomach. Like, it's amazing what it can do. It's for the heart. It's great for the heart. So, but people are terrified when you say there's one thing in it, like one ring to rule them all. People look at you with one eye, and until they really try it, like all good things, right? Until you really give it your own experience, really, you really understand what a gift it is. So.
Well, thank you so much for that lovely breakdown. We've got 2 people that have joined the chat. We've got Liber Lam, who's been sitting in the chat for a few minutes now. Mystic Ronan that have joined in. And I'd love to welcome them both. And thank you, guys. An honor to have you both joining us. Liber Lam is an inspired thinker, with astrology being a baseline, also Buddhist cosmology and other forms of occult philosophy. Meditation being his grounding practice, as well as obviously other occult therapeutics, shall we say. Wonderful brother. He was part of the roundtable since the beginning. He hasn't been here for a little while because he's been away doing other things, but he's back with us. And I'll also introduce Ronan, then I'll give you both a chance to say your hello and introduce yourselves. Then we've got Mystic Ronan here from the Ronan Experience. You might know the Ronan Experience. It's a wonderful show. Covers a lot of really interesting topics. Apparently, I think our topics have been quite on similar lines because, well, we put out radars, and the radars pick up static in the universe and sort of we frequency into it. I mean, obviously, this topic now it's been on the cards for like a few weeks. I've been wanting to find the right moment for it because people have just been checking out like it's like we're at a supermarket. And So yeah, we've got the mystic Ronan. He's also shamanically inspired, loves his nature, loves his wildlife. The Ronan, obviously, as you know, is a samurai that's gone rogue. Not going to be, fuck you, I won't do what you told me. You know, a little bit of Rage Against the Machine in there, going wild. Bit of tinfoil hat stuff. Obviously, a decoder. The word is his mechanism. He loves the words. He's essentially based on various different occult principles. And he will be telling us all about the Americas. So welcome to both of you. Libalam, if you could introduce yourself, and then Ronan. And it's an honor to have both of you. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you so much for your kind introduction, Franklin. You always have amazing introductions, so thank you for that. And thank you so much for having me. I am glad to be here with you guys in this conversation. Starting off strong, I didn't see what happened before that, but the chaga conversation is very interesting. I'm looking up chaga right now and checking into that. That butylenic acid, I think is what it's called, is interesting too, because it said online that it comes from birch trees, but obviously we can't eat birch trees, but mushrooms can. So another interesting side to that. Yep.
And Brother Ronan, I hope you can hear us.
Hey, greetings, everyone. Peace and harmony. Yeah. Massive love, Franklin. What's going on, Indy? Soraya, Liberlam. What's up, Raj? And
What's up, bro?
What's going on, Luwe? Yeah, I really appreciate that talk about the chaga. I might reach out to you later in Telegram on where I could get some. We have birch trees here in Georgia as well, probably all the way up the East Coast. But yeah, that's an awesome tree also. But anyway, I want to talk or mention at some point about the amount of people that have been transitioning. And in my case, in my point of view, that a lot of this has been voluntary. Whatever the mechanisms are that, whatever the autopsy or whatever might say, but I believe that people have voluntarily wanted to check out of this experience. And spiritually, maybe they're not even realizing that, because let's face it, a lot of people are very disconnected with everything, and especially with these times, these kind of shiftings of ages and energies. That's if you guys haven't already covered that, I hope I'm not covering ground that. And if you're already on a flow, don't let me mess up any type of flow. But yeah, man, I'm here for. I guess I'm like the second shift. Liberlam and I are fresh legs. We're like second shift. Let's go.
Well,
we're here for backup.
Kick the ball out there. If there's anybody's got anything that they want to jump into, I like that. That was really where we were actually wanting to get to. The fact that there's a checkout queue that's growing, that they've gotten a few extra cashiers on the checkout aisle, and they made the front door a little bit bigger, the checkout door, and they've increased the AI potential on the tills, for faster, more efficient checkout. It seems to be upgrading, much the same as supermarkets, So I'd love to get into that. I think it's a great topic. Anybody want to kick the ball?
Could I just jump in quickly with what Lieberlam mentioned
Please.
there about the betulinic acid, because it just rang something in my mind. And that's so the Latin name for the birch tree is betula, from the Hebrew word beit, or the Celtic beth, meaning house. So for us talking about our home, for us talking about death, this is something I know on our Western over here in Canada, you get to kind of get perspectives into different cultures. And there's some beautiful things that when you see with some of the Eastern cultures where they all live under one big home. So when a death happens, when a grandparent passes or a great grandparent happens, or on the opposite, if it's the other way around and a tragedy happens, the whole unit is under that one bet, is under that one house together, where they can work with these energies together. And that's, I think, kind of rang with my mind with the chaga doing the same thing, also in the being the bet in the forest, also with that house aspect, and also with the birch tree having the betulinic acid is known for being one of the best medicines for skin. Chaga, I forgot to mention that as well. Chaga is very good for skin cancers and different things like that. So women love it because of the melanin and the different things that are inside. They're one of the first things that you notice when you start consuming this, because like all of these medicines, they're not immediate. It's the opposite of like the psychedelic ones, where you think, oh, this is going to kick in, within the next half hour. Always a mistake, right? Oh, this isn't working. We need more, right? But the psychedelic ones are quicker acting. These powerful God medicines take a long time. You have to have patience. If you just try it for a day, a couple of days, if you do it a few days and then stop, it doesn't have an effect. You have to stick with it every day as it
Louis,
builds up. Yeah, brother.
Louis, I know the birch tree you can make, like, I believe you can make turpentine, and turpentine is good for almost like a deparasiter, a dewormer kind of. Is chaga like a good dewormer? Because I find a lot of medicines that are like these miracle medicines, some of them, when you boil it down, they're actually just like anti-parasitical, and of course, killing parasites. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, my energy levels. I'm just curious if that's a big part. I've noticed that in other things.
They are, and because it's not technically called a mushroom, it's a fungus. It's specific. It's one of those. It's a fungus, not a mushroom kind of thing. Because like a psychedelic can be a mushroom and a fungus, but specifically because it's called a sclerotia. That's the type of fungus it is a sclerotia. It is antiparasitic, antibacterial, and anti-worm. Oh, and you can use it on animals too. So you can use it on cats. It works for all life in that way. Now, I would recommend other mushrooms for animals before I would recommend it first, but it definitely could be used for it. And you're right, with that birch tree having that almost turpentine medicine-ish in it, the betulinic acid is hard to extract from that birch tree. You can make a birch tea, but it can be toxic. It depends. Like, you got to be careful with what you're doing with that birch. Whereas when it's in the boiled down tea version, there's zero issue. Now it becomes an utmost ultimate medicine. And with the fact that your birch is what you write on, so you've got that paper aspect, right, which is what we do our script on, like our tattooing our skin, having that skin, protecting our skin aspect of it also. It gives you that extra, it's like showing, it's in being the house of the forest. It's the only bright white tree. You can have a hard time trying to figure out, is that a hemlock, is that a pine, I can't tell, is that a maple, is that an oak, when you're looking in the winter when there's no leaves and you're just looking at stumps and you're looking at trees. It can be a little bit more difficult to figure out what the heck is going on, but you can't miss a birch. Birch is a birch. It's a bright white thing, so it's that flag saying, come in. It's inviting you in, like our skin, right? Like our skin on the outside. That's the barrier between us and whatever is on the outside. So that the they're also, the birch trees tend to also kind of be perimeter trees also. So it's showing so many different lessons in the medicine that's in there. And the others, I'll throw it out there because there's betulinic acid, and the other one that's really good for the skin, it's called luteal, luteal acid. And so you have your house, so your betula, and you have your luteus, so it's the light. So it's your two best medicines for skin that are in there, are showing you in the words. get in your house, let the light come in, and everything will be okay.
Wow, thank you for that. And we know what else grows on birch trees. I used to harvest that in London, of all places. But that's very powerful, and it sort of, I think it's on point with possibly acting as a barrier. Maybe it's the physical manifestational metaphor for the barrier of the veil, which is between the worlds, between the physical manifestational world and the underworld, and that which separates the underworld from the various loka, the various different spheres of activity where we can find ourselves, different planes of activity, or we can find ourselves in this plane of activity. And so there's definitely some kind of a parallel there. And obviously birch, berg, well, berg is the mountain. I wonder if there's a connection with mountain. Back to Sidde, right at the top, to reference the idea of the powers coming into the body. But thank you for that. It's very, very detailed. I'm definitely going to get myself some of this black powder and not crank too much of it. Just keep a steady flow. So we've got Ronan and we've got Louis, and we've still got Soraya. Soraya, are you around? You haven't said too much. Is there anything that's aching on your heart to express, since it's such a seminal topic?
Not yet, actually. I was listening.
That's fine. That's great. That's great. And yes, I suppose looking at this dynamic that we're sitting in, of this, what I like to call a mass exodus of souls, and it's interesting what you said, Ronan, because I know somebody that chose to transition a little while ago, and I think that the powers that be that should not be, the powers that are that should not be, because they barely got a C, not even a D, and well below an E, basically an F. Have been utilizing.
They're a bunch of birches, man. These birches out here, I'll tell you what.
Exactly. Exactly. And it seems to me that there's more of the programming of late in the last year being put out. And it's funny because especially the tinfoil hat documentaries, and I don't mean the good tinfoil hat talks. I'm talking about the documentaries with all that dun 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 dun, that heavy music. There's definitely a lot of subliminal programming in the music, and I think it's like, are you sure you want to be here? You could be elsewhere, kind of mission. Like, are you sure you want to carry this weight of life? You could just take off the mantle. And it's sort of causing people to, like, one way or another, wishfully tap out, whether it's consciously, like, with a bullet or whatever, or a proverbial bullet, or whether it's subconsciously with it, like, I've just lost the desire to live kind of thing, which is all the same thing, really, like you say, Ronan, to effectively for people to be leaving.
If the reason I say that is because in my observation, my experience is the old ages, the old times, the things that have worked before. We were experiencing a death of an age, which is why in a coming of a new age, and that's based off of the energies and the cycles, and a lot of people can't handle that. They want to hold on to the old ways, but anyone that's holding on to the old ways is going to have a very tough time on all levels. And then that stuff kind of manifests in, like, a lot of 3D outcomes, but it is very energetic and very spiritual. And if you don't have if you're not calibrated, kind of to the new vibe, the new frequency, like literally, you know what I mean? yeah, you're going to have a difficult time. So I feel a lot of people just spiritually have decided to check out. And like you were saying with I think you were mentioning earlier, you know, the checkout lines are nice and broad. There's no, you know, there's no bottlenecks. It's like, okay, here you go. And they've been given the opportunity to on multiple ways. Even some of these poison darts that have been handed out. Spiritually speaking, I think people knew what this was about and decided to that's okay. This is the checkout line, and I really believe that, you know. So when you try and tell someone don't do this, it's really bad for you, and they go whatever. I think it's on a spiritual level, not just because they're so disconnected anyway, and this has been an opportunity for them to check out. Now, you know, I don't know if you guys talked about like what happens when someone transitions, especially in someone that's really disconnected from spirit or the source. You know, and if you, what happens to them? Do they get reincarnated and come right back in? Do you have ancestors and guides? That's what people talk about, like my guides. Is that? I don't mean to make that sound sarcastic, but I know in this kind of woo-woo ecosphere, I know a lot of people I think they use some of those concepts as almost like crutches or something. But I don't mean to. That's on them. But what do you guys think about guides and ancestors or coming back here? I heard a great comment the other day. Like he was like, if I actually got, you know, Max Egan, he's pretty popular, but he just made a comment. He's like, I don't fear dying, but if I go and come right back, would I be attracted to Max Egan's work? You know what I mean? So like, if Franklin transitioned, would he later on look up the Bush Whisperers work and be attracted to it? I don't know. I think that's a really interesting concept. So I know I'm just shotgunning ideas out there, but take it where if anyone wants to pick up or has anything on their heart that they want to share related to anything of that that I mentioned.
I feel you on that a lot.
Forgive me. Yeah.
You know, I have a short comment on this because, like, I really feel you on this. I think people are really they just are so dissociated by the modern day and the modern age that it's hard for them to do anything other than surrender and be self-annihilated in the midst of, you know, just spirituality, existentiality, and general concerns of life. And myself, when I'm looking at this, I think this has a lot of ties to mental health decline, and also like I see it as like a deep rooted spiritual thing because, you know, what I imagine is like the origins of the spiritual life. It comes at first with a life of leisure, but not leisure in the sense that we would think about it in the sense of like a homeless person, but more so like leisure in the sense of renouncing a lot of worldly concerns and going off into the forest and, you know, being in seclusion, being in renunciation. And I guess like I think I imagine in ancient times that was something that an older person would do, not a younger person. But I think maybe that did tie into younger people. You know, if we're looking at like the Native Americans with their kind of trial of manhood, they had to come back from renunciation as a man. The intent was not for them to go out there and be the same. And I imagine the elders of that community would see that in them. If they, you know, BS this, you know, going out and being an outcast for a while, I think that that would have been seen and they would have been held back. And we don't have that in our modern culture. That's something that I think is so important to the mystical life. Is really like the spirit of renunciation is, you know, a thing where it's like, okay, if you want to be slow your whole life and never, you know, man up to the spiritual challenges and the worldly challenges, then be a child. But if you want to be recognized by your brothers and your sisters as you know, living to your potential, then take up the real, you know, ancient way in a sense.
the rites of passage. That's a reason why I joined the army. That was my outlet for that. I was consciously thinking of that, Libra Lam. I was like, I need to go out somewhere on my own, and that was kind of the best opportunity for me that I saw, because it was lost in my culture for generations, for sure. And I see that. I equate that also kind of mass exodus, almost like the lemmings. I had in 2020, I was using this concept like, don't try and stop. Don't be the traffic stop person when the lemmings are trying to run off the cliff. Just step out of the way and let them follow each other and jump off the cliff. I kind of equate that concept to that as well. In that modern age, for sure, but we've navigated through it, and that's why I think it's spiritual. Probably, related to karma, and other experiences. Somehow we made it through. I had something else to say, but I forgot. Forgive me. I'm trying to be present.
I think that makes a lot of sense as well. There's definitely how can I put this? Ever since the internet, and I'm sure you're about to get this. I'm sure a few of us here will be able to get this. Those of us that are like slightly longer in the tooth will really get it. Before the internet was invented, we lived in the real world. And then the internet came and we started living in the world of information in our heads. And then social networking came and it just went, from bad to worse. And then they invented TikTok. Or first Instagram and then TikTok. And so we're being taught to disassociate by technology. And technology is teaching us that the social world is in the internet. It's where all our friends are. It's where we connect. It's where we get our learning and our information. And I was making a joke with someone on the beach the other day about how the young people from this generation, they'd be screwed if they grew up in our day and age, because all food didn't have sell-by dates on it. How would people know whether they can eat the food or not? They'd have to actually pick up the vegetable or the fruit and sniff it and get a sense of whether it's edible or not, which is a skill a lot of people don't have these days. They can't tell. Okay, some things are obvious, the colors. But I'm just saying, it's reached that point where, how long will it be until people don't know how to make a fire?
Yeah,
man. It sounds ridiculous to put that out there, but that's where we're going. And where in the past, most people would be able to go and cook themselves food on a fire if they needed to. A lot of the younger generation wouldn't be able to do that these days because they haven't really allowed themselves to live in the physical plane. A lot of people, they don't go out into nature. And if they do, they're scared. They're scared of nature. It's this weird thing with the young generation. The younger the generations get, the more disconnected from nature they get, to the point where they don't know how to interact with living things. And I've noticed as well, dogs, oh my God. So when I was younger, dogs would walk around in the street sometimes, and people were much more chilled with dogs. I have walked my Malamute. My Malamute is Ori. He's a beautiful boy. I have seen people jumping over fences when they see my dog coming because they get scared. He's a big dog. He's a solid big dog. But my point is, I've seen people panicking and freaking out, even though he's walking with me on the leash. I can't even take him through the penguin sanctuary because the last time I went there, I saw people jumping over the small little fence, falling in the bushes. I was worried. I wanted to go and help them, but I was scared that if I came too close to them with my dog, they might wee in their pants. So it's interesting, how disconnected, and I think this is a big disconnect that we're experiencing at the moment. And it makes the transitioning thing so much more challenging, I think, for the people that are in the act of transitioning, because you ask about Bird Dog, you asked about the afterlife and what happens. And obviously there's an uptake. I think it's a good way of looking at what happens is looking at what happens to something when it falls into the soil, the body. Because I do believe that as above, so below is a really good reference. So first things get broken down, then they get turned into compost, and the compost gets taken up, and there's the new life springs from it. So I do believe that there's a process of breaking down, and this is why looking at the fungi is so important, because the fungi play that very fundamentally important role of helping to break things down. And how can I put this? There's a law to this. Okay, so the electromagnetic spectrum has got highs and lows. So the wave is doing this as it travels. Right? And we can look at it two-dimensionally as a worm. So at the point that it comes like that, you've got an increase in the production of negative hydrogen ions. Then an increase in the production of positive hydrogen ions. Negative, positive, negative, positive, and so we go on. And where there's the negative hydrogen ions being produced, you have green plants thriving, flowers, fruits, foods, an abundance of biodiversity. Where you have the increase of the positive hydrogen ions, you have ants and fungi. So where you die matters on an energetic level and on a physical level, because if an animal is going to die, it will know intuitively and instinctively to go and lie in a place where there's a low frequency, which means high potential of positive hydrogen ions being facilitated and attracted to that zone, which means that the body is going to break down quicker into the soil to become part of the substrate and feed the plants, which is an interesting concept. Now, I think on a spiritual level, this applies to the equivalent, metaphorical equivalents of the high and lower, in terms of the positive hydrogen ions, which equate to acidity, and the negative hydrogen ions that equate to alkalinity. And obviously alkalinity makes the availability of nitrogen. Yeah, nitrogen is taken up, well, close to, I think it's about 6.5, most plants. 6.5, 6.1 in organic substrates. And then when you're getting into the uptake of the potassium, you want to have even more alkalinity, which is the flowering phase. So that alkalinity is really fundamental to the growth of things. But the breaking down, deeper down into the soil, you do want the acidics. So this balance between the acidic and the alkaline on the physical plane is quite relevant. So what does this equate to on the spiritual plane? Positive and negative. Fear on the one side and love on the other side, I would say, which is an interesting concept if you consider the polarities of being as reflective and looking at the soil and comparing our spiritual life as the life in the soil. So I do think that there is this breaking down of the psyche, but if we are not connected to the earth, we can't break down properly because we don't know where to lie down, as the metaphor goes. So people can get trapped. I thought I'd put that out there for you guys. The idea of people getting trapped between the worlds and being stuck there for a long time, and then becoming, disenchanted, shall we say. And the disenchantment of their environment causes resentment. Yes, you were going to say something, brother.
Lost in the woods. I mean, imagine, I love that idea that you're talking. You mentioned this before, and I'm glad you brought it back up. That disconnection, and then kind of that affects your transition, perhaps. And that's very interesting concept. And then you're not, those those ghosts or whatever, they're just like lost. There's like, where do I go? Because naturally, that wouldn't be an issue. I would imagine. I love the concepts of some of these cultures, like in Louisiana, and a family member transitions. They like party. They like have a parade. It's fun. What do you guys do? Does anyone here? What do you guys? Is anyone here anxious? Are you anxious about transitioning? Anyone here concerned about it? That's too personal. You
Damn
don't have to.
straight,
Wait.
brother. I've got a boy.
I honestly thought you guys were talking about like transgender surgery, and I was like, I'm not interested in that, bro.
That's
Hello,
hilarious.
by the way.
Hello. Oh, yes. Ramar's joined the party. Sorry, Ramar.
I was going to say, we talk about
wonderful
being stuck
Ramar
in
here.
limbo. You want to introduce Ramah.
And
Trans
yeah,
talk.
no, she jumped in earlier and I zoned out. We've got Ramar. Ramar's a wonderful, naturally born, empathically attuned initiate in her own right. She grew up in the spiritual realm as a child. She had no choice. She was forced into a spirituality, like under gunpoint, like gun to the head, like you will be spiritual. Okay. So
Yeah, something like that.
naturally it shaped the Ramar we know, which is why she's so awesome and why we love her so much. And I'm glad that you're feeling better and that you've joined us. Ramar
Well,
is
actually, I'm not feeling better, but I just decided to cut the shit and try and like be a bit braver.
well, bless you, my dear, and thank you for joining us. It's such an honor. Please do throw something at the table for us. Always lovely
Well,
to have you throwing at the table.
I think it always touches me when I hear about, people bringing up the topic of a person choosing to transition before their time, because I never thought I would ever say this publicly, but fudge it, I'm just going to do it because it was a long bloody time ago. So like obviously like the year before I met Franklin, which was, I met him when I was 27. I'm going to be 40 this year. So when I was 26, I did actually try to transition early myself. So like I do have some perspective. Obviously it's different. It's going to be different for every individual. So I can't say that my story is like everyone's story. That wouldn't be fair, but just interesting hearing about like rites of passage, because I do wonder sometimes if some of the reason people do that is because, and I'm sure like India and other people will have something to say about this, but it's because like we're not really taught how to deal with like the dark night of the soul, which can be many nights or many years. And those are kind of like initiation rites, really. But so many people are parents don't yet have the tools to deal with and talk about and guide through like suffering, because that, it's an ancestral thing. It goes generation after generation. It's like people have maybe not known how to like deal with their emotions. And then we have something like I love to talk about a lot, is how much like death has been taken away from us in popular culture, how we did used to know how to bury our own dead and how to deal with their bodies. And I think I've talked before on the round table about my grandfather's death, but I saw his naked body. I was there when his body was being anointed all over and when he was being wrapped in a white shroud, and he like knew he was going to die, so he decided all this stuff before. But like, and actually weirdly I've seen his wife later also naked and dead. So but like these are things that are like not encouraged and not talked about that much, or it's just like the fear mongering, the fear porn of death that you kind of see in the news or in video games or in films, wherever, right, in music, but it's not actually like the real substance of what that is. To like every day there are these bits of you that are like dying inside, and there are these bits of you that are alive, and it's the torus field that we love to talk about. It's that constant motion. Actually, I think a really good symbol of this is the yew tree and the yew berry, right? Because the yew tree is seen as a symbol of both death and resurrection because of the way it grows. It like dies and then it has this regrowth, and it's really amazing. But the berry itself is an amazing thing because you're not meant to eat a yew berry because you can die, right? But if you remove the pip, so death and life are always together, right? If you remove the pip, then you can actually eat it. And I've actually eaten a yew berry before, but I do. So I think that's a good like kind of symbol for this kind of thing. But yeah, I do think that those rites of passage and being able to go through those different things, if people had that more, there might be less like suicide attempts, basically. And, you know, if people had like, I honestly think like, I can remember like the week kind of leading up to when I took a big overdose, basically. Honestly think if someone had just been there and held me, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have tried. I would have still felt like it, but I wouldn't have actually taken the action. So there's that too, you know, like someone earlier was saying, like in our culture, modern culture, we'll have like when someone dies or if someone's going through something really hard, we're just very much like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. And that's about it. But people are often kind of isolated and don't have people around enough, you know, for these things. So I think that's an element to it. And sorry to be slightly political, but the pharmaceutical industry, because I've never touched antidepressants since then, but I tried them at the time, and that's what pushed me over the edge was the antidepressants. I wouldn't have actually tried to take my life if I hadn't been on antidepressants. But yeah, so that's kind of important to talk about. And then also just like, and you know,
Can I
Franklin
ask
was
something?
saying that was kind of shoved into spirituality. Or just quickly, just to wrap up. In a
Which
lot
one
of
was it?
spiritual practices,
Okay.
Prozac, fluoxetine, I think they called it as Prozac.
It's been banned for that reason.
Yeah, and I took another one when I was younger too that used to like literally leave me on the roadside blind and having a panic attack, and nobody would help me because they probably thought I was like an addict or something. They would just let me lie on a roadside at a bus stop having a fit or whatever. But yeah, I think also like a lot of spiritual traditions where, you know, in a way it's an amazing thing to say like, oh, you're not your body, you're your spirit, blah, blah, blah. But honestly, you get told that so many times and not like the balance with that. So people become very disembodied, you know, and spirituality is getting like more and more popular these days, like alternative spirituality, which is, you know, in some ways good, but there is this other element of this constant drive of you are not your body, you're your spirit, or you're just your body or not your spirit, like rather than like the balance. So and one last thing on the subject is people need to stop calling people who try to take their lives cowards, because let me tell you, it takes so much effing courage to try to take your own life. It is not a coward that does that. I'm not going to say try it, because please don't. But it's Jesus frickin' Christ, it takes courage. Like you have to be a warrior to do that. You know, I just remember lying there and going through all the phases of like, I've taken all this stuff now, I'm probably going to die. What comes after death? facing that, maybe like what's on the other side, my family, but even living afterwards was hard, right? It took me 1.5 years afterwards to realize I was so glad that I like failed at dying, but also seeing what it had done to my family. I was like, because people would say, oh, people who try to top themselves are just effing selfish, right? But I was used to think like, yeah, but think about it from the point of view of the person who tries to top themselves. Do you want them to suffer, to be in anguish for some people every second that they're awake of their lives, the rest of their lives? Who's selfish? So it's a difficult subject, that one. I don't think there's like a right or wrong answer with that. Obviously, I would hope no one would ever kill themselves, because it's a terrible thing. And I thank F, I'm way past that, like a long time past that. But I just wanted to like maybe give a bit of insight, because I do feel like there are a lot of misperceptions about these subjects. And also someone in the chat, Haley, asked earlier why she is, so I'm just going to ask it for her, why she's unable to get in contact with people who passed away, who took their own lives, but she is able to be in contact with others who died, like naturally, you could say. I'm going to shut up now.
Well, thank you for sharing that, dear. Took a lot of courage and integrity, as always. Very proud of you. And yeah, interesting points you bring up. A lot of interesting points. The idea of people projecting onto people that have tried to find the checkout queue ahead of time, ahead of the normal time. They're like, skip forward, like, okay, I'm done. I've come into the supermarket. There's nothing I want. Where's the checkout zone? I think people are afraid of this story, right? I think there's a recognition deep down that there's a price to pay, a big price to pay for leaving the checkout zone early, because basically you still have to pay for your parking, you still have to pay for your transportation to and from the supermarket. And now you're checking out early, so they're going to be checking you like, did you steal something? Like, why did you come to the supermarket and you're leaving without your goods? What's going on? So it makes one self-conscious upon leaving the supermarket, maybe. And that has a whole effect on the exiting process. And can you get your parking validated if you didn't do your shopping? As the metaphor goes. I think that when it comes to trying to connect with people that have pulled the proverbial trigger, now we're talking about Duat, we're talking about the eighth sphere as being explored by the theosophists, Blavatsky's crew, and the anthroposophists. They all both speak about the eighth sphere as being that lateral plane of existence, which, from a sort of New Age terminology, if I can use those words, don't like the New Age word or the concepts, but the zone which is considered to be between the lower, what is called the lower astral, and the etheric plane, where the souls are trapped. And the eighth sphere is a place which is obviously related to the 200 Grigori that were cast down by the 4 archangels, and Odiel opened up the ground, or Shamyaza, if you like the other version of the story, used the tetragrammaton to crack the earth, open up the etheric portal, and cast them into the etherics and seal them off there. until the destruction of this planet, because even this planet we're on in this galaxy, the solar system, the galaxy, the universe has a shelf life. What a concept. So that also has to come out of being. And so these beings are trapped in this eighth sphere waiting for the death of the universe, because the universe dies and then is reborn from its ashes with the transformation that happens, and everything that's alive has to be in a process of evolution to keep up with the flow. Sounded a bit like a rap, didn't it? So when we check out early, we become accessed to be preyed upon by those in the eighth sphere, because it's like jumping on a bus without a ticket. It's like, hey, where's your ticket? I don't know. No, sorry, you have to get off the bus, and maybe we want to like speak to you. Maybe we want the cops to talk to you, whoever. I don't know. You know, it's a complicated procedure because now you don't have your ticket, and you only get your ticket when you've sort of booked your ticket, paid for your ticket, put your ticket, and you know, concept, brought it into the correct paradigm of leaving. So there's a timing that has to happen. One has to be in tune with the lords of time. There is a beginning, there is an ending. There's the correct flow of time. When we step out of the flow of time, we step out of the balance. We create a disharmony within the universe, an imbalance, which is a resonant field of adjustment. And so the adjustment means that not all parts of us are ready. I'll give you an example. Let's say a plant, a leaf is knocked from the tree and it falls on the ground. It's going to need all sorts of mold and fungi to eat it up. It's going to take time. Let's say the leaf doesn't fall off the tree, but is able to stay on the tree so that the tree is able to suck the nutrients out of the leaf. By the time that tree falls from the leaf, it's going to break down far more quickly. It's going to be a smooth transition to get the nitrogen and the potassium and all the other elements back into the substrate of the soil in order for the plants to benefit from this growth process. So in the same way, on a spiritual level, as above, so below, being the operative function of the fourth principle of Hermes, which does bind us all as the fundamental structure, separating the cube from the Merkaba within the octahedron of time, Saturn's cube, is binding us to these laws of Saturnial motions and time, the wheel in the sky, the heavens. So when we jump out ahead of time, it's like jumping off a bus before the bus has stopped. There's a consequence. And the consequence is that you sort of have to stand around and wait. It's like missing a bus in the middle of the night. You're standing on the street corner, chances of getting mugged just went up like exponentially. Some street thugs might come and try their luck with you. And so the metaphor of being stuck on the etheric plane ahead of time, having to wait for your checkout, means that you could be mugged by etheric thugs. And the etheric thugs are those entities from the eighth sphere, which are the offspring of the angelic, which we call the Nephilim, but they have many names. The Yakshas, who were their kids, or Rakshas, depends whether you prefer Persian or Sanskrit. And the Asuras, who were their creators, or Nephilim, whichever one you like. Or the giants, if you prefer the Norse story. When they were slain and strewn, they fell, and they went into this etheric zone. And then, of course, there's been a lot of time, and there's been a lot of people that have fallen, and they've been dragged into this eighth sphere due to their own lack of integrity and authenticity in the way that they live their lives, which has taken them away from their soul's blueprint, causing them to lose the connection with the flow of life and become prey to those denizens of the eighth sphere that can then exploit their life force, turning them into vampires. And those that have learned to exist within the eighth sphere become vampires, adding to the ranks, basically. So the chances of someone being preyed on by the eighth sphere and it having huge effects on them and them being trapped in some way is a real possibility. I was trapped. I didn't die. I didn't try and tap out, but I got stuck for what seemed like months, and it was only it was only 6 hours. But time dilation is as such. Mostly, if you're having an experience of the other plane of existence, it's seconds, 10 seconds, a minute. It's not normally 6 hours of continuity of experience elsewhere. It's quite a head trip because that's months of time in terms of the experiential concept of how time flows through us. It's very abstract. But I do think that people get trapped and they get stuck and they get surrounded by other beings that can interfere, intercept, prevent messages and communication. I hope that sort of makes sense as a sort of an attempt at sort of jumping onto that question that was asked by, who was it that asked the question, Ruma?
It was Haley.
The comet.
Yeah.
Some story about Haley's comet at the moment. So yeah, that's very interesting. And Ronan was wanting to also jump onto this, weren't you, Ronan? Are you with us?
I am with you.
Well, I can jump because Franklin, you beautiful. You again, your words are you have an amazing way to bring it all together. And thank you, Rama, for sharing with what you shared, and also for shifting it to a very important this subject that should be spoken about and a lot of people shy away from. And I have two kind of things I'd like, two different directions. One of them is to finish what you were saying there, Franklin, talking about even the time aspect, the Saturnian aspect, and everything you were saying about how these different, how things release after their passing, the different chain of gases and uh, compounds that release from life. Well, when these mycelium, some of these mushrooms, when they're breaking down logs, there is the lignins in the logs, which is kind of like the rope, the yarn that holds the wood together. They're sugar compounds, and there's white lignins and brown lignins. So your white rot lignin mushrooms are going to be white, and your brown lignin mushrooms are tending to have those brown colors coming out. So if you've seen this in the forest, I'm sure we've all seen this, but when you see a log and it kind of looks like Lego, and it might be kind of, you see it degrading slowly, and then all of a sudden the wood, when you're looking at it, it looks like it's blocks, little small Lego blocks, and very, very cube-like. That is wood which has gone through this process of having the lignins removed, so having the strings taken away from it. And you're starting to see now almost like the building blocks there, and because they essentially look like that, they look like cubes. So when you were mentioning the time aspect of it, I thought, making me smile with the Saturni, the cube aspect of, as you go through these stages, we it is we too also, but life will literally break down to almost that fractal reality that we see. Something, if you're on psychedelics or if you're tapped in, and you look up and all of a sudden it's that matrix view and you see everything, but with a grid. It's amazing how even after these things pass, it shows us to it. It gives us this Lego out in nature with the lignins. And also something like I have to go here because I'm in Canada. We're the first fucking nation on this earth to legalize what we're talking about, taking your own life. We're the first nation to say, if you want to do it, go to your doctor, say I have enough, and they'll do it for you, man. It's crazy. It's fucking madness. It's madness. And the name of it is MAID. MAID, medical assistance in dying. MAID. How sick is that? How sick are these people to literally name it after, a feminine aspect, or even the other way, you could even like, hey, you've got it made. Like there's so many different, and it's mad. It's madness. The fact that it's because it's okay. This is a deep discussion, because the right to die has been a discussion through all of time. It's always been an important asset, something important to talk about, but it's been so distorted in today's day and age. In this nation here, what they'll do, it seems so great because you have universal health care. So it seems so good that you can go there and get free Medicaid, free help, which it is. If you've got a broken arm, they will set it. They'll give you a cast for free. If you have, everything's taken care of here, but they'll always push pharmas, and no natural things are covered. Zero is covered here. So it's always pushed that one way. So they connect you to that particular path. They essentially dry you out at the very end, because most people it's usually a combination of a cocktail of these things that they're on from their doctor. Doctor's never saying, go into the woods, go pick some leaves, go make a nettle tea. It's never happening, right? So they get on these cocktails, and then they can turn to them, and whether or not it's through physical ailments or through a mental anguish, they can now turn to them and say, I've had enough, check me out. And then they set a date, and it happens. And I looked the number up in 2022, 13,241 people in Canada. 13,241 people in Canada chose that, as opposed to being offered some natural way, to being offered yogic practices, being offered anything other than so there's madness going on here in this country. And to even have this discussion with people, people will have it when you get there, but it's not being discussed on a large scale. And the numbers are just going. The first year it was in 2021, it went up by 30% in the next year. They haven't released the numbers from last year, but I've heard somebody mention that in my province, Ontario, it could be number 2 now, cause of death. Number 2. So, man, it's getting real wild, right? With what we're talking about here, being in between these veils and being in it times. So sorry, I kind of
Louis, I just wanted to. Oh no, and I'm not trying to take. I just want to throw in. I mean, they're death dealers. They've always been death dealers. It's just that program. They're just no longer pretending that they're
exactly. Yep.
That they're about. I mean, they are about health. Emphasis on the hell part, and you know that's not free. You're smart enough to know that it's not free. That costs. But yeah, they're death dealers. That's what they've always been about. They wear butcher coats. That's their outfit, because they love to slice and dice things, and that's what they're all about. Talk about anti-spiritual, I mean, yeah, like you're saying, oh man, they're giving away, like that. I mean, the obvious stuff is gene therapy treatment. So that's what they're about, bro. I would never go to their docks. I will never dock my ship in their docks, man, in their doctrine. But that's what they're all about. And they don't train nothing. They have a food pyramid. That's why it's a pyramid. There's a reason they show you who they are. I like that program because, again, they're just going, hey, we're death dealers. That's what we're about. I just wanted to chime in, Louis. I wasn't trying to.
Oh, bro, nailed it, man. And they started off saying it will only be for palliative, for people who are physically at the end. Like that's how it was brought in. And now it's young people, like they're looking at dropping the ages now. And it's just it's gone wild up here. Not like the people, but I mean what they're trying to kind of bring in, because it's such a pacified nation. So you're right, man. It's flat out, and we know that. We know that. We just have to keep spreading these kind of messages at people and saying, hey, there's other ways. And I just want to add this also, because this is we're these vessels, right? We got to be these middlemen, these middle people. So two different quick stories. One woman who I offered some chaga to mentioned, I'm drinking it right now. And I was like, I just had a vibe. I go off my gut and that, the intuition. And I had a feeling, I'm just going to offer it to this woman. I knocked on her door and she was like, I'm actually drinking it. Why are you offering it to me? I said, I don't know. And then she mentioned her husband had just passed less than 2 weeks before. He went for a walk one day and just didn't come back. Basketball player, big, tall guy. So she, something just did it that way. So she says to me, I swear to you, this is helping my grief. Something's going on that when I'm drinking this tea, it's helping me with this grief. So there's one particular thing where a plant medicine is doing the opposite. They want to be the death dealers. These things are, the death, like they're bringing in the good stuff for the people. And another quick one is someone else who I had passed this on to as well and had been drinking it for a little while. She's kind of a wild woman, a little bit of a wild, every French Canadian, got a personality about her. And she just came flat out and told me one day, she said, Ryan, I need to tell you that I was considering suicide. I was considering ending it all. But I've been drinking this stuff. I feel good. And she owned a birch forest. And now she started walking in all this property she never walked in. And she goes, now I feel every day I'm getting stronger. So that's just two messages. This is how this can help all these different things that we're doing, even what we're talking about here. Rama sharing what she shared. These are all just energies passing and healing. So yeah, man, awesome. I thank you for that, Ronan.
Right on.
Definitely death dealers. And it's funny that Liebe Lam. Oh, and by the way, welcome back. Jeremy's returned after being daddy with his little one. Welcome back, dear Jeremy. You've come back at the time that we're talking about the death dealers. It's a wonderful part of the conversation. Canada, I don't know if you were listening, but Canada have made it legitimate to kill if you have a license with permission. So
license to kill.
License to kill with permission. But that's quite interesting because a lot of people have got mental illnesses these days. Okay, so we've got Facebook, we've got Twitter, right? We've got TikTok, pop music. We've got all the other crap that comes out that poisons the brain, turns the head upside down, inside out, backside to the front side. Like my son said, the tooth fairy is a bunch of nonsense. The butt fairy is a much better idea. And most people are being visited by the butt fairy upstairs. And as the metaphor goes. And so you've got this complete insanity becoming the norm because people spend too much time on Facebook or whatever it is, dealing with robots and machines and bots because there are just not enough people to deal with on these apps, I don't even know what to call these things, death machines. So they cause psychosis, they cause mental illness, and then these people with the mental illness suffer depression. They get given Prozac, like dear Omar was given Prozac, and obviously Prozac was taken off the market for reasons that in court were proved evident. Do you know how hard it is to prove that a drug is causing suicidal tendencies when you're fighting against a corporation as big as a pharmaceutical corporation that puts it on the market? Do you know what kind of a legal team you're up against? Lawyers. Like, you've really got to have an abundance of actual hard evidence that cannot be refuted in any way in order to be able to win that case. Well, that case was won. So it tells us how dangerous that particular drug was, and that there were many people that suffered the way dear Omar suffered of neurotoxicity. So there's a lot of people on these drugs, and how many children are being given drugs in school because they got ADD, ADHD. So let's look at what's going on here. It seems like they wanted to get to the kids in school, and diagnose 1 out of 3 kids with having ADHD or ADD or some other kinds of a mental problem. They wanted to get these children onto drugs. It's like a third of the population. We're not even joking. It's a lot. Then of these children on drugs, as they get older, these drugs cause consequences, reactions. Now they need other drugs for antidepressants and what have you, what have you. How many of those children are going to be ready to want to tap out? And now they've given them the means to tap out because they actually have mental illness that's not being diagnosed. So this is quite an interesting concept, you know. They're being diagnosed with having ADD and ADHD and all this, and they're just getting treated for that. But actually what is happening is they're really getting mental illness from the drugs they're taking. So how many of those people that are actually going to go and say, I want to tap out, how many of them are in their right mind? This is the other consideration. So is it actually murder? That's the other consideration to take into account. If you know someone's on their right mind, is it murder? And just because you don't believe it, does it make it okay? Because the medical profession has had a lot of brainwashing in it for the people that are in it. So, you know, that little arm spike speaks for itself, doesn't it? So we're living in a very crazy time where it seems like the world population is under attack, and something about 500 million people, you know, is the goal. 500 million. So it means there's a lot of people got to tap out. So the facilitation for people tapping out has been basically presented on every street corner. And to think that it's almost a hypocrisy that of all the governments that decided to legalize this, it's the one that, because a group of truck drivers wanted to go and protest across the state, they threatened to criminalize families in their homes for doing charity. This is the government that did this. They wanted to arrest people for giving the truck drivers money. They were threatening legal consequences to people that helped. So if you gave the truck drivers a bowl of food or some water, you could be arrested for that. Right? But it's okay if you're a doctor and you gave them a lethal injection. It just says
And they
it
were
all,
going to
doesn't it?
freeze their bank accounts too, basically starve their children. Like, can you imagine that? And they were calling them all Nazis. Just crazy.
It's worse than that. The money that was donated to the cause was stolen, theft by the government, and they never gave it back.
Yeah.
So let me chime in, if you don't mind. By the way, peace to Jeremy. I heard you mention earlier your homies with Aaron, which if that's the same Aaron from Third Eye Edify, we actually met up. He lives about an hour north, and we met up in real life, and we've been meaning to meet up more often and do some hikes together. So salute, bro. And just to boil this down, Franklin, if for those that are not aware of hidden history, there's been a war going on, and the conquerors have basically won the ground war, and now the completion of the sublimation of the populace has been in play now for the last 100 years. So that includes demoralization of the enemy, which is you and me in their eyes. And you have things implemented, even like the beginning of some of these dis-eases, people feeling dis-eases started a lot with radio towers. And now fast forward to where we are now, those bad energies and frequencies more dis-ease. So that also includes all the other stuff, the fourth branch, and the controlling the narrative. That's another. Trying to see what that book is, bro. But basically, and these are Saturnian cults. What does that say? Sorry, my screen is too small. Can someone read that?
I'll put it in the chat. I'm still learning how to do all this.
Well, no, I'm just in a little tiny. But anyway, that's to just to boil that concept down, and it is spiritual as well. These people are a member of literal cults. They have literal beliefs. They know all the astrology. They know all of the ancient technologies, and they want to kill and destroy you. They want to destroy the realm as well and everything in it. They are they themselves are. They don't want to be alive, and they feel that they want to take everyone out with them. So misery loves company. So everything's connected on the stage. This has been wars going on. So just kind of, and that includes, whether it's health, or seances, or their story, or you name it. The same people have created all of that, and that's like the bottom rung of that pyramid oppressive structure. And you work your way up, and they all come from the same source. And this is also spiritual, and that's just kind of a quick. So I just a lot of you might be aware of that, and then some of you, if you're not, I mean, I could sit here and go volumes of receipts and their information. So you're under attack. You're under attack. You've been under attack. Your parents were under attack, and this is still happening. So one way to protect yourself is, I really like what Louis talks about, just disconnecting a lot from the phone, going out in nature, not even using their parasites. So not even giving them a host to parasite off of. I'm on a phone right now with you guys. You know what I mean? I have to use some of their stuff. You know what I mean? I have their paperwork and all that, but they can't control my mind. I'm very well aware of their spells, and that they are high dark magi. And that also takes a lot of their power. So this is a boots on the ground war. This is a principality war. This is all kinds of things. And yeah.
Hey, well, you did right, Ronan. Exactly what you said there is the key, but it isn't just going out into the web for me going out into the woods. You got to fight as well, and I know that's your spirit. So like, I went to Ottawa. I was there. So one thing I want to make sure that is clear is that we knew when we were there on the ground, people were getting, hey man, people's accounts are getting frozen. Look what's going on. I went there with Chaga. Actually, holy shit, I just remembered. I went there with Chaga because I knew there was going to be crazy shit was going to go down. So I went there to bring it, to give it to the truckers who were parked there to make sure that they don't get sick because it was so cold. I'm like, if these guys drink this stuff, we need them good and strong and everything. But bro, the energy was so high, it didn't matter. They could have dropped a nuke on there and it would have just floated away. It didn't matter. So the chaga was just a little bit on top, of like icing on top.
Louis, you bring up a great point. If your enemy wants to poison you, but your terrain, your frequency, everything is so top notch, you're immune to all kinds of things.
Man, so the whole thing, I won't go through the whole, like because it was 3 weeks, right? It went on for 3 weeks here, but I was there the first couple of days it started, and I went there every other weekend it happened, and I was there when it got broken up. So I can tell you that energy when we went in to begin, when everybody was arriving, we knew, like, they were doing, that was when they were doing the 6 foot thing, and it was people were masks and all that. No one's wearing a mask we're hugging, everybody is shaking hands, everybody's looking each other in the eye. Everybody's looking each other in the eye. We're all walking. You didn't have to say a word to each other. It wasn't like the old BS on the television being like, we're in this together. Just by looking in that other human's eyes, you knew we're fucking in this together. And look at who they're messing with. Look at this energy that they're bringing here. So after that first day, and the amount of humans that we touched, flesh to flesh and everything, and sharing everything, everything with, we were laughing, my buddy, the two guys I went there with, saying, we're going to come out of this. Like, people are going to be thinking, oh, look at all these idiots on the TV. They're all going to get sick. And we know, no, man, we know we're powering up right now. Nothing is going to stop us. And no one I know who is there got a sniffle, nothing. And it was freezing, snowing. We're Canadians. Who the hell cares anyway? But it was just, we were rocking out there, partying. There was DJs on the street, like everybody saw. So just to end this, I don't want to be too long on this, but to finish it is, Yeah, man, we knew they were freezing stuff, and it was getting buck wild at the end, and they robbed the money from everybody, and they brought out the horses, and then brought out the sound technology and all the tanks. They were rolling those guys out there, and the guys with the little who wear them, who look like they got a speakerphone, the single dudes. They took the batons, they did the stuff, they pepper sprayed. But while this was happening, because of technology, so this is why I can't always be bashing this technology as well, because of technology, people had their phones out and they were like, check it out. And there was chats, like everybody streaming stuff from everywhere. And we're looking at live chat with flags from all over the world, seeing like Brazil, Belgium, like Russia, every flag you can possibly imagine. And like 20,000 people in the chat being like, love, love, look at what's going on. Look at the power. We're with you. And we're looking at each other going, what the heck what is this? Like, what is happening here? We just came here to witness this, to just witness and to stand here in unity. And man, there was, we know there was tomfoolery around it, and there always is. They're always trying to get their hands in stuff and ritualistic things they try to rub into it, but it doesn't matter, because everybody who was there, who witnessed that, we left with a lesson and an energy that we're going to carry forever. So even though the mainstream narrative still hangs to this day about that they froze our accounts, fuck them. They froze our accounts, but they lit us up. And then many people saw the other side of it, of like, people can get together and be peaceful for 3 weeks. And even when they smash us, we still walked away peaceful. Now, it wasn't, maybe there was more coward, it's not a cowardice. It was fine. This was a battle. We're in a war. Like you said, brother, we're in a war. This battle's over. You guys think you won? Sure, you go back to your castle. We'll go back out to the fields and watch next time that we keep coming. So much love.
Yeah, I mean, you have
Yeah,
to,
no.
and real quick, Franklin, on these multiple levels and this, that, are you defeated? A lot of people feel defeated, and that again, when I say all, we're talking spiritual, mental, mind, body, and soul. So a lot of those campaigns have been successful. Okay, so that's amazing with the truckers. And by the way, I have I have financial solutions for that. I do promote money laundering, and I say that unapologetically because F them. I don't, So
well,
you have to ask yourself.
What you do is, let me say, man, because with what you're talking about with the crypto sphere, one of my friends who went there, that's his thing. Like, that was what he was into, and he was trying to set up NFTs and different things like that for the truckers instead of what was going on, and he was successful in doing it. So you're right,
Boom.
bro. That's your boom. People like you, it was so needed, because everybody had a role. And that's what one of my boys who went there, that's all he does. He's in the same world you're in. And he realized, I now have a way that I can help these people, that I can make them sustainable. So they were doing that for fuel. So while we were there on boots on the ground, they were setting these things up, and they were getting like 20, 30, 40,000 bucks, boom, in an account, and people were getting fuel from it, bro. So you're right.
That's fire, dude. That's fire. And we have to think too about, there's us here. I mean, maybe, spiritually, does it matter? I don't know. Some people would say no. But do you want to leave the place? I'm a hiker, camper, right? Do you want to leave no trace behind? Like, leave it better than when you got there, right? So I want to leave, this place for the children, do certain dissonant resistance, so that they maybe don't have to, or we don't do anything, we become melancholy, we go whatever, some people hide in the spiritual community too, you know what I mean? And it's because a lot of the high vibe people like Franklin and others, people want to, and they want to, through osmosis, be in those communities. And there's nothing wrong with that. I totally get it. But, this is a gut check time. You were talking about gut, your gut, trust your gut health, gut flora. This is gut check time. Who are you? Everything's being revealed, including yourself, within and without. Are you brave enough to accept reality? And then are you brave enough to do something about it? I'm not saying like, I'm just saying you can starve the parasite just by making the terrain, not giving it terrain. It, and it starts even just something as basic as your mind, getting your mind poisoned and all that. And we're all aware of that. I don't have to go into specifics, but yeah, like there are solutions to things. Everything has a solution. I have that crypto aspect is just kind of my little corner of the thing that I kind of offer a little bit to as a solution. I actually don't care about money. I don't even care about material gains, but I do like, let's be honest, I like a roof over, I like to have a place, a base camp to chill. But yeah, are you brave enough to do the work? Who are you? What's your purpose? Like all the people need to have already been doing this work, because otherwise it's going to be forced. You're going to have to do the work regardless. But it could be a pleasant experience. I mean, it could be an unpleasant experience. A lot of people have not done the work, the gazillions of people, and they're having a very unpleasant experience during this time of the unveiling of what is. And if you want to ignore that, man, you're going to start glitching into, you're going to start having, it's going to show up in like all kinds of diseases, So anyway, I don't mean to ramble. Oh, and I didn't mean to cut you off, Franklin. I was just wanting to say a quick word. I ended up talking. Sorry about that, bro.
It's so good, brother. But this brings us to an interesting perspective and a point of the AI systems that are running this world, and the eighth sphere and the rulership of the eighth sphere. It's often referred to as Araman and Lucifer, holding the two poles that maintain a sphere that isn't a sphere. A sphere that isn't a sphere. And in the Kabbalah, it's very clear. There are 10 spheres, not 9, not 11, 10. It's very clear. It's the first precept of the Kabbalah. And so the 11th sphere is a sphere that isn't a sphere. And the 8th sphere is essentially this concept. Now, is there an AI system controlling our world? And by AI system, we mean the actual matrix itself. And there's been a lot of people taking a look at this, and it does sort of add up to something. I've had some very, very strange experiences that start to make me question the nature of this reality, because of the other layers of reality that are actually so much more real in terms of time. The way in which time is abstracted here is quite fascinating. We get used to this abstract form of time here because we're here. But when we start to look at it in terms of actual time, which is more real time, because here we're living in the past, between 2 and 4 seconds in the past. So if something happens, if a glass falls on the floor and you were, oh my gosh, it hit the ground. No, it didn't. It hit the ground between 2 and 4 seconds ago. But to you, it happened in the real time. That's a little bit concerning if you think about it. Just the fact that that's happening. So that delay. So, and that's the basic nature of this reality. So can the beings that are governed by a superstructure, like a hive mentality, if we can call it that, of currency and economics, they have their own economics being life force, can they interact with this world through our systems and our AI systems? And the world becoming so digitalized and so technologically ruled by AI systems, how much access do these beings have, these spiritual entities, to us through our technology, through the where's my black mirror? I put my black mirror somewhere. Well, we all carry these little black mirrors in our pockets, right? So what's a black mirror? It's a scrying tool that magicians, shamans, and wizards used to use in order to contact beings on the other side. We all have one in our pockets. Only it's not just a black mirror. It's a black mirror that's got features. It's electrified, and it can actually carry information. And the information that we're being taught to utilize for communication is text. Why have we been taught to use text? And why are people stuck in the idea of using text instead of their voice? What is that about? Give you an example. You're having an argument with your girlfriend over text, right? How do you know that that text wasn't in some way affected and changed by the AI system? One word here, 2 words there, 3 words there. What is a little bit of a disagreement could become a complete breakdown between the two of you, and the relationship's broken. Just a few words of text to be changed. And a clever AI system would be able to change that text in real time and change it back retrospectively. So you wouldn't even know the text was changed. And neither of you would probably remember getting into the heat of the situation. How many relationships break down because of texting? How many people maintain communications with their family and their loved ones and their friends and through text? How easy would it be for beings on another state of existence to interfere with our communications through the AI systems that manage our systems on one level, and then be able to interfere with us through our black mirrors by loading our subconscious with concepts, and then be able to interfere with us by the video that we watch, by adding something hidden in the frames of the video that we're not consciously seeing, but that we are seeing. So what is all this suicide about? How much suicide is actually programmed by the things we watch and listen to and the images that we see? How much of the desire to not be alive is being put into the brain? Could there be an order of life that is stuck in the eighth sphere waiting for total annihilation, and the only way that they can maintain survival is if they are able to farm enough humans? And so they need to be able to create enough complete dissidence with humans so that they can farm their life force. And what better way to farm a human being's life force and their soul connection, and be able to disintegrate the structures that hold the soul together, because it's a web of life of different beings in an interactive web of cooperation, to break those chains and liberate the profound power that binds it, be able to feed off of that. So if you can get enough people to want to check out and to make the active conscious choice that they're going to check out, are those people vulnerable to the beings on the spiritual plane? So this is coming back to this question that Ramar was asking about, and yourself as well. These are questions that we need to look at, real questions. And how many people in modern day don't believe that demons exist? They believe it's a metaphor. How many people in modern day don't believe that there's evil? Don't believe that there's beings that are nefarious on the other planes of existence? I mean, this is belief going now that all extraterrestrials that we've experienced are positive and they want to help us. It's been promoted since, what's that guy's name? Greer. Greer started that nonsense. Yeah? That essentially the beings that are here to help us. Was it, what's his name? Is it Michael Greer? He did the, gosh, it's years ago now.
Dr.
About
Stephen
12.
Greer.
Sorry?
Dr. Stephen Greer.
Stephen Greer, that's right. It's the Disclosure Project from like 2013, 14. When did he start that? It was years ago. No, it was before then. It was 2009, wasn't it? Anyway.
I don't trust that dude, by the way.
No.
The New Agers have been saying that for a long time, though, haven't they? Let's face it.
Indy's smiling. He's like, Ronan, you don't trust anybody.
That guy's super sketch. Super sketch.
Everybody says that. I trust him. He's from my area, and I'm a bullshit detector. I know he's not lying, but he might be just having overactive imagination, potentially.
Well, I don't believe he has. Here's the thing. This is my point. You don't have to be lying. Let me give you an example. What's that British guy? Maybe Ramar will remember. neurolinguistic programmer that's able to walk into a room of strangers and make them all say the same number?
No, I don't remember. Sorry.
Darren Brown.
Oh, yeah. God, he's brilliant.
Darren Brown was able to make someone believe that they were in a zombie, that they were being attacked by zombies, and that they were running around with a shotgun shooting zombies. Because the guy was playing a zombie game at work, and he had used NLP on the guy's mirror and through his device and this and that, because they sign a contract with this guy. He's allowed to do that. And so I believe this is all very possible. So we can be neurolinguistically programmed through spells and various different forms of conditioning to believe whatever it is we want to believe. I remember seeing my ex-wife being affronted by what she thought was an angel, but it was three beings that were not. They were insects, glorified insects. Call it what it is, and she was convinced she was speaking to an angel until the illusion was broken, and they were using technology. So that technology is obviously some kind of a NLP technique, using technology. So maybe Mr. Gree believes everything he's saying, but maybe he's been brainwashed. Maybe his phone turns on when he's sleeping and he doesn't know, and it starts whispering things to him over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and for 6 hours every night he's being hypnotized through his phone or his clock alarm or his television that's in his room. And maybe it happens over a period of years till the guy is totally believing what he's been brainwashed to believe. I'm just saying, it's possible to be brainwashed with technology, especially since we've got so much of it around us. We've got to be very careful in believing what we see. I think Ronan's got the right attitude, because unfortunately, people might seem honest, and he doesn't seem like he's dishonest, but he doesn't seem like he's quite right in the head to me, if that makes sense.
He definitely has,
because I've had personal experiences that contradict everything that he says.
Well, I think what he's very overgeneralizing, kind of like we mentioned earlier. Like some people are like everything's like the mind or everything's the body. I think if they're only good, it's a little bit overgeneralizing. I think we all know there's different kinds. Some are in favor of us, some are not. They're kind of at war with each other. I think we all know that. But there's one thing that they came over the nuclear bases when there was about to be a nuclear holocaust, and they shut down nuclear facilities twice with the MPs, at least twice. And there's testimonies from soldiers in both of those situations. So we know that there is a force of them that's trying to prevent nuclear holocaust. I feel like it's not because to protect us necessarily. I feel like they have bases here. They're trying to make sure that they can maintain.
Well, this is an ancient story that there's demons and that there's angels. The angels are rooting for us and the demons are against us. This is the old story that comes from our religious background. And there's devas and asuras, and they are for us and against us. And there's two brothers from the Sumerian tradition. Yeah, there's Enlil.
Which ones are the gay ones that always want to probe dudes? What's up with that? Why are they so into butt stuff? That's Indy. Which one's cool and which one likes to get weird?
I feel like it's the Greys traditionally that are reported for doing that, but I don't know what they're doing. They also pancakes, apparently. Have you guys heard about the pancake story? They tend to give people pancakes before in exchange for water. They found that their normal pancakes just don't have any salt, and apparently they're like very sensitive to salt for some reason.
Yeah.
I know a lot about these creatures. What about waffles? What if I want waffles instead? Dude, these people are like making awesome breakfasts. That's so hilarious.
But it was interesting that they made pancakes. Maybe they don't eat pancakes. Because maybe they just made the pancakes to give to the humans.
Yes.
Like they've got like a different way of making things.
I think
Does that make sense?
It might be photosynthetic.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they can like literally make things in a way that we don't make them. And so they figured, like, well, let's make them pancakes. But maybe salt is the one thing they couldn't make, right?
True. Hard to come by.
So there could be a lot of reasons for that, because I don't imagine they would be eating the same food as us.
Well, if you
It seems
if you
like
think
it
about-
seems like a push.
If humans got stuck in a spaceship for long enough, our pupils would get gigantic, and our jaws would get really small, and our muscles would atrophy, and we get really thin, and so we get really big brains and fingers because that's all we'd be using with our technology. Some people believe
Indy,
that
that's straight. That's straight pedo. They're like, come on in. Here we have. That's like,
it's possible that's us in the future.
I think the words are interesting because you have extraterrestrial. So you have the kind of, when you say it, you've got terror in there, which is what they love to spread, and you have alien, and which comes from the original term, like a foreigner, like an immigrant coming in, which was funny when you're talking about. I wonder if they'd eat different food from us, kind of like foreigners, kind of like foreign people in the. So, and also, you can always break down the lean, that the lean aspect of that alien word that they've used forever. Like even they're using it now in their official documents, which always makes me think, well, wait a second, what's a lean? Everything that they put on us also. So they're like the words they pick to propagate matter. And it's hard to, I'm not saying the technology, it could not be out there. I'm just saying it's probably theirs. And like, what better way to test shutting down another country's nuclear capability than with your own ship or whatever, and just their own technology that they're doing it, and then saying, oh my God, it's these gosh darn immigrants that are always causing problems, and making sure that word gets circulated constantly so everybody hears it, and then there's your NLP going down. So I'm not firmly in any way. I'm just kind of being a alien advocate here.
Yeah, Indy, I have a question for you. This might be going way off topic, but what's up with all the mutilated like cattle? Bro, they found some bodies recently in like California, and there's like very strange like deaths of these like animals recently, and it's been reported. So what is that all about, bro?
You guys ever follow Linda Moulton Howe at all? With Chocolate and Snowflake, her little cats on her show. Oh, she's great. All right, so they found.
I've checked into her stuff.
You've seen her stuff. They found a machine that was invisible cloaked machine made of glass, and it broke and it fell down, and it's got markings on it that are not any recognizable language. And this is technology that's way ahead of what we've got. We don't really know why they mutilate the cattle, but we know how they're doing it now. We found these devices that go out, remote drone devices that go out, mutilate the cattle, and bring back the specimens, whatever they're getting from them. Very curious. It tends to be like their back hip or stomach areas. So it could be potentially that they're looking at reproduction, maybe gut biome material, or maybe they're getting meat. We really don't know, but it's very curious. And if you want to look at these machines, check them out with Linda now.
It seems like it's research from what I've seen. It seems like it's research based. Like it doesn't seem like it's farming. Even though the blood is all removed, which is interesting. So maybe the blood is removed for one reason, but there seems to be particular parts that are taken out surgically, which is almost like the way you would take a sample of something. Yeah. And so if you were terraforming the planet, right? And if there was a lot of pollution being done to the planet, you might want to check the scale of what's happening and the effects on the biological life. No? And what better port of call would there be than a cow? So there's that possibility. And we can't rule out the fact that 25 years is a long time technologically. So Let's look at the world 25 years ago. Like the internet was just really getting started, right? It was still dial-up connection. Or am I right or wrong? No, we had gone past dial-up connection. We'd barely gone past dial-up connection just over a quarter of a century ago. Cell phones were around, but they were not as common, though they worked better because every cell phone would give you the address where you were, which was pretty damn cool in those days. I don't know if you remember, quarter of a century ago. They would tell you your address. Yeah. What road you were on, what number of the road. You should try to find someone's house, you should check your phone. But a little while before that, there was really not much going on in terms of technology. So look at where we've come to now. Look at what happens in 25 years. And that's just what we're getting. So you can imagine what the military actually has access to. If Hitler was building Vril-powered crafts in the 40s, bell-shaped Vril-powered crafts that were magnetic drives, as they described, to be made in the Vedas. Which Vedas is it? The Rig Vedas? Forget. I think it's the Rig Vedas, where they describe the spinning mercury and organic compounds, and that the mercury has to spin in a particular way in order to generate an electromagnetic field, a propulsion system for the Vimanas. So if they were developing this in the 40s, and they had probably got it developed to a certain extent, they could have had cloaking technology in the 60s, right? There's no reason why they couldn't have. They could have been making what we consider as flying saucers that use different forms of technology. I've seen stuff in the desert that were definitely human, but they were like pyramid crafts or tetrahedrons. Can't quite say whether it was a tetrahedron or a pyramid. It looked more like a tetrahedron. But anyway, regardless, my brother and myself saw this craft, and it did stuff that no craft should be able to do. And it came low. And we were in the desert. We had gone to the desert, which is a known place for seeing these things. And we'd seen this thing. So I reckon it was a place where I know that the military used to test things. You see? So I'm pretty sure that the military... And this thing, by the way, it traveled like far closer to us quickly, and it stopped, came down low, then it shot up high. So it must have traveled like kilometers in a second. Yeah? 5-10 kilometers in a second, and that way in a second, and that way in a second, and it came really low to the point that I could see 3 distinct lights on the craft. You could see the lights in the front. My brother was like, "Are you seeing this?" I was like, "Yeah, man." And that was definitely powered by humans. But I have also witnessed other things in crafts and different kinds of, over the years. And so I do believe that there are beings that maybe live in this earth, beings that live under the sea, beings that maybe live inside the earth, beings that maybe live in a different frequency to us, but in the same space. So what we do here is going to affect them. So they would have they would want to know what we're doing, wouldn't they? Imagine you're living in the earth or in the sea, and you want to see, like, what are these people doing up there? When's it going to affect us? How much toxicity have they put into the earth? So there might be other reasons why these cattle, and why there's so many of them, was because there's this type of beings over there, and there's this type of beings over here, and there's these beings over there, and there's those ones, and then there's the military, and then you know what I mean? Like, why the inconsistency, why the difference of reports? Different regions have different things happening. When you start to think about it, you realize it's diversity. In the same way as we've got diversity here in our culture, there's diversity on Earth and outside of Earth. That's what I think is the most logical explanation, because I've come across lots of different beings personally, and the first ones were the ones which were from Pleiades, and they seemed like they were good guys up to a point, but then I stopped trusting them when they wanted to do something that didn't seem right. They wanted to upgrade my DNA. They wanted to do something with my DNA. I was like, oh. Thanks for the lessons. Keep the carrots, you know? So I don't know exactly what the agenda is, but I do know that like drug dealers will go to schools and give free drugs to the kids. Hey, yes, free drugs. Yeah. And then it's like, now you have to pay. So they could be doing similar kind of, psychology. Come and help you and be part of your development program until they say, yeah, we're going to do this for you. And then they've shifted something which is detrimental. And how many of the galactic people do tend to go a little bit crazy? So I don't know. I don't have the answers, but I do know that there are a lot of questions.
Bro,
Also-
you stare into the abyss too long, it might stare back. Might look back at you.
I was just going to say quickly that we're also being encouraged like not to have children. Like I'm at the moment I'm going to get treatment weekly for some health stuff. So I hadn't heard radio in a really long time. And now because of Uber drivers, I'm hearing the radio. So I'm getting a bit of an insight into a bit more like pop news and music and all of this kind of stuff, which I hadn't for a while. I actually got kind of depressed because of it last week, but then I was like, no, I'm good. But yeah, I'm hearing songs both from male singers and female singers. Oh, for the love of God, I was actually exposed to Justin Bieber the other day. It was horrible. I don't wish that on anyone. But they're
He exposed himself to you.
but we're basically being told like not to like each other. Like I'm better off without women, and I'm better off without men, and it's like, and I've seen stuff before that's saying kind of like the future will be because of. I don't even know if I can say sea change without getting your channel deleted anymore. The stuff about the environment, it's just ridiculous, man. The amount of censorship.
Men are better off without testicles. With
Right,
breasts.
no,
Women
but
are
now
better
that-
off with testicles.
Yeah, right. No, but no, I mean more like the climate stuff. And so they're saying like,
I mean, it has gotten me in
maybe
trouble a lot.
in future, instead of having babies, we'll have. Do you guys remember Tamagotchis? That was like priming us at this, like the little digital pet things. Like maybe I saw an article some time ago saying maybe the future is more people will have that like babies that are just like digital babies. It's interesting just now as well what you were saying about the animals, about the blood, because I was thinking again, who knows who they are, but they seem to be interested in blood collection, and made me think, because it's not just like that's really sad, about the animals. Oh, baby, sorry, it's talking about people having babies. That's so sweet. Jeremy's little video there. But yeah, like blood collection, because obviously now, oh, look how sweet. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm trying to make a point, but I'm distracted by cute baby. What was I going to say? Yeah, blood collection. Now we're being encouraged to pay to, all these ancestry things or whatever to find out our genealogy, and that sounds really interesting until you hear who owns those kinds of companies, and you kind of, oh my God, so cute, and just like why are they doing it? So that now that's interesting what you guys are saying about the animals. So they want blood from animals and humans, and to create like upload consciousness on the clouds, but also have this digital database of everyone's DNA. And so yeah, just interesting that there sounds like there's this big blood collection from both animals and humans. So I wonder what is going on with that spiritually, because sometimes obviously I know there's all sorts of testing and different things that could be done and messing with that, but also there's kind of like the spiritual aspect of it, the kind of magic that can be done with that. This is probably totally veering off from our original topic, but I guess somehow we got here. We usually spin off into something else somehow.
No, it hasn't. Because the
also,
mechanics of
yeah,
sorrow
that's what I
is
have to say about
engineered by other beings, is part of the story. And how
That's
those other beings engineer the mechanics of our sorry, do they use blood as part of the magical rituals that they use to ensnare us psychologically, spiritually in this matrix? Do they need to use these mechanisms? Is there more going on here than what meets the eye? What is
Yeah,
sorcery?
can they program
And
our blood
why does
with
it
like
come from a flying
vibration
saucer?
and light as well?
Sorcery comes from a saucer? The saucer with your cake on it, or the saucer up in the sky? Where does sorcery come from? Why is it called sorcery?
Yeah, why
Do they use
sauce?
sauce?
Why
What's
something
the sauce they
liquid?
use? What sauce do they use? So, do you know what I mean? There's a lot of questions.
Yeah, no, that is interesting for sure.
What's the ultimate way to sign a contract is in blood as well.
Right.
Way to sign it. Even with now though, with what you were mentioning before, Franklin, with the script and the scrying through the mirrors and the cell phone aspect, I was thinking of different ways of the texting, also the texting, and how much language is lost in that, in us trying to communicate through these absurd methods, as opposed to just direct, like you said, through voice and through this eye contact. But I was thinking of, along the lines of this topic, gravestones, and what is actually the final message that people put on gravestones. And it's usually very simple. Like, it's not that much more expensive to put on actual words. My dad was a stone carver, that was his trade. So if you're getting a gravestone, once you write the dates and the name and stuff, to put an actual epitaph, which I love that word, what a beautiful word, eh? Epitaph, with the epitaph, and the PH with the stone right in there. But you just add on a few sentences, really isn't that much more once you're paying for the stone and everything up to that point. But most people tend to just put very simplistic things, and usually sometimes nothing, usually no words other than just the information of their name and the time that they were here with me. So I was thinking how simple we get when it comes to what really matters, and it's our name, our time, and usually it's just a simple statement. We boil it down to something very, very simple and put it there. In our modern day, and we see they used it in the past, but how beautiful that so many of these stories that echo through the voice that are still carried today will never die. We know they'll never die because they're in us, they're in nature, they're everywhere around us. You can't kill them because the voice, that reverberance is just going to continue on way past when we're around, way past when whoever else is around us and all the life here. So
Yeah, like that. I wanted to bring up sound earlier because I just thought in the topic of the mechanics of sorrow and loss, that sound is really important, actually. Like, obviously, what's going on with the heart, that resonance and tears, keening, wailing, all the songs that you get at a memorial service or a funeral, or you know, I've mentioned thresholding choirs before as well. When someone's dying, there's singing around them, or the words that a dying person is speaking, or that we are speaking, all of that kind of thing. But also now thinking about blood, like just the resonance, like you know, how can our blood be programmed with sound for positive as well, of course, like not just messing with us, because that can happen too. But I do think like sound is actually a really important part of this. And I'm learning to try to like not suppress my tears as much, for example, or to just like sing. I've been humming and singing a lot this week for some reason. I don't know why, but it's been huge medicine. So, and I've called it in the past my sound diary. I've had many nights in the past where I've been feeling low and I've gotten through it by singing. Like, probably hasn't made my neighbors that happy, but like just singing into the night, just whatever words like channel through me, not necessarily like actual songs or anything, but just singing and singing and singing. So I do think sound is really important in this topic as well.
Well, that's got a lot to do with the frequencies of transition, because, I mean, that's what I noticed. Well, if you enter into meditation, the first thing you notice is sound. It gets louder. The closer you get to silence, the louder it gets. And when you leave your body, it's very loud. When your body starts to die, there's a lot of vibrations. It gets very loud and very busy. So sound is the way that we travel on our ears. We transition on our ears, our metaphysical ears. And so ear, the word ear, dames and eer. Ear is honor. It's Germanic language, right? Probably stemming from the Norse, I imagine. I don't know that for a fact, but it's in the Germanic roots. So ear is honor. And so there's something there, in the sound vibrational field. So I wanted to say to everybody, if we could get to the point of wrapping it up in the next 10, 15 minutes, because I see it's already after 7 hours and 20, and I can't even hit the 8-hour mark, because then it's going to delete something. I got like 42 hours of footage on here. I didn't want to lose it because my hard drive's been quite full. And I'm busy sorting out, actually today I sorted out cleaning out 170 gigs, probably 150 gigs, 160 gigs I can use of it. So I've got to port a whole lot of stuff off my hard drive, because Bush Whisperer series is just lots of gigs. And these talks are a lot of gigs, man. You gotta have a lot of space to put all these things. So if we could wrap it up in the next 15, 20 minutes, I thought I'd give you guys what do we make of all of this? What is the take? What is the take? The legacy of loss, mechanics of sorrow. So the mechanics of sorrow is being used to generate a particular legacy of loss. The legacy of loss that's being generated is obviously to keep us trapped in a paradigm of surreal matrix. I'll leave it at that. I'd love to hear if you guys could put your last fire on the screen. And Jeremy, you haven't said much. You're welcome to add in.
Yeah, I was about to say I'd love to hear what Jeremy has to say.
Yeah, sure. What do I think? I think the UFO should be left alone. It seems like, so that book that I posted, Encounters by D.W. Pasulka, I would highly encourage you to check that out. Hi. Because it talks about encounters, and it talks about not just the encounters, but the paranormal aspect of what happens around those events. And it also talks a bit about AI as well. So when Bush Whisperer was talking about the influence of energies on our electronics, it made me think about those instruments that so-called ghost hunters use. There's so basically that these instruments, they operate on very subtle frequencies like radio waves, or simply two like two wires that if touched very gently, they'll make a light or something like that. And so these machines, they take the subtle energy and they amplify them. The idea being that spirits can communicate electronically by manipulating that field. And so if that's the case, and these things are actually doing what they want them to do, which I don't know, I've listened to enough podcasts and heard enough stories that maybe there's something there. And if the nefarious, highly financed, groups around the world that want to keep their power, know about the, you know, the subtle realm. Like, why would they not use, you know, build machines to control us through, you know, covenant with, you know, bad spirits, right? Like, why wouldn't they use that to control, to have more control? Because power just wants more power, wants to stay in power, and to stay in power, at some point you have to control others, and so you would use your power to figure out how to control us the best. But the one of the solution that I see is something like, you know, being the most upright, moral, and spiritual individual that you can be, because there's just less cracks for the bad things to find, to get a foothold. So let me know if any of that makes sense.
Nice, brother. Nice.
Thank you for that. A foothold is almost like a foo told, like a foo fighter. I told you so. And the foot, we were doing a decode earlier about the foot and how the foot relates to the feet, and defeat, feet, defeat, any feat that you want to achieve, and how that relates to Sobek, and Sobek being the crocodile-headed deity from the land of Kim, and how that relates to Saturn, knees, and being upright. So I think this morality thing, moving through time with our souls intact, is rather fundamental. Thank you for that. It's a beautiful share, brother.
Yeah, you can't fight if you don't have your feet, and if you don't have a foothold, and you can't be upright. So you got to keep your feet. Hey guys, I'm gonna get this little one upstairs to all her stuff. So I'm glad I was able to drop in again, and take care. I'll hopefully be on the next one.
Yeah, thanks for
Brother,
dropping
you
by.
have the
Thanks for everything you
Thank
said.
you,
Yeah.
brother.
you have the cutest daughter, man. She's like, I got something to say.
This is Petra. She is 11 months.
You're so beautiful.
Thank you.
Cheers. God bless you both.
All
Thank
right,
you
have
for
a good-
joining us, brother, and honoring us. And I hope you have a good day.
Yeah.
And
have a
little
good-
Petra.
Yeah. Have a good night, guys.
Hey, Jeremy. Nice to
God
meet
bless.
you.
So if you guys would spit your fire spitters, on your marks, get set.
I'll jump in next if I can here. So that was amazing. Wasn't that energy was beautiful with this little girl. Oh, I love it. I just can't stop smiling. And I was thinking, with looking into her eyes, looking into the gaze, right? That beautiful look of children, this gift that we get.
Right.
It's amazing. Eh? Just thank you. Such gratitude for that. When we were talking about this, the cell phone and this technology, I was thinking of that word. Oh, okay. So I've been now 2 weeks without a cell phone. 2 weeks ago, my phone got crushed at work and I haven't had it. And I've pretty much just taken a complete hiatus away from technology almost. I noticed a couple things. Like, obviously it's easy to adjust quickly to reality when you already live in it. But it's hard you're not getting that constant siphon of information that you can bring in whenever you're curious about something. So there is that trade-off that we don't get. And I haven't had communication, unfortunately, with many of the souls that I love who are out here in this virtual space. But I noticed a couple things physically happening, of my eyesight getting not sharper, I would say, but my eyes feeling more relaxed. So, you know, that everybody feels it when we're away from technology. There's that less stress on the actual eyeball. But I started noticing my eyes were working faster, that I was able to go from one thing to another. And then I started saying, let me test this, let me play with this a little. And I noticed with my vision, it was working much more acutely with speed. So it was these different trade-offs we get of not being connected to the gaze of these screens that we get. And I was thinking, looking into the child's eyes, when they have that, they're in that gaze, they're in that wonder that we get with these technological gods that we're playing with in our hands. And being away from it, I haven't had that same. I haven't been getting that. I don't go into that gaze. You don't trip into that brainwave state. And I think I don't want to speak for anybody in here, but I know there's very valuable minds that we like to like. Everybody's got many different ways to look at things, and even this what we're talking about now with the extraterrestrials and or possibly being the from a government, whatever we're talking about here, but either or, we can hold these different ideas and continue to pursue it on both ways and be curious in those ways. And I was thinking about that word "cell." So just to finish up here with this long discussion, that word "cell" is such an interesting word that has pervaded our life because it's the building block of life. It's the mother. It's what every life can comes from and we build on. But it's now been converted to this cell, literally a prison cell, other side of it. But we don't run from the shadow. We're not going to run from the shadow. We can be in our cell and still be thriving. And I think of that line from that movie, The Watchmen, when he's in the prison, Rorschach, and he look at all the people are freaking out, and he looks, and he's like, "You're not in here with me, or I'm not in here with you. You're in here with me." And I think of that when this realm we're in now is they're in here, we're like they're trying to run and manipulate it and everything, but we're in the real reality of it and working with the real building blocks and stuff. So if they are messing with with this other tech and all this, we don't run from the shadows. We continue doing this work, and to me, you can look at it in both ways. You can hold these different ideas. You can hold multiple methods, but continuously moving forward with love, like all our ancestors would want us to. Like everybody that's passed, what always came to me, my friend Dan, for the moments that I feel sad, or I thought, hey, maybe I'm never going to play baseball again. That was my thought for the first couple days. I'm never going to play this. How could I ever do this? And then his voice came in my head. Are you kidding me? Come on, Louis, you got to go out there. That's what I want. I want you to continue to play the game for me. Of course, right? Of course. That's what all our family, our parents, our ancestors, and they're all of our ancestors. They're all of ours. It's not inclusive mine or mine and yours or yours. We share them. So I just want to finish up on that. And thank you everybody for sharing. There's been so many incredible voices here tonight. I don't want to do the regular run through every single person because it's always funny how everybody does that. I love it. But thank you to everybody. Man, there's everybody who's been through that. So much love.
And thank you very much, brother, for bringing your time, your energy, and sharing your heart with us. And I think what you're saying is really on point as well. You know, there's definitely a lot to be considered. There's a lot that we're breaking down here. And the cell phone, there's a lot of ways we can read that. There's probably a lot of meanings attached to it. We know that in the occult, one symbol has to have lots of meanings because it's the way that a symbol gains power. And that these phones are damaging our cells. They're reprogramming our cells with radio waves, which is an interesting concept, breaking us apart. They connect us to each other, but they separate us like separating cells from tissue, you know, from the group. Divide and conquer. Thank you so much, though, for bringing all your wonderful heart, information, and consciousness with us.
Always thank you for the invite. Thank you very much. And I'll be back with much more fungal knowledge and more impassioned rants. Thank you.
Lovely, brother.
And when I get my cell phone, we'll get some visuals happening here, and I'll give you a big smile.
Sweet, brother. And who else wants to spit at the fire?
I'm ready to go. So, yeah, I just wanted to touch on something that Rama, I think, said earlier. I believe it was Rama. It may have been Moonfeather or Soraya, I'm not sure. But there was a mention that they're trying to offer kids sterility shots, or like the ability to become sterile now without parental consent. My girlfriend's children were both offered this at age 13, and they were given the chance to become sterile like while they're about to go into puberty. which to me is very upsetting. Very upsetting. These kids don't know what kind of decision they're making. They haven't really experienced the hormones that are about to come necessarily, or they're just going into it. They don't really know what the value of it all is. You know, do you want to be able to have a family later in life? Like, I think a lot of people are going to make a lot of regrets, and this whole pushing on people to be gay now, that's a whole thing that seems suspicious in itself as well. That goes along with the imposed sterilization on many fronts: food, medicine, vaccination, gene therapy. There's a lot of stuff that's being shown to cause sterilization, and now they're trying to give the children a chance to become sterile on their own volition, which is just shocking. Now, as far as the mention earlier of these otherworldly beings, as they may be described, there's a strong correlation between the disappearance of children and the entrances of the deep underground military bases. And it's thought that a lot of those children who are missing are being taken there. The stories go that they use the children to devour their adrenal glands or drink their blood enriched with adrenaline. But they may be using them as a slave force. They may be conscripting them as soldiers. We really don't know what's going on with that situation, but we know that children are being taken and that children are being pushed into sterilization. And so it's a very scary situation that we're coming into right now with that situation. And I know that the Ukrainian war, there was a lot of footage of the children being taken from their parents. So we see that it's being done on all fronts, from our own soldiers, from these crafts in the sky. It's been said that people can work as private abductors and take the children to sell them off at these gates. So hopefully some justice comes to that, because we know, as we mentioned earlier, losing a child is something that no one wants to do. And that's a loss that is very, very traumatic and tragic. So hopefully we can get onto that and find some real disclosure coming soon on some of this stuff, or figure out who is the real enemy here, what's happening, and how can we do something about it.
We'll have to actually do an episode on that.
Yeah, there's a lot there. So, but yeah, I want to thank everybody for being on the show today, for all of your testimonies of loss and your condolences for your losses. I give to you. And thank you so much, guys. Very illuminating talk. I loved hearing about the chaga, and that was really cool from Louis. Thank you for that. I always love that stuff. And it just reinforces my passion that I have for it, you know. Yeah, I was drinking some supplemental mushroom infused coffee earlier. It was fabulous. And I had a smoothie earlier with some super greens that has all of the different mushrooms, a good amount of them anyhow. I just love them. They're so fabulous. They connect us. And they
thank you.
Yeah. Thank
Excuse
you.
me. Hey, I'll think of you next time when I'm out in the bush and I've got my hands on that tree and I'm giving thanks. I'll say some words from you. I'll bless it. I'll say, this, Indy, give that chaga a big kiss, and I'll say, here's lots of love coming in, and thank you for spreading your medicine and healing all over the planet.
I appreciate that.
It's not just a one-way street. It goes back and forth. So.
Oh yeah.
Don't forget me, dude.
You, for sure. I just want to know, do chaga spores grow on silver or black birch potentially, or is it only white?
It can be both.
Okay.
It can be both. Yeah, it's really all birch species, and it really can go on any hardwood. I've seen it on beech trees. I've seen it on maple. They say you're not supposed to forage the ones on those, just the birch tree. But I have seen it on other trees, and it's usually by water. So it's got an interesting aspect of technically being by water. So I tend to find it more on yellow birches, because yellow birches or water birch, they tend to be by water. Who knew? So
cool. Thanks for that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I love it. I love sharing this stuff. I need to be doing this a lot more with you guys so that we can be connecting and stuff. Because I always think, how interested are people in this? But then you realize, yeah, it is something that we need to be putting out there so we can all, if you have, and the questions are perfect because I'm combining the knowledge of trying to do as much book knowledge with actually getting firsthand boots on the ground testimony. And I have my own. I can talk about how it's fixed my own, I needed knee surgery. I had gut issues, brain fog, and the hearing as well. And they are just like many things. I'm not going to attribute it all to a single thing, but it's part of that overall bringing yourself to coherence. And I love that it came when I see these birches. They're so beautiful. There's so much power in them. And to know that it's helping so many everywhere, and the people that it's helping, we're connecting. I love it. I love it.
Well, thank you so much, Indy, for honoring us with your presence. And of course, Louis. And we've still got 3 people to spit fire. I'm watching the clock. Can't go over eight hours because I'm going to start losing recordings. Start like throwing away these things. Sending you guys all the love in the world. Thank you guys for all your beautiful heart sharing. And who's next? Fire spitter.
I'll take it. I'll take pass me the rock. I won't make it long, bro. Franklin, you're the man. I have so much love to you, brother. You give so much, and I greatly appreciate you, and I'm sure so many appreciate you and your vibe and what you share. I would love to sit and just hear some of your stories, because earlier today you had like a little side anecdotal story, and it was like, yeah, I was ice cave exploring in the Himalayas, but that's not and I'm just like, your anecdotes and experiences are amazing. So massive love to you, bro. Massive love to Indy Sage out there. Always appreciate that homie. I love his vibe. Soraya, much love to you. Louis, you're the man.
You. Much love to you as well.
Oh, thank you. And then Louis, polymathing, I appreciate you, man. I'll hit you up later about just publicly about Chaga. But I appreciate your insights. And and Rama, massive love. You're awesome. Everyone's so cool. It's an honor to just hang out with you guys and have this, we've all found each other kind of. And that's the one beauty about this technology. And Louis, send me a Chaga DM, bro. You know what I mean? And send this. You know what I mean? I'll see if I can receive the message down here, man. Because the trees, everyone, the trees root for you. Let's make the realm free for the children. That is our prime directive. The one verse is unconditional love for you and yours. Remember that. The spirit is all around, and it is here to help you. So be brave, no fear. I operate in love, and you'll be good. And last but not least, man, shout out to my main homies, Kalel, Keanu, and Moonfeather. Support the underground, man. And I like to keep as much resources within the community as possible. The Ronin Experience on Friday nights on YouTube. We're here trying to free the realm, and one episode at a time, man. So and if you search it, you might want to do at birddog45 with 1D. And that was how I started this channel. I didn't start it to come out here and speak, but Spirit called for me to share, and I reluctantly came out to share publicly my little take on things, my little, adding my little color to the tapestry, and it's been a true blessing. Okay, I'm done. I want Franklin to get some sleep. I don't want to start new tangents, brother. And I'll catch you later, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. And I'll be in touch with you as well. You
listen to how powerful that voice
Ronin
is.
on the
You don't, Ronin, you don't think the trees hear you already, brother? Of course. Your voice already, they're hearing you from where you are right now. So I'll just give him a little tap and make sure to keep it going. But brother, you always speak powerfully enough that everybody hears it. Everything hears it.
That means a lot.
So
Thank
much
you,
love
man.
to you, brother. And thank you. Honor, respect. Always an honor to have you. We've got Ramah, and we've got Soraya, and I'm not quite sure what happened to Libalam. He went to Libalam land. So who's going to spit fire of the two ladies first?
I
We're looking for
had
some fire
something to
spitting.
say.
Please do.
The reason why I couldn't say much about this topic is because around 5 years ago, I let go the topic of loss and came to the conclusion that there is no loss. Because everyone who dies just leaves. It's their time to go, whether they do it themselves or they go naturally. It's their choice.
You're totally right. It's a
Nice, I
human
agree.
attachment to those that have left.
Yes. Because the minute you realize that it's not about you losing them, but them just moving on, then there's no point of mourning. Because
Not
there
at
will
least
always be a
after
time
the
that you
evening.
see each other again in a different form. And that's the moment that you'll recognize each other, like, hey, I know you. But from where, I don't know. But the longer you get to know each other again in another lifetime, you will find those missing pieces by itself.
That is so true. The cycle will bring us back to each other. The universe has a way of
Exactly.
enacting perfect mathematics. This is why Mart has to weigh you with a feather as well. The mathematics. Polymathing.
Exactly.
Are you anything else you wanted to add, Soraya dear?
No, this was it.
Well, thank you for
I
joining us.
loved every part of the conversation, and I will chime in on the rest that I've missed.
Well, God bless
So,
you, and thank you for honoring
you're
us
welcome.
and joining us. Your energy is always a beautiful part of this space and a nurturing presence of understanding and acceptance. Beautiful. And is Ramar still with us?
Yeah, I am still here. I have to admit, I had to take a few breaths to calm down about the child thing that Indy was talking about, because
It is
got
very
into like
upsetting.
Ramar warrior mode, and
We are going to have a whole discussion about children from
I
from the indigenous perspective of what's been
it
going on
is a
for thousands of years.
sensitive topic for me. You know some things about my background, so you'll know a little bit of why, but also I think it just would be anyway, and it probably is for any decent human being. So yeah, I was just taking deep breaths. And I forget what he said, but whatever Ronan said, I found helpful. That helped to bring me up. I'm thinking, I was going to say something else, but I'll say two things now. I'm thinking now about crystalline structure, because there was a lot of talk about, well, technically it's kind of like a rectangle, 3D rectangle kind of shape, or not exactly like that. They change the shape a bit, don't they? The coffin, but there was the talk of the cube a lot, and so that made me think of like crystalline structure. I would imagine that these days they make coffins out of all sorts of different materials, and God knows what they line them with, and so they probably have a different resonance and purpose to old coffins, to like original coffins or sarcophaguses or whatever. And yeah, I think the materials are really important. But when you were talking about the cubes earlier, it made me think of fluorite, actually. Because fluorite is one of those cubes that's kind of amazing. If you see it in its raw form, it literally grows in cubes. It's mind-blowing. And then obviously there's the crystalline essence within us. So there's probably some connection there with the sacred geometry and the materials and stuff when it comes to that, or even like the stones, of course, like tombstones, or there's different elements, the fire that you get at the core of the earth, apparently. Well, I don't really know. I don't know what's true anymore, but apparently. But what I was going to say was, like, I think that storytelling is really important in this idea of loss and sorrow. Like storytelling and myth. So whether that is a silent storytelling, because I don't think all stories have words, or whether it is with words or images, and whether that's in our body, or on our bodies, or the stories we tell ourselves, or that we tell each other, or that the media is telling us, or there is that are in books, and then just like what we're doing with our consciousness, with all of that, what we are creating or calling in or dismantling or transforming. So I think that inner and outer mythos and storytelling that is always in action is actually very important. And I was saying in the chat earlier, because obviously we're being programmed all the time, and a lot of people like to talk about conversation, at least in podcasting world, I've noticed anyway, as like a weave these days. Like, that was a really great weave or whatever, which I actually really love. And I was just thinking, yeah, we could pull out some of those unhealthy threads, and then just weave our own golden, like this constant moving alchemy that we always are, basically. So yeah, that's kind of my closing thoughts on all of that. And
Well,
I just
thank
bloody
you.
love all of you. I just thought I'd say that. Just bloody love you guys so much. Thank you for letting me be here and transmute some shit while I was at it.
Ramar, always loved you, my dear. And thank you for joining us. Thank you for honoring us. Thank you for your addition. Beautiful addition. One thing I will say,
Thank you, Ramon.
fluorite grows in an octahedron. Crystal
Oh
form.
no, it grows in cubes. I've seen it.
It can grow in cubes too.
Oh, okay. So it grows in more than one shape.
It can grow in cubes, but it's normally in octahedrons. The one that's always in cubes is
I've only
pyrite.
seen it cubes. Yeah. Oh, I have some raw pyrite. That's pretty cool.
I've got a couple of really beautiful pyrite cubes.
Nice.
Fluorite is an interesting crystal. It's worth looking at. There's a reason why they put something in the water.
Right. Yeah, it just made me think though, like the crystal shape, like the shape of the coffin. Just think it made me think of crystals, and then the crystalline element, like in the body and in the earth. Just feels like there might be something to that in a more like ancient way, rather than whatever the heck is happening now.
Definitely. We've got magnesites in our brains. So our brains are like a magnet in our brains. We can tell direction without our eyes.
Yeah,
And,
so it's more of a changing of what's happening with the crystalline element, how that's being worked upon both in death and in life, and how we connect to our dead, I suppose, as well, to our dearly departed, as some like to say.
Exactly. Well, thank you. Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Ramar. Thank you, Soraya. Thank you, Ronan and Dr. K and everybody that's joined us. It's been absolutely amazing having the crew with us. And thank you all that came to watch the show. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got what you came for. And sending you all so much love. We are now at 7 minutes and 53, which is great because it means I'm like got like 11 minutes of recording time left. The other moment you go over your recording time, they zap off one of the other ones. It's really annoying. And I want to try and get the transcripts from it as well, because we can also maybe find a way to put those transcripts in as subtitles. I don't know. It's a pain in the butt, but there must be a way. So sending you all so much love, big blessings, and have an absolutely amazing day. To those of you that are watching, to those of you that are catching the rerun, go and check out the rest of the shows. There's loads of them. It's might be about 30. We are going to do a special segment on kids and what's been going on, how the Celtic people in Ireland and ancient England used to sacrifice their children, putting them in the woods, how the African people used to take their children and put them on top of mountains, how the children would vanish. They would be called, what would they be called? Mere children, right? They'd disappear. And the children would then be taken into the fairy kingdom. Yeah. Peter Pan, the story of Peter Pan. So there's a lot to look at there.
All over the world, isn't it?
It's a universal thing, and it's part of indigenous cultures, it's part of ancient cultures, and it's not new. It's right here in South Africa. The Zulus have got a part of this tradition too, and the Xhosas. And I'm betting the San would have had too, although I don't know so many San people haven't really survived. Some of them are existing in Namibia, I believe. I haven't gone to check myself. Anyway, sending you all so much love, big blessings. Ramah, I hope you sleep well.
Thank
and
you.
Soraya and Louis, thank you, brother, for bringing your love.
Thank you. Thank you so much love to everyone.
Thank you for the heads up. I've taken a look at what I'm going to be getting myself, and 100 grams of chaga powder is going to be on the cards for me, because I think I definitely could do with some of that. Sounds like something that I would want. And all of you out there, keep it real, keep it sweet. Don't forget to smile, because smiling is where you find the power. The power of smiling puts pressure on the pineal gland. The pineal gland creates hormonal shifts in the brain. The pituitary gets affected by the pineal. They work together. It means you become happy. The happiness becomes a disease that you're able to transfer to other people, or shall we call an ease. And the ease of happiness produces the joy and the abundance of love and spiritual power that's able to transmute those poisons that we were talking about earlier and turn them into something beneficial, positive, and turn even the most dangerous of elements into a life-giving principle. Sending so much love to all of you. Keep it real. Don't forget, life is short. Make it count. Om Shanti.
Om
Bless.
Shanti.
Ciao.
Sweet dreams.